Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of LCK Summer 2023's regular season. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Chronicler as we jump into it. Everything still matters. It's insane. We've actually got to a last day where even after the result of our first match, it still matters as we move to our second one.
It is unreal that in the final week, we've had weeks where like in week 6, 7, know everything. Yep. Like there's no questions. Every single game matters. It's not just match outcome. Single games are going to make the difference here today. And that first best of 3 is one of the most high impact best of 3s of the year, which is insane to me. Yeah. Because it's Kwangdong DRX.
And there's even more on the line than just the outcome of the standings as well. Like, they could join not that long list of teams that have not found a single victory in a round robin. Like, there are a lot of things at stake here. We're going to have a look at the standings, though. DRX sitting in 7th, Kwangdong Freaks in 10th. There is a very real possibility that Beryl, another year in a row, is going to end up 6th place in the summer season, Chronicler. Does that make you a little bit nervous?
Yes.
Does that make you a little bit nervous?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, man. Let's have a look at the playoff advancement scenarios here with the KT 2-0 over Live Sandbox. There are a couple of options for DRX if they manage to beat Kwangdong Freaks, for example. So they're going to need to do that before they start anything. Live Sandbox will then qualify if DRX lose in any way outside of that one tiebreaker possibility. If KT get a 2-0 and DRX get 2-0'd by Kwangdong Freaks.
So the most scenarios support Sandbox going. When we look at the form of the teams, though, it seems like that top left corner is what we're looking towards. DRX are expected to take Kwangdong down. Kwangdong have had an incredibly rough round 2, and even if they can bounce back here today, I don't know if it'll be enough to actually take down DRX. And then for Sandbox, if that does happen, they still are always in control.
They are.
Their own destiny, but it does require beating the #1 team in the league, which is they're only the #1 team in the league because the Giga Chads just destroy the #2. Otherwise, it would be #2, which still.
I mean, there is a circle of suck out there that says that Bro's the best team in the LCK right now. I can see it. I can definitely see it. Let's jump into this one though. A matchup with 3 teams: Live Sandbox, DRX, and Kwangdong Freaks on the line. All of these teams still fighting for playoffs. Kind of insane that Kwangdong Freaks are still in that conversation. And of course, even if Kwangdong Freaks win, they require one of the scenarios to reach a tiebreaker for any chance of getting towards the playoffs.
They also need to 2-0, which is something that they have not done in a very long time. As mentioned, Kwangdong on the verge of a winless record, 9-match losing streak. Could be the first time since Summer 2020, which, if I remember correctly, was Hanwha Life with Viper and Lance, both of which then went on to do much better things, joining Jin Air Green Wings, Kongdu Monster, and
Spinner's Sonic Boom.
Yeah.
You'll love to see it. One of the best names in esports. Solo One Prince as well, more recently having a little bit of a rough one. But Rascal versus Dudu is going to be a big match for this one because Dudu, I think his back's kind of felt like it's broken a little bit over the last few matches. He has been that pop-off performer, and earlier in the year, earlier in this season, he has definitely looked a lot better than we've seen more recently.
It's really giving Keen in 2022, when Keen was just not having the best of time, didn't showcase any of his greatness, which this year he showed was still very much there, just didn't come out at that point in time. As DRX, even though they have not been able to get themselves to 6 wins, just that this team in the second round of Summer has looked so much better than they did before. I think we're starting to finally see them mesh together, and we're not going to draw too many comparisons to what happened last year with a DRX that didn't look that great, and then finally got it together near the end, because I don't think the scenario is very similar. But Croco coming back, being in good shape, Fate looking...
What do you mean it's not similar? Well, it's almost exactly the same, Chronicler.
They were better in spring, and the players, I think, were a little bit different. You know, I say this as the president of the Croco fan club. I've seen this man be wildly inconsistent, and then I realized that it was Pioshik on the other. Never mind. You're right. Never mind. I'm like, they're like, wait, Pioshik
It's the same! It's just the same. Kwangdong Freaks, though, they are going to make their way out into Lol Park as well. And, you know, we had some pretty great things to say about this team. There are certain commentators on this particular desk right here that had much higher hopes for Kwangdong Freaks at the very beginning of this season.
It's both of us, right?
Yes. Well, it's definitely me. I had them somewhere like 5th or something like that. It was, it's a little bit embarrassing.
Their round one was great.
Their round one was kind of fine, but more recently, they have not been able to find any victories at all. Round 2 has not really been their round. One last opportunity to take a win here in the LCK and not go out as another team on a list of teams that haven't been able to take victories in an entire round robin. We'll see whether they can find that 2-0. You can see that fan is asking for. Bulldog versus Fate is going to be our key player matchup, though, as we can see. Both of these players are struggling a fair bit, doing a lot of their team's damage, though. And this is a real problem, right, is that these players are relied upon by their team, but don't necessarily often find it. And this is something that happens when, you know, these are two teams with below 30% win rates.
And Bulldog has also gone for a player that I think was there together with Dudu in spring, looking like, you know, one of the rookies that was gonna get it done, that was gonna do it all with the match against KT, you know, in spring, that 2-0, with Tristana being picked up by him before it was really meta, comes to mind. But that Bulldog has not been seen in, I'd say, any point of summer.
Nope.
But definitely not in the last couple of weeks. And I want to reiterate again, we talked about playoffs, we talked about what it means, but just the fact that this series is probably going to decide, barring a huge upset over Liv Sandbox, who goes to the World's Gauntlet, who goes to the regional qualifier. Because whichever team locks playoffs, just to put the points in perspective, is going to tie with Sandbox, unless it is Sandbox. But summer points break tiebreakers. So Kwangdong, they can make it. DRX, they can get to a Worlds qualifier again. And Sandbox, obviously, if they win, then they'll have the most points and they'll be able to get another opportunity.
Yep, absolutely. Everyone is in control of their destiny outside of Kwangdong Freaks, who do need a 2-0, but then they need things to go right for them afterwards. You know, if you're betting on a KT 2-0 over Liv Sandbox, then, you know, it's pretty understandable that those odds wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, after yesterday and KT losing against Nongshim, though.
That's why I was a little bit more.
I could hear the apprehension.
A bit reserved on that one.
There is no way that that Bulldog just pulls out, or that rather Closer just pulls out a Seraphine, right?
I mean, it could happen.
You know, if it's Closer, I wouldn't be as worried. Closer's mages have not been that impressive.
That being said, I mean, Fiesta looked kind of great, so
true.
You know,
he did. Hey,
and he's Fiesta.
It is Fiesta.
Oh, man. Okay, well, we are only moments away from getting into the draft here for game number 1. I am very interested to see what CV Max has cooked up for us here in this one, because I'm hoping that there has been a big adjustment in how Kwangdong Freaks are going to be drafting. They've been so stubborn this whole year, and it hasn't really worked out. And I think that the experimentation needs to stop, because this is do or die, but most likely it's just not going to be enough.
So with experimentation, you mean we need to stick to the same draft no matter what and make sure that we act. So if we lose game 1, we run it back, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's obviously what I'm saying. Yeah.
No, but and that is, I think, the tragedy of this Kwangdong. That has happened a lot of times over the course of round 2 in particular. For DRX, I also want to really give them a bit of a shout out. They have really mentioned as well, Micro has said that they've been really heavily prioritizing draft. And I do think that we saw that as well in the match against Brion, that DRX recently have been pretty good about setting themselves up for a draft that they know how to actually execute, in some cases to our surprise.
Yeah.
Because they actually pulled out a pretty high execution comp last time against Brion, as the Dusante is going to get taken away. The Sejuani also gives even more agency to the solo lanes of Kwangdong, takes it away from DRX. So I think the Ben's right now looking pretty good here.
Yeah, kind of interesting. Of course, Jace being one of Fate's highest win rate champions with quite a few games played on it. They have been doing pretty well when that one gets picked up. But now, Tristana up and available, the Kai'Sa going to be banned away. I would imagine that DRX could just jump over to it. Of course, Fade has played it a whole bunch of times as his most played champion here. It just tends to get through against DRX. Let's see what Content Freaks have planned, though, because Bulldog was the OG Tristana mid player.
There's no Xerath. That would be great. Maokai is going to get picked up here. Sejuani taken on the board. Sejuani Maokai has been our handshake for a pretty decent amount of time throughout the entirety of the split. Not going to change for the final few weeks of LCK that we have in front of us. Jace already taken away, though. Does mean that that combo is going to not be available here now. Can go for something like the Xayah, which has been one of the most popular AD carries, especially with the Kai'Sa gone. This would give it a lot of agency, but we have seen the Aatrox struggle a little bit, as we can see here. We've had some really high impact games, and also a lot of games where it just doesn't really get off the ground. Yesterday we saw another low light Doran not really able to really get those resets going in the later fights.
Yep. I recently saw like a T1 Instagram reel thingy of Zayas killing 4 people in a row on the champion, just in top lane, hanging out. It looked really, really broken. So maybe Dudu also saw that and he's like, give it to me. Of course, Rascal is going to lock in his favorite champion here, the Renekton. No surprise, it does very well into the Aatrox early on. It's only until you get to some later game team fights that those buffs really do start to take effect. And I love this. If they lock in the Rel here, the amount of flexibility that you have on this draft is kind of nutty.
Yeah, and it means that even if DRX won, they can even go for a Ziggs trap here, right? Leave open the Xayah, and then the moment that comes through, you're going to be able to punish. We've seen that matchup be extremely successful. Ziggs is incredibly strong into Xayah, who really does not deal well when she is outranged.
Yep, you can just pick Ziggs Leona if you'd like to at the end, but you can also, like, if there's a lane where you'd like to Tristana it, you can also switch up your mid matchup, try and get something.
Fine.
No, exactly. Like, get something else into Bulldog if you would like to. You can then also, like, just surprise Ari Viego or something like that if you'd like to from the mid lane. There are quite a few different options here. Is the Draven going to be taken away from Puddock and the cow going to be removed from Andil's wheelhouse? I don't know why he had a cow in his wheelhouse. It doesn't seem very good for your wheels.
No, I don't think Alistair would take well to wheels. But at least it's not, you know, a porcelain shop. That would
be not so good.
As Rakan also going to get taken away. There is, of course, the flex potential of Maokai here. Can also flex that towards Andil, but we'll see what they end up going with. And I do gotta say, depending on what Kwangdong pick here, won't be getting too much value out of that R5. Something that I think they really could have used to maybe get a better matchup. For one of their players, the Zeri is going to get locked in here, and Taeyeon has had a lot of moments where him being able to position aggressively has somewhat backfired. We'll see if this time around on the Zeri he will be fine. I gotta say though, the Kwangdong comp to me feels a little bit like, Xayah is actually going to be feeling great here because there is not that much range outside of specifically the Azir. You're going to be kind of forced to go in aggressively here. And a Skarner pick has been on the rise. I do think you lack, ironically, some of the targeted lockdown you need for Zeri, because as Skarner, you should not be getting on top of Taeyeon. As
Could you imagine?
Okay, well, no, this is just Barrel playing.
They're locking in Zac. That is the Crocos, unless...
Wait, it can be...
Unless
it's a Barrel special and it's Zac support. It could be.
I mean, this is the time where you want to be experimenting, you know, when you definitely need a 2-0 to increase your odds as much as possible. This is where you say, I could be a blob in the bottom lane, but maybe I may also just be the jungle. And of course, like, you do AP damage, right? And so Tristana, Renekton, like the Zac follow-up actually kind of works out here as Andil thinking about heading towards the Braum. They will lock that one away. And adding a defensive flavor to this this composition.
I know I'm maybe getting some. I don't love the Braum here, Atlas, because I think that the lack of engage is something that is kind of going to sting Kwangdong. If you look at outside of Youngjae pressing Ultra Bulldog going in for a big sweep, this doesn't really have any go buttons, but you have Zeri and Aatrox, right? You're really looking now. If you look at the DRX comp. They obviously will have a lot of go buttons will be going in, but Braum into Zac and Rel specifically, I don't love because I think that Nautilus actually has the ability to like cancel Slingshot, right? You actually have the ability to provide a lot of safety. Braum into both Rel and the Zac, to me, doesn't really do as much as it could in a lot of other situations, because once they get on top of your backline, you're not really changing anything, you're not really able to take away a lot of the damage. It will be Croco, at least that's what it looked like last time around.
Yep.
And I kind of love it. I think Zac is a champion that definitely has not seen as much play as it could. We have a Maokai on the opposing end who isn't really the type of jungler that can shut Zac down early. Now, Zac's early game is, I think, decently weaker when it comes to the ganks. Does definitely need some points in Elastic Slingshot, but once you get to the mid to late game, like the amount of engage and agency that this DRX comp has looks amazing. And I think Zac actually fixes some of the damage issues. We'll see if Kwangdong Freaks is able to execute on this and get themselves a much-needed 2-0 to keep their hopes of making playoffs alive.
I love that they're just relying on Flubber to get it done. That's their plan. Sub onto the Rift for game number 1. All right, Chronicler. Now, I want to like talk a little bit about something that we discuss quite a lot, and that is mid-jungle synergy. Now,
with skins, right?
No.
Oh, actual mid-jungle.
No, this is actual mid-jungle synergy. Because, right, I don't know whether Tristana has that many yellow blob skins. They used to look like that. Firefighter Tristana was basically that, but then the visual update allowed a few more polygons in. And
we let them in.
Yeah.
Begrudgingly, but we did.
Begrudgingly, we allowed that one to happen. Still, everyone turns off the shadows and everything like that.
Yeah.
So there's quite a few polygons that are just generally missed. But Tristana and the Zac both launch themselves onto a target.
They do.
And I love that. As far as like the synergy is concerned, coming out of that mid lane, you just get to be like the Mario Bros diving on in. And yeah, they're the wrong colors for that as well. And like nothing really works out as far as Mario and Luigi, but like this works really, really well if they can try and catch their opponents off guard.
Yeah. I want to highlight a few things. Rune choices here. Youngjae, that is Futures Market, and it is also a Red Trinket and First Strike. So I am worried.
God.
You have Bulldog.
Yeah, that is...
Yeah, you have AP. This is not a situation where you are highly reliant, so I'm going to start off with that. Not a fan. I've been a big AP Maokai hater. Love Tank Maokai. That champion is awesome. But I'm not the biggest fan of this. Then Croco also going for no pot, because of course you have an incredible amount of sustain as the Zac. And looking at these two compositions, I think that the DRX comp is really interesting in that you do have a lot of offensive agency, which into Kwangdong really can work out or not depending on what the game state is. Because if Kwangdong gets the setup at objectives first, I actually don't mind their comp too much. I think that it is really hard for DRX, who are very short range, to get in and actually get on top of the backline. And you have a lot of counter engage, right, with the Braum, with the Azir, and with the Maokai. But I also think that the Kwangdong comp, if you start falling behind, like, where is your early power, really? Like, you have Zeri, you have Aatrox, who isn't that strong early anymore, and then you have an Azir.
I mean, they should lose every lane.
Yeah. And that's the kind of my core issue, is that if you could do a no rush 20 and Kwangdong gets to like 1-2 items, gets the setup at objectives, love this comp. What I think is going to happen is DRX is going to jump on them a lot, and I don't think they'll be ready.
Yeah, and I also like, I'd want to challenge your range advantage point. Where's the range advantage against a giant blob that can fly in from literally anywhere?
Yeah, well, I mean, he has to be in melee range, but
but he gets there pretty quickly.
He gets there very, very swiftly. Absolutely.
And there's actually a fair bit of mobility, right? From even Beryl now with his added extra speed ups and things like this. I feel like if DRX want to engage on you, they absolutely can. But I understand that there is a lot of disengage potential on Kwangdong Freaks. The problem is, once that disengage comes out, and we've seen a lot of success for compositions like this where you disengage and then you get free damage while that's happening. What if there is no damage?
Well, that's
then you press buttons and then they just come back and do it again and you die.
Yeah, that is kind of a core issue here. They should know that Croco is here, and they do, because otherwise Fate wouldn't be woken up like that. But there is also the issue that I really rate Zac highly if he can like get to an early item. I would love a Sunfire Cape personally.
Yeah.
You know, it would make me very happy. I think you can even go for somewhat of an off-tank setup here, because again, I think Kwangdong have that much damage as They are going to get on top of Dudu here.
Slingshot going to come forward as there's the flash from Rascal. Dudu's going to flash out of the way, but he gets the stretch Armstrong, and the stun comes down. Dudu is in a whole host of trouble here. The flash forward, in comes Youngjae, but he's pushed towards his top laner. No, Youngjae, why? Oh, that's a tragedy. That is an absolute tragedy, and that is first blood going over to Croco on the blob.
And we see the power of the setup with the Renekton lane, right? As, Barrow on Paddock.
Yeah, decent door positioning, but now it means that Undil is not going to be able to stop the auto attacks coming forward. Still, Beryl has to flash to get out of the way of this one, and that is Paddock taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, you're a Zaya into Doran's blade. I don't know about trying to go too ham there, and we'll be fine. Won't be giving up any kills, but still gonna feel a little bit tough. Croco though, I often with Zax, you know, you want to get to level 9 because that's when you max out your elastic slingshot, and every single level really matters a lot for the effective engage range that you do have. As we take another look here, there is a warding for Dudu, but it just doesn't do that much, right? He gets found by Rascal. Rascal then goes for the flash, but Dudu is able to kite away. But with Croco hitting, his stretching strike will be enough. And then here, it's the positioning of your Bramble Smash really important there. It doesn't end up working out, and I do think that otherwise a lot of damage might have gone down. Youngjae would have had to flash regardless, but that is an early kill going over to Zac. And often, I don't love kills on tanks. With Zac though, he snowballs really hard. Like, a lot harder than a lot of other tanks, because his damage in team fights, particularly against a lot of beefy enemies, can be pretty obnoxious.
Yeah, I feel like Zac is just the embodiment of the Sunfire Cape problem.
He is.
You know, it's sort of like, it's not very noticeable, but a lot of very consistent damage. If he's in there getting stuff done.
No. You can't do that to him. The lane state is so rough.
Well, there's the elastic slingshot that does come forward. Another stretching strike to come down, but Dudu is going to survive this one. But like you say, it just means that the lane continues to be an absolute tragedy. Taeyun taking a bit of damage here as the Blade Caller comes in. Endor moving on over, but there's a minion wave for Paddock to get behind. This should just be the Drake going over to the Kwangdong Freaks. Croco showing topside, probably knows that this is what's going to happen, as Beryl and Paddock need to be a little bit careful.
So we actually had Croco just path cross map to make sure that this didn't happen. I think he got spotted on the wave, but based on how they're trying to set up here, that maybe not the case. And yeah, Dudu.
Yeah, Rascal getting very aggressive. Infernal Chains does pull him back as Bulldog's now in trouble. Does shift the sands, gets the shield, and is going to be relatively all right, but he doesn't have teleport and now doesn't have flash. He's going to miss out on a lot here in this mid lane.
And Bulldog is going to try and catch the wave. Needs to be careful of this explosion. Still gets hit by it.
I mean, that's pretty avoidable. As Croco is going to come on over, he's like emoting and stuff. He's absolutely fine.
You don't have TP either, so that's going to be a lot.
Alton towards the bottom side of the map. Beryl trying to get that stun off, does manage to make his way out. Blade Caller is decent, and they weather the storm. No ultimate kills for you, Taeyun, there towards that bottom side, but a decent attempt.
Oh, Rascal.
He is playing real aggressive. And look at Croco, just doing blobby things.
He doesn't have ult or flash. Oh, they don't want to take the risk. We did see some pings going down there. They don't have a wave right now. Instead, you're going to use the pressure that they have to start up the Herald here. And
I love Zac, man. What a great champion.
So happy he's... I'm kind of baffled by the Zac being pulled out in like the...
Do you miss the old, like the old but not as old as current Ultimate? The Kidnap?
Oh, no, I like this one a lot more.
Yeah.
I'm glad this one is back.
I kind of like Let's Bounce. It is a bit silly, you know? You just like...
But Zac is inherently such... He's so silly.
He is.
It's just a... there is no smiter for Youngjae, and Croco is able to just pick it up. Doesn't have a top laner, though.
Let's see what's going to happen here as Nature's Grasp does come down.
Should die here.
He's going to bounce, and is going to be taken down to his passive. And I don't think that they're going to be able to keep him alive. No teleport on top of that one because there's no teleport available. So he does collect the eye, but he's then dead. Fate is also going to find Arndil. Nice little dodge there on Fate's Tristana, avoiding the Winter's Bite. Very nice. And Croco.
He's going Sunfire first.
Oh, there we go.
He's doing it.
It is the absolute dream. So he has done it.
So Gold-wise, this will still be positive, a net positive gain for DRX because they have the Herald, they'll be able to get the plates, and all that Kwangdong got was a kill. When you look at the individual laning, though, this is really nice for Dudu. This eases up a lot of pressure because he was falling extremely far behind. Still will be with all the plates that have gone over, and Croco might even have an opportunity to take down that top line turret very early on, as Croco is...
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Rascal is ulting off cooldown, man. He is just ulting off cooldown.
And we're going to put the money towards Fate.
They're going to try to anyway. See whether he can actually get towards the turret, and he does. Makes it in range. That is another plate. Oh, the Emperor's Divide comes down, and that is going to be enough to get them out of there, but they can just come back and do it again. I'm pretty sure Emperor's Divide has a longer cooldown than Elastic Slingshot. Pretty sure.
Yeah. I would like Croco to farm a little bit more. I do think that he's been very high impact on the ganks, but definitely needs to try and at least stay even. But when I look, he's still level up on Youngjae, which I think is just because of the successful ganks, the objective that he picked up, as well as the lane XP, because he has been ganking a lot. So, you know, he's actually completely fine.
Beryl is just walking
Cleanse
at
used.
Taeyun, and yeah, the cleanse is down, flash is down, ult is now used. Taeyun just trying to take matters into his own hands. There is a tree moving towards this bottom side as Beryl trying to get himself out, and in comes Croco! Stretch Armstrong will be able to grab the kill onto this area. Now Youngjae trying to get himself out of there. They have already managed to get the kill onto Beryl, but Croco is just waiting for his cooldowns. And still, Andal being there, that's going to be enough to even this one out. Man, Taeyun is playing hyper aggressive. I'm kind of all right with it. Didn't work out in that instance.
And they feel safe because Youngjae is also on his way, but it's important to remember that the counter ganks of Azek are very, very tough. As I don't know if we're going back to this.
let's watch this again.
Croco, you know, he knew he was going to die because this is Maokai. You don't have a top laner, but takes the death just to secure. Tries to get out with the W, doesn't actually end up going, canceling it, and even then, there is no way against Maokai and Aatrox you get to channel a full E.
Yeah.
But this play actually works out really well, right? Taeyun unfortunately gets caught even with his cleanse mid-hop and then tries to go for the counterplay. I was worried here for Croco that he actually was going to get his E cancelled, but gets it off before the Maokai ult hits. And as a result of that, like the moment the knockdown lands, Taeyun is just straight up that. Giving up barrel for that is fine because you are able to still keep your AD carry alive. You will be able to farm nonetheless. And the Herald going down mid meant that one plate left there. Top side, last time I checked, only 2 plates left for Dudu, which has led to this already 2k gold lead. And I think if the DRX comp gets a lead, they push it so hard because they have so much fret when they dive in.
Yeah, I don't know when Dudu is going to find some relevance, but against a Crocodile that's in this sort of position, it's real good. As once again, Dominus comes off cooldown, guess what? Rascal's pressing his R button. This is mega aggressive. Like, all he is doing is trying to crush this lane as hard as possible.
And let's not forget, for Kwangdong, even a single game loss,
and they're out.
That's it. They need to 2-0 here. If they want to keep their shot at making playoffs, getting to the regional qualifier alive, cannot even afford a single one. And I do think that if DRX, you know, over-index into a choke, into an Azir, into a Braum, it can backfire. But right now, they're not showing any signs of slowing down. They picked up the first Drake as well, got the Mountain. Now, there are a lot of not-so-great Drakes, but individual Drakes, even just a single Mountain, is going to be big. Croco has a lot of money, so probably should be looking for a back here. But Youngjae might look for a play. Sunfire first. What a world.
It's a beautiful time to be alive. It really is. You can go Abyssal Mask after that as well. And
Fate?
So good as, yeah, Fate is looking to gank Dudu. It's just not a great time. He is looking to clear out the wave. Worldender has come through. There's the flash. Immediately the answer is there from Fate. Buster Shot comes through. That was beautifully executed by DRX. And they take the turret.
Dudu tries desperately to outplay, but it doesn't end up working out. And the worst part is, Bulldog doesn't have TP. And he doesn't even get to go for plates because Croco is waiting. We'll be able to pick up the wave as well, so the losses are minimal. Maybe a dive towards the bot side could try and dig DRX or a Kwangdong Rider out of this hole, but they don't want to take the risk.
Yeah, no teleport for Bulldog to try and augment this because we did see Youngjae moving down. Croco is in the vicinity though, and it is just going to be a reset from Kwangdong.
Look at this! Look where he's just teleporting from right beside his turret as well. Who is this DRX?
I don't know.
Where have they been?
This is, we have the opportunity to get to 6. Let's win Worlds DRX. That's what this DRX is, man. This is like Beryl's realized that, you know, he could get even more skins money. You know? Like, I don't know, man. There's something about as the year goes on, the DRX is always lurking. And I'm frightened. I mean, they are still, even if they win this game and they knock Kwangdong Freaks out, that doesn't mean that they're in. That means that they're going to be waiting with bated breath to see what KT versus Live Sandbox holds for us.
The problem is that it's all jokes until it's not.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're joking. You know, it's like, oh, yeah, then they're not going to make it.
I mean, am I joking?
I don't know. Was
I joking last year?
We were. That's what scares me.
Yeah.
We'll see. You never know. DRX need to actually win the series, for starters. If they lose, it's always going to be Sandbox. So, we'll see. But this game number 1, I gotta say, we're not getting ahead of ourselves, but DRX
looking like in a pretty good spot. They're looking in a pretty good spot here. Also, we have to remember that there are a few caveats that need to be thrown down. The Kwangdong Freaks draft, like we said, didn't have a lot of power in the laning phase. What they need is a kind of kerfuffle in the mid to late game.
One big one.
Yeah, and Youngjae is actually going to bait out the Magna Storm from Beryl here. Nature's Grasp comes in. Immediate cleanse, but that is a dead Beryl once more. Still, fair bit of damage onto Youngjae. He's burning down. It's Fate looking for his opportunity to get on over. Croco and Puddock now kind of off in no man's land, and Fate wondering what he's supposed to be doing here. Dudu's towards the bottom side. Rascal is roaming up.
Dudu doesn't have TP yet.
Yeah, he's going to be very late to this party. Croco's still waiting. Elastic Slingshot at the ready. Rocket Jump will be able to get them in there. As can Croco actually steal this away? He does manage to collect it. And now Fate has dived in. Taeyun trying to skate his way over as the flashless bounce from this. Zac gets Taeyun over the wall. And Croco, I think, still has his passive. Look at all these bloblets being consumed. So he's A-OK. And Fate's going to destroy Bulldog with a buster shot. I don't know how that turn worked, but it worked real well.
Couple key factors there. Rascal early on the roam. Croco finds the backline, and Puddock, he kites back beautifully while also flashing the ult from Bulldog. And as a result, they're up a member. The fact that Barrow has gone down and did nothing in that fight doesn't end up mattering.
Baited them into exactly
no, we're not going to give him credit for this one.
No, he's still my POG.
No, Atlas. Barrow goes down, messes up his engage after the Youngjae flash comes through. But then I want you to pay attention to, one, the Crocodile will be here. Secondly, everyone on Kwangdong funnels into Puddock, who then flashes, and then Croco goes in, knows he has his passive, has a Sunfire, know they're up a member, and that's Herald going over, Carrie's getting more fat, and Kwangdong looking, or DRX rather, looking good.
And look, she's like completely dumbfounded. She's like, this is not, wait,
what?
This is not, surely.
Huh?
No, 2022, that was last year. This is 2023. Oh, and we're memes.
No!
Oh no! I like that we got like the full screen as well. It's like, and yes, that is you making that face. All right, Croco in the back of the pit here. Beryl can get over. Puddock not going to be as mobile there, but they managed to take down this outer turret towards the bottom side of the macro play, working out quite well for DRX. I say that with a slight chuckle because it's just not really been what DRX have been great at so far this season.
And the biggest part of this turnaround, Rascal, you know, he's had a few rough weeks, but so has Dudu, right? Which makes sense given...
going to get pulled back here, doesn't have flash. Is it all a bait? The answer is no, he is just dead. Croco going to find another Let's Bounce as Dudu is dead. So it's a 1-for-1 top laner for AD carry. Still not the worst for Kwangdong Freaks. Even trades when you're behind certainly do feel all right. They do have control of this mid lane. There is a backup AD carry here for DRX.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this fight goes. Rascal does have teleport available. There's two choices. Either DRX contest or they get mid and possibly an inner. I would prefer that, but they are going to go for the fight. As you point out, they have an AD carry. 15 seconds before Dudu can TP in.
That is a big flank from Rascal as well as Taeyun has got the ult out. Another Emperor's Divide does come through, but look at the Croc! Still still, Taeyeon is just free hitting. I just don't know whether it's going to be enough because Fate is rocket jumping on top of him. The explosive charge is there. Rascal is slicing and dicing, and that is going to be the Drake taken down. DRX, they claim that one. It's going to be an Ocean Soul, but I don't know whether we're even going to be able to get to the first Ocean Drake.
And as I was saying, just before DRX stomped that fight, 7k gold lead now. Infernal Drake, Ocean on the cards as well, which with a lineup with, you know, a Renex and Zac.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You're going to be feeling pretty good about
the health regen aspect, pretty good for the Blobby, man.
The turnaround for Croco and Fate could not be... Let's not forget that the beginning of the split was marked by Croco, very justifiably so I might add, getting subbed out for Juhan because he was playing very, very, very poorly, and Yehu playing for the first couple of weeks. And then look at them now.
I don't understand what it means. I don't really know. But we already knew that Croco and Fate, both of these players,
we knew they were bad.
They had so much potential. And they are starting to show us what that kind of means. Emperor's Divide used only onto one isn't optimal, but the teleport positioning from Rascal in this fight, absolutely nutty. Just gets to exactly where he needs to go, avoids the Azir, and there's not a whole lot that they can do about it. This guy's pretty good at the Crocodile, and a very happy Rascal face there as well.
And this is what we were talking about when this composition gets ahead. Like for Kwangla, what do? Because if Zac can jump on top of you and just tank all your burst while a Crocodile is eating up your backline, they didn't even have Paddock. They didn't need him.
I'm like, okay, well, Nature's Grasp is going to come down. Paddock is going to immediately cleanse. And the ultimate has to come through. Young Jay has to flash, though, as Rascal once again on the mega flank. Still 1v4. Don't know about that one. We'll see how that is going to work here as he does make his way out. Fate's moving in. And Dudu, I don't know whether he can tank everyone. Glacial Fissure only onto Croco. And he's going to dive in. He does go head first into the Emperor's Divide. And now Taeyeon has altered. Croco's still wanting more as Mini Flubber now as he makes his way towards maybe a Baron. They don't have Emperor's Divide. Flash on Taeyeon, ult on Taeyeon, Glacial Fit. They don't have anything. There is nothing left.
Not looking too hard, did anyone when it comes to mechanical execution. And that one, Croco flashing forward, not to get anything done. A lot of skill shots missing, but Kwangdong crucially don't get a kill and use 4 flashes in that engage.
Yeah.
And he goes.
Here it is again. The stretching strike going to connect onto the Azir. The crash down is gorgeous from Beryl there as well. And Fate just free hitting alongside Paddock. That is going to guarantee the Baron. It's a 9,000 gold lead. And DRX look really good. Like, yeah, that was a messy fight. But it's all about, for me, when I watched this team, what they didn't have was any form of cohesion.
And 0 mid-jungle.
Yeah. Nothing. And now, they're playing like this well-oiled, well, not well-oiled machine, but like a machine. Yeah. That has been constructed.
You know, it might be squeaky, but it has a clear goal and it's barreling towards it.
It's got 2 wheels and some pedals, man, and it is going down the street.
Is it a bike? We don't know. Doesn't really matter.
I mean, the wheels were on sideways before, you know, and now they're at least pointing in the right direction. That analogy didn't quite work, but
are there brakes?
Partially understood.
Who knows?
Yeah, no. Well, there ain't no brakes. No, not until the end of worlds, man. That's how it is, dear.
No, Atlas, we're not getting ahead of ourselves. We're not doing it. And for DRX, getting a win here, not enough. They need to win the series, but for Kwangdong, if they lose this,
well, Nature's Grasp going to come through here as Croco trying to find a target. Andal's going to be in trouble as Beryl just magnet storms his way in. 2 very swift kills, and they just have so much damage. Like, look at Fate. He drew some beads, had some beautiful pictures of beads that he's got right there, and he's able to do so much damage. Like, that looked like more Tristana damage than I've really been used to, and that's, I guess, what a 12,000 gold lead at 23 minutes is going to offer you. This is a mega stomp. This is a shellacking, if ever I have seen one. And DRX, they just need to close this one out, honestly. There's nothing that Kwangdong Freaks can do.
There really isn't. Once you're in this position, for Kwangdong, if it was like a 5k gold lead, I'm like, one bad engage from DRX, who again are forced to engage into one bad one, maybe around some turrets, easy. But when this comp gets ahead, you can do things like this. And it's really silly.
And he also like broke the Nature's Grasp with Paddock. That's kind of cool, actually, how it works.
Like, okay.
Like, I just want to do a little elastic slingshot that he doesn't. All right, Quandong Freak's trying to defend here towards his top side. Going to be very, very difficult. The Renekton in a side lane, unanswerable. And Fate 7-0-4 on the Tristana. Also, there's not a lot of answering that guy either. Just wondering where he's going to attack next.
3 levels up.
Yeah.
Is Croco.
Yeah, he's got a Spectre's Cowl there as well, building towards a Spirit Visage. I was kind of expecting a little bit more the aggressive route with the Abyssal Mask, and then I noticed that there is no magic damage really on the team outside of himself. So
hey, Rascal has an ultimate, okay?
That is true. That is true.
No, you know, Abyssal for Sunfire, I think on any champion that isn't Zac, definitely the call, but
Abyssal on Zac is even better. You press W, all your W damage is amplified. You press that all the time.
Heal more.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool, I guess. You know, it depends on what you want.
If you are a big Sunfire damage guy, Rascal might be in trouble. Oh,
yeah, he's going to have to go golden. Let's see whether the stun is going to come through, and it is. And so Rascal is just going to try and gore drink, and in goes Croco. The Crocodile is still alive, guys. Manages to get the stun onto Taylor. Croco finishes him off. These wallets are absurdly massive at this point in time, we have to remember, and Fate is just going to live through it all. That is the ace. There's not a whole lot of ways Quandong Freaks could have won this game. That was as close as they were going to get, and it was still a clean ace, 5-0.
And with this, Quandong, they might still win the series. They might bounce back, even though it's not likely after a loss like this. But as soon as that Nexus falls, their chances of making playoffs, the team that was the front runner like 4 or 5 weeks ago.
Yeah.
They were in such a good position.
The percentages told me
the
it was like 70% or something like that. I was lied to by the percentages. Although the percentages kind of work as probability, so there is still that 30% chance. We just kind of hit the 30% chance.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
this is
Rascal getting caught. This should have been a pick. As it turns out, if you're an incredibly fed Renekton and you have Gore Drinker and Q with a bunch of Fury, and then you flash into a wall, it just doesn't seem to matter. As it stuns Heiyun, and Croco just kills him.
It's really nicely done there as well. Activates the ult before he actually goes into his stasis, so his Fury is ticking up.
Yep.
나 자크야.
Did he say nice Zac? I think he may have. But yeah, no, he's it's a nice Zac. Pretty nice Zac you got there, Croco.
Oh yeah, you know I put my vote in like 10 minutes ago.
Oh, I mean, it was almost like a straight out of champ select. Like, if DRX are going to win this, it's going to be the Croco vote, right? Because he's the one that picked the cool champion. And if Zac doesn't work, he just kind of like blobs around and doesn't do a whole lot.
Doesn't do anything.
It's a little bit like a donation. But if you get into the backline and start Let's bouncing and you're this far ahead and you've got a Sunfire Cape, you're doing so much damage and also so much disruption that DRX's composition really does utilize.
Really disappointed in the space. I mean, I won't be. I love the space. But if we don't get a Sunfire damage nod...
Oh, I mean... His ults, yeah, ults is here today, so of course we're going to get a Sunfire damage nod. That's just how it goes. His Crashdown does come through. We're just looking to clean up the base here is DRX. As Taeyun trying to do what he can. He's going to flash out of the way of Croco. Does get a stretching strike, and the stun comes down from Rascal. He finds the slice and dice. That's the double kill, and there is no damage left remaining outside of, I guess, Dudu here, who does... You know, he's at least level 15, but even with World Ender, he's not going to be doing anything here. These Nexus turrets are going to get taken, and DRX plowing themselves towards a potential 6th place with their first victory in this series. This is going to mean Quandong Freaks are eliminated from playoffs contention. The DRX, they need to win the second one to keep their chances as high as possible.
It's a good start for DRX. Are in this game number 1. About as confident as you can go into a second game. But again, 2-1, 2-0, it doesn't matter. They need to win this series if they want to have a shot. If they lose in any way, it is Liv Sandbox who's going to make it, no matter what. And because the 2-0 now, has a 2-0 opportunity has been eliminated. But when you look at this game, it doesn't feel very likely that Quandong finally bounce back after how their round 2 has been going.
No, I'd agree. I also just like really like the look of that coach's booth as well for DRX. You can see not looking like they're celebrating too much, but spirits are high. That's a happy Croco over there, getting some congratulations from the staff as well. Like, that is what we want to see. DRX, it has been a rough time this year. And we meme and we say things like, this is exactly the same as last year. And it is. And it was rough last year for this squad. Going to continue to, well, like, this is the new version of the squad, right? Like, Beryl is there, but everybody else is a change-up. Shout-outs to Padak as well. I think he had a pretty decent game on the Xayah.
Rascal also topped the damage.
Yeah, I mean, Rascal was a monster. He was just, he was like, every time Dominus was there, he was pressing the R button. He was the biggest crocodile ever. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space will break down game number 1. We'll get to game number 2. See you there.
나와봐. 나 다 뛸게 이번에. 우리 다 뛸게. 떴어. 앞에 거 쳐봐. 앞에 거. 나 뒤가 살짝 안 나. 한번 빼면서.
뺄 수 있어. 잡았어. 나 W 2초. 제리 이제 높을. 아지라.
때려봐봐.
제리 잡았어. 나 죽었어. 아트 높을.
오케이. 던질까 말까. 아트 다이브 된다.
해보던가.
갈게. 던질까 말까.
난 뒤로
큐 모임. 큐 그냥 안 맞아.
아트 높을.
뒷무빙. 평타.
오빠 죽었어. 내려가.
평타.
나이스.
안 죽는데?
아까 이거 패시브 있어서 다 되지 않나?
그러면 아토멜 디플.
패시브 안 터져 타워에.
좋은데? 좋은데?
Do you ever wanna get and welcome to the space. We're here after game number 1 as DRX was able to take down Kwangdong Freaks and make it pretty simple, pulling out the Zac for that one. I am Valdez, with me is Ox and Huni today. What do you guys think about this first game in the draft?
Yeah, I think Stonks in Jack going up. You know, everyone's seen Flubber, fantastic film, and I think we really got a kind of a repeat of that coming out in this game.
Yeah, I mean, if you see the draft, like, I think the Brandon was like really high for the Zac, which is like he's a one-trick Zac player right now. It's like I was asking a lot of questions, and he was be able to actually answer every single my question. He was that good, and Zac did matter this game, like a lot. And the first thing is like I was really disappointed, like the Kwangdong Freaks the draft. Like first of all, like they're higher prioritizing the Aatrox than Renekton when it's up, and they're also higher prioritizing the Zeri when Xayah is up as well. There's so many factors that they could have picked the better champion against the enemy team comp, but they didn't. And this is the result.
Yeah, I also hate the Braum here because you're playing into Zac Rel, and both those champs are really similar in that they have very powerful but very telegraphed and interruptible engage. So if you picked something like Janna, Alistar was obviously banned, but something like that can interrupt their engage, you can actually shut them down completely. Braum can't do any of that. In fact, Braum doesn't have much instant CC apart from his ult, and what you saw in the game is Zac jumps in, no one stops him, he lands on top of the Braum and the Zeri, for example, and just slams them together. So, you know, I actually think Janna would have been amazing here, but Braum was definitely not the pick.
It's a Q-Max, by the way.
Even worse.
Q-Max,
even worse.
We did see 3 points in E afterwards, but it was just sadness all the way around. Guys, let's take a look at the first highlight here, which was a bunch of the fights we saw early on in the game, and it essentially did come down to the Zac pressure even before he has maxed E.
I mean, this is the thing, like, as I stated from the draft, like, when you want to play Aatrox into Renekton, like, it's just already really tough. Like, you can't set up the gank that is like the Aatrox side earlier. You have to play no matter what, kind of like the passives and just looking for scale. But they make really great the proactive play with the Zac, like, every single time consistently.
Yeah, and the angles you can find with Zac, I feel like we don't see it that much in competitive, not for a while at least. And so you kind of forget how threatening the pick can be. Like here, you know, Taeyun's thinking potentially Zac could be over the wall, but that leap range is just ridiculous. And there's no way Taeyun was expecting the Zac to come that far out of the fog of war.
Yeah, I mean, early on, you know, the leap isn't that long, but once you start to get some levels in it, he's going to be attacking you from any which angle. As this one, Youngjae actually did get started off pretty well for the team, was able to flash away and put his R down, but afterwards, it was just sadness.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... Oh, yeah. I mean, after it was like just the main reason was like Aatrox wasn't there, and it's being able to just like fight for the before with the DRX. They got the huge win, and it's just like they just rolled the game over.
Yeah, I think we had a bit more on that when the Herald fight where Zac was just bouncing everywhere. They couldn't really do anything to shut him down, but you know, they built up this massive lead in the early game, and I think when you have a champion like Zac, when he's ahead, he just feels so obnoxious because it's very hard to stop his engage from such a long distance, and also he becomes so hard to kill, and with him like bouncing around, picking up his blobs, if you're behind, you will never outdamage his healing.
You never will, and you're not even going to have time. Even if he does go into his passive, you're not going to be able to kill him when the enemy team is just so far ahead. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, which was the Drake fight we had. This one was kind of like the cherry on top. Kwangdong Freaks kind of grouping up for this one.
Yeah, I mean, every single time, Zac just started with the jump, and it's like he forced the Azir ulti, and then after, look at the Tristana. He has a free angle that he can jump everywhere because, like, the front lane is just jumping for them, and it's jumping for him, and it's like, it's just how easy for them to be able to fight with the double 80 carry.
Yeah, and just being able to dictate the fight so well, so easily, so comfortably. I think that they came in with a really strong draft, and you know, we're at this point where every match is going to be super important. There's so many like different scenarios where game difference can be a factor, or just getting the win. And I think coming in with the prep with the Zac really making a big difference today.
Yeah, it was really nice, and I think it's just part of DRX's road to potentially making it into playoffs. They will need
the
Liv
back-to-back
Sandbox.
Wills win?
Yeah, could happen. Beryl is on this team, and they will need Liv Sandbox to lose later on in their series against KT for it to be possible, but that is a pretty likely one. I believe we should have the POG ready at this point to see who does pick it up on the side of DRX, and it will be Krako. No big surprise here.
Yeah, I mean, he brought a new champ. It's like, it's... haven't really, you know, anyone haven't tried it 100%ly, and it's like he was really sure that this is the angle, and he actually proved himself. he deserves it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, ultimately Zac is always going to be a powerhouse in team fights, but one of the weaknesses he typically has is sometimes early levels before you have 3 points in E, you don't have the most impact, but Croco was finding fantastic angles, and here, so much impact in this team fight. He's got his passive as well, so even if they killed him, they wouldn't be able to finish him off, but just surviving for such a long time. Look at that range! The Braum is just doing nothing there. What can you do?
Yeah, also when you land your ult onto someone, they get stunned up for a good 1.5 seconds, and it's really rough. And you talked about it in the draft talks, the layering of the Rel as well. It's just, there's nothing on the side of Kwangdong that could stop them.
I know, you might as well just play Syndra support, right?
Honestly, pretty based.
Well, we did have one media person who had some trouble with this one, but should have been 11 out of 11. Sorry, Croco. Renekton did press W though.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, if you really have to say, like, he made the Zac gankable, the lane was like, you know, everything was a plan, and to make sure Zac is going on the track all the game,
That
you know?
person just didn't like the film Flubber, you know?
Yeah, that must be it.
Found it weird.
I think
Very
basically,
strange. Very strange.
Basically.
Basically.
White dumbs. White dumbs.
Yeah, I agree. Guys, I think we are just about ready to go over to the casters for game number 2. So let's see what they have to say about that one.
I would say that if you are a Robin Williams anti, then you're wrong. And so I think that everyone has to like Flubber. I think that is just a thing. So that guy, just a real... So what he did is he voted for the Crocodile instead of Croco. It was not... It was just, you know, it's an understandable mistake. These things happen. Like, you see Crocodile, you're like, Croco, there he is. Oh, whoopsies. And there's no take-backsies when it comes to the POG vote.
That's actually written in when you click the button for it says
there's
no
terms and conditions say no take-backsies actually in there.
Have you ever read the terms and conditions of anything?
Yeah, I read them all the time after I've agreed to them.
It's just as fun leisure.
Yeah, it's a leisure thing. You know, like other people read books and Reddit. I read terms and conditions. Yeah. I wonder whether there's a subreddit for just different terms and conditions that you can read.
Yeah, you can just read, and they recommend it to one another. Oh, like this really had a twist.
Yeah,
like when we got to sub-paragraph B of chapter 8, like you will not believe.
I mean, if you watch the first episode of the most recent season of Black Mirror, you know, like you got to read those terms and conditions, man. There are some crazy things that are in there. People could start making AI movies about you. You never know. We're here in the draft. The first ban is going to be a Jace, as Kwangdong Freaks now have the blue side. DRX, what are you going to do with your counter pick options that you do have? And what adaptations will we see, if any, from Kwangdong Freaks this time around? If they're not going to adapt, they're going to ban Kai'Sa and Vi, but they're probably not going to ban Kai'Sa. I could imagine that that's on their first pick list. But I think Tristana, probably a good one to be on there as well.
Okay, so they do, because I was about to say, because I could see a world in which DRX don't end up banning the Tristana, and if you ban the Kai'Sa, if you don't ban the Kai'Sa rather, then you get to choose between the two, but then they get the other one. Might not want to take that risk, might not want to give over some of these combos. DRX is just going to take away the Tristana. Is a pick that Bulldog has looked pretty comfortable on, and the Azir was not very convincing, although, as mentioned, to me, wasn't really about an individual player for Kwangdong. I just didn't like the draft that much. Vi also going to get taken away. Croco, of course, a Vi player of the highest pedigree, as we saw last year.
Yep. So Poppy or Cassante, they're going to be the two bans the DRX are kind of looking at, if we're considering the same bans as last time around. Certain first pick options are things that you do need to be worried about, though. Nico's still available, but the Poppy, I think, is a very understandable ban. Has been very, very powerful. As LeBlanc, not necessarily all that powerful, has sort of slipped down the priority list quite a lot.
Yeah.
The Kwangdong Freaks still considering it here for Bulldog, and they are going to lock it in. DRX, what is the response?
We'll see. Sporting a incredible 37% win rate, and I'm not one to really go on about win rates too much because I think there's a lot of factors that influence them. I think priority and presence in draft generally are a lot more important.
Not to mention the players that are going to be playing it. And
exactly. That's all part of the circumstance, right? But the LeBlanc has just not worked unless you are either sizably ahead or very crisp on the execution. And with Kwangdong right now, I don't know why we're trying to go for these...
Any Maokai.
This crazy... Yeah, just any Maokai, it will be perfectly fine. You can go any Viego as well if you want to go for a little bit more of an aggressive angle. But I would have loved it if Kwangdong just like locked in any themselves and just try to play something straightforward.
Oh, okay, Croco.
Rocco.
Oh, but do you remember a certain top laner that really enjoyed playing Lee Sin?
It could be flexed.
Yeah.
It could happen, Atlas.
That would be my dream. DRX have been flexing a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, they have.
They could, in fact, pick, you know, go third pick Maokai, and you'd still not know whether that Lee Sin was going top or not. It's actually kind of crazy. Viego going to be the lock-in, though, here for Kwangdong Freaks. They're going to try and fight fire with fire. It's been a while since we've seen Viego Lee Sin. Feels like last year, where the jungle meta was just kind of that. As K'Sante, the Dusante, being considered, and that will be locked away. DRX, what are we going to pick up here? I don't know whether you necessarily need to be Xayah in this game, as Renekton going to be the consideration. I'm a bit sad, because I really do like the Rascal Lee Sin. But I don't know whether it's necessarily going to be the pick into K'Sante, who can say, I would prefer not to be kicked. Thank you very much. And the Crocodile going to come in. So the Shuriman battle towards the top side of the map is going to be confirmed. And then we're going to dive into our next ban phase.
And no bot lanes picked up yet. Looking at the top side, the 2v2 of the Viego and the LeBlanc, pretty decent. I do think that this iteration of LeBlanc is a lot worse because of the way that the item spikes work. And landing your chain doesn't necessarily guarantee that you'll be able to actually have all the damage necessary to burst down some of the beefier targets. Any generally will be pretty healthy, right? With the fact that she has her Molten Shield, often goes for Rylai's as well. But the 2v2, I think, for any 2v2 or 3v3 for DRX looks really good here. If it's longer trades, could see Kwangdong win. If they're able to get the resets on Viego, if they're able to isolate the target with K'Sante. But DRX's comp is just... It's really easy. You press an Annie stun or a Renekton stun, and then you kill the target.
Yeah.
It's very straightforward. There's not a lot that can go wrong. And I really like those types of drafts. R4 Rel feels like an extremely telegraphed option here. Kwangdong don't bend in the way. That's 100% what's going to happen.
Yeah, and if it doesn't, oh, of course, Alistair has already been banned. It could have been the Rakan. But instead, the Rel is just going to go through, and surprisingly, it will just be snapped up.
Who could have known?
Yeah, not me. I have absolutely no idea.
What is the bot lane going to be here for Taeun and Until? The Zeri didn't really work. They don't know what Paddock is going to end up playing here. I feel like this is a Xayah bait setup. Neela blind, Taeun!
That... what would be the more crazy blind pick, Vayne or Neela? I think it might have been Vayne. Zeri just going to be the lock-in here, and we're going to Zeri Braum once again.
Zeri, you have no engage.
Yeah. Maybe you don't need engage if your LeBlanc is going to get ahead and start poking them down. I like Smearl.
Oh,
really
no!
Like Smearl here. The Kog'Maw would be even better.
So this is a really interesting place where DRX can just pick anything with range and it work out. This is obviously the most comfortable, has a lot of self-peel, and it will end up just being this. I think that the Xayah is really good into anything but the LeBlanc. So if the Bulldog gets really far ahead, the game will become hard to play for Paddock. But DRX have another draft that is very reminiscent of what Sandbox used to play, right?
Yeah.
Everything has CC. Everything has go potential, and Paddock, you know, good luck. You're kind of on your own in this one. The rest of the team goes in, dives aggressively. I actually thought the Samira was really good as well with the amount of CC that the rest of the team has, and Samira Rel is obviously a great...
Smearl.
Yeah, it's a great combination.
It is. It's a very good combination.
For Kwangdong... Yeah, for Kwangdong. The mid-jungle 2v2 is going to have to be better. That's the main thing. I think the bot lane matchup still is a little bit rough. Don't expect to see too much action there. And towards the top side of the map, we do have Dusante, but it's lost some of its shine recently. So if Annie and Lee get ahead, they start running the map. If they get the LeBlanc ad, though, everything kind of falls into place. So a lot of it comes down to Bulldog. How does he do in the lane?
Yeah.
How does Youngjae set up for him? Because if we get like an early kill or two for Fade and Croco again. It's not happening.
It could be really doomed, especially if they can then translate that into getting set up around these objectives you mentioned already. It's a bit of a pile-in comp, and it just tends to work if things go their way. Outside of that, though, like you say, some shenanigans can come through. We know that the Dusante is a terrifying prospect if he gets ahead. Let's see what Kondong Freaks can be capable of with nothing to lose. All right, here we are onto the Rift for game number 2. DRX wanting to up their chances of making it to playoffs with a 2-0 here. Try and make it as hard as possible for Liv Sandbox to get there. Any sort of victory that they pick up here, though, if KT wins the next series, it is DRX going to playoffs. They will be the 6th place team. Seems to be the summer position of DRX.
Yeah, that's. Oh, maybe Barrow gets to do a double jump over the wall here. Doesn't end up going for it, it looks like. Yeah, just to reiterate, if DRX win this,
yeah,
no matter what the score is, they will be in a favorable position. But Sandbox will always be in control of their own fate. If they beat KT, even if DRX win, it's Sandbox that makes it.
Yep.
But beating KT, that is, I think, a textbook example of easier said than done.
Well, all you have to ask is, do you think that Liv Sandbox is as good as Bro?
I don't even think half the time Bro is as good as Bro.
Yeah, I don't know. Gen G weren't as good as Bro.
They definitely were not.
Still, yesterday kind of blew my mind.
It did.
Still
Yeah, I'm not making a, oh no, Sandbox would never win. I'm not doing that. We've learned. We have learned our lesson.
And they're the ones that are going to be playing with the most desperation, right? KT are already confirmed first place. They are not going to be losing it. That is thanks to Bro. And so they could be coming out with some crazy drafts. They could be trying to show as little as possible moving towards the playoffs. Does make some sense. Never really know. As Andal is going to find himself a Winter's Bite. Taeyun struggling to find the burst fires here, as you can see that Zaya's stocks have been rising of late. Quite a few victories in a row as Beryl is just tanking these queues over and over again. Just likes Fireplaces, I think.
Yeah, I think a large part of that is also that Kai'Sa has just been banned a whole lot more, and we've seen a little bit more experimentation if she is left up, as opposed to just picking the Xayah. And the Xayah is just a great AD carry. There is a lot of aggression, a lot of dive. We do have some poke comps, but those also require you to execute well. The irony as well of Croco and Fate maybe being able to knock Sandbox out of playoffs,
right,
is definitely palpable.
There is certainly some storyline angles. There are some narrative angles to look out for as far as the experience of all of these players. As in something that we're going to be mentioning in our next series, and something we'll have to judge the form of Liv Sandbox that we're going to see, because they might come out and it's just, you know, kind of like the Umpty show yesterday, where Umpty's secret stuff was really on full display. And the boys just got together behind their general. One last stand. Absolutely beautiful that we did get the demonstration of the Giga Chads towards the end. And maybe we'll get the same story for the bout between KT and Liv Sandbox. I'd just like it to be a bit competitive. If it's KT just coming in, wiping the floor with them, that would just be a little bit sad.
It would be a very deflating ending as well to Sandbox their split, as Youngjae is on a ward. So we'll see if this information is going to be used one way or another. Croco should know that the camps are fully taken, given that you can press tap and see that everything is there, but we'll be able to probably sneak away a Wolf camp here, getting a nice little lead for himself here. Should also, with the priority he has, be able to still easily get himself to the scuttle without being too worried about it getting contested. Sets up a ward as well.
Yeah.
And even if they don't spot Youngjae, then they kind of know, right? They kind of know that he will be then trying to play for a gank, will not get spotted. And Croco getting a small lead here early on.
And getting a lot of information as well, which is definitely fantastic. Spots that Bulldog is now shoved up just a little bit.
They know there's no jungle.
Yeah, Chain going to come through there as Bulldog going to get queued here by Croco. Not a lot of options with the distortion down, but wanting to get out of there as Dudu, the Dusante, does need to be respected. Still takes a lot of damage. Only level 5 for both of our top laners. Rascal not at pressing R all the time territory.
Youngjae, you have no mid laner.
But still, you can see Fate taking the long way around. He's got a bit of a battle here.
Going in.
The bottom side is Puddock going to get exhausted. That Blade Caller kind of fantastic as Rascal going to flash. Doesn't find the kill onto Dudu, though. Not enough damage. The Safeguard gets Croco out, finds a Q, ain't going to go in. And Youngjae going to win the battle for the popcorn chickens.
And even with Fate there, Fate was catching a wave in mid as, oh, Rascal, his ult. His ult. He's about to go down.
Dudu does not. And he is just going to look for a back with no flash available and flash for Dudu.
Yeah, crucial there in the jungle matchup as well was that Youngjae had already backed and was sitting on a crystal and a longsword, whereas Croco hadn't actually gotten any items. And now whips across the board. A lot of close calls, but no one taken down just yet.
Nope. Fate's got his Hextech cookie. Going to be building a dash cannon by the looks of things here for the Annie. Pretty understandable. Quandong Freaks just holding on here towards this bottom side. It is a slight advantage for Quandong Freaks. I think a lot of it to do with Bulldog being ahead by about a wave in mid. So LeBlanc, so far in the laning phase, working out quite effectively. But I think that a lot of what DRX wants to do lies in the mid game. So we'll see where the first sort of Herald fight, the first Drake fight, is going to leave us. And I think this top lane also going to tell us a fair bit as well. If the Dusante does get to, his insane levels that we know he's capable of, then this could really warp the game as well, because we see, there are so many versions of K'Sante these days.
Yeah.
There is the K'Sante that makes you feel like he was never nerfed and he's just broken. And then there's the K'Sante that just really looks like he's offering approximately 0.
Yeah, the champion really has shown that the line between making a play that looks good and a play that just kind of ends with you dying is very, very thin. And then when it does look good, it looks completely busted.
Yeah.
Which is, testament to the high skill chip the champion has. Is Youngjae, this might be a 4v4 for Scuttle here.
Yeah, there's a Q that's going to land straight onto Youngjae, so they get full information. This Scuttle going to be aggressive on the flash forward from Fate. The Tibbers is going to find the value, and the Viego is taken down immediately. Tibbers is burning everyone as Croco dives into the backline. No Dragon Rage kick available, and no Dragon Rage kick necessary, I guess, as Fate is going to take Robo Tibbers back to the river. They'll get themselves a bit of a shove. DRX strike first.
And the setup there, very nicely done. Beryl, as Puddock doesn't have his ult.
Yeah, and Taeyun is going to get the flash out of this Xayah. Not going to be able to get any solo kills, but once again, we like the aggression.
Still forces the summoner, so nicely done by Taeyun there, but a topside play, kind of a disaster, and you have to respect the instant engage potential that Annie provides, particularly when Rel is also there. It's also another example of why picking Braum into Rel just doesn't feel that good.
It is not great, as there is a stun. The kickback does come through. Dudu not able to mitigate the CC, but the all-out comes down. The Heartbreaker comes in, and Dudu is going to lock down the kill. Now there's a slice in from Youngjae as he does Heartbreak over. And it is going to get a safeguard out of Croco. He doesn't have flash as Beryl was moving towards the top side alongside Andil. And it's going to have to be a reset for Puddock. Nice strike back here for the Quandong Freaks.
Dusante 1v9 angle. That's what we're looking towards. No ultimate for Rascal there, crucially. Otherwise, might have been fine, but only Croco having his available. This is also Dudu going for full armor, right? You're playing into Lee Renekton, so actually doing a lot of damage is very tough. And does mean that with that kill, topside 2v2 looking a whole lot better. If Croco dies there as well, it's an actual disaster, but not going to be the end of the world now, but a much needed dose of pressure. This was not particularly close. As we'll see how much value Braum gets, and not a lot. Andil not able to put down the door beforehand before Viego gets 100 to 0, but I don't think it really would have changed too much. And then here we take another look. Rascal again doesn't have his ult available. Croco is able to get the second Q, but there just isn't enough damage available when he takes his Q. Not enough damage done by Rascal isn't actually to get anything going, and then Not enough damage is there, so you have to get out, because once Viego starts possessing the skirmish is no longer winnable. Might be a Drake here as well. Looks like Kwangdong is on that right now. We do see Croco nearby. I guess it's just a Scuttle that is going to be picked up here. Yep. Might still see a Drake attempt here from DRX.
They do have 3 control wards, just Kwangdong Freaks, in that bottom side river, so a lot of information is going to be there, as Rascal does get a whole bunch of Fury. Dudu trying to push around the Crocodile just a little bit. You can see, does have that health bar advantage. Bramblevest kind of doing some work as Dudu building towards everyone's favorite first item, Thornmail, although he does have the cheeky sheen, so it might just be a gauntlet with a casual Bramblevest.
Which is a lot better.
We love that.
Yeah, like that a lot more. Gives you a decent amount of offensive pressure as well. Beryl does have a level lead here over Undil, who dings 6 now. Might have another skirmish here. Yeah, Beryl just racing around, doesn't quite find the stab, the joust, if you will. As Youngjae looking for a stun opportunity. Rascal in a bit of trouble, as he does just go into his Dominus. Dudu's just going to walk this one off. That is going to be another free ultimate to come through from Rascal. Is Beryl going to get stunned, but get a flash forward immediately afterwards. Youngjae's going to be the target as he tries to ult away. The Tivers comes down onto the LeBlanc, and it's a fight on multiple fronts. It's going to be won by both teams. On each angle there, as Taeun is now ulted. Puddock now trying to fight off this Zeri, whose burst fires aren't really connecting. He's going to try and skate his way out. Extendo Beam comes in, but he's the wrong side of the rift. And I have a feeling that Taeun is really, really dead. Crashdown comes in. He does sidestep a few of the things here as Croco gets to work on the Wolves and gives the kill to Puddock. And we do see in the top side, meanwhile, Dudu all-outed Rascal is taken very low. Does have the defense of a turret here, but no ultimate available. If the Q hits, ooh, Rascal can't get hit by that, but he's going to timeout. Should be a plate for Dudu still, and Rascal will be okay. Youngjae now making his way over. Barrel also there. Puddock getting a kill is really big, though. Also means that Drake is going to go over to DRX the second game. A lot more contentious. Yeah, control ward goes in. Beryl gonna turn up. TP's available. Yeah, gets information. So Rascal should be able to buy himself a couple of items and then teleport back in. Hopefully he hasn't yeeted his shop away. But actually does not really purchase too much. Not quite Gore Drinker just yet. The whip and a hammer. So it should be all right. Kwangdong Freaks behind only a little bit of gold, about 500. He's going to be the tail of the tape here. But I'm looking at that top lane, I'm looking at Dudu, and he can warp these situations. It's not about how much gold you have, as Croco looks for the Arndale angle, but not going to go for a kick flash here. Yeah, nice attempt at trying to sell there as well from Fate. Peeling back, knowing they had a numbers advantage, but not going to be the case. Well evaded by Kwangdong, who will now be able to get themselves some additional plates here towards the mid lane. Are making sure as, oh, they're going to try and not let it crash. That would be huge. Oh dear, no smite. And so Croco not going to be able to lock that one down just yet. So it does get a charge. Yeah, I think he might have had it, but he doesn't have the full upgrade yet, so it's only 900. So he just didn't have enough damage to actually take it down. Unfortunately for DRX, but Kwangdong going to be very happy with that. Top side looking a lot better this time around, and a lot of the gold is on Barrel. It's looking like a much more competitive game. It is, which I am happy about, even though it is one of those where, you know, Kwangdong, you're already eliminated. Not ideal, as we do see Fade getting surprised by Zeri and also kind of being left alone by Croco and Barrow, who go very deep to kill the Viego. Top sides. Yeah, more battling here as the Dusante doing a whole bunch of work, but Rascal's Crocodile is pretty scary, and in goes Croco and just says goodbye. Yeah, you've got a great Casante. I've got a foot into the back of your head. And the original outplay. Flash in and kick him to death. Oh yeah, that'll do it. It's the good old kick and a punch. Yeah, getting the kill there, Dudu, unfortunately, and I don't think any blame towards Dudu. In the current state, we see this with Zeus as well. Try to go for these flip plays. You have to try something. It's obvious that the team right now is not in a great place. So trying your very best to play aggressively, go for 50-50 plays. You know, if you win that, if you kill Rascal there, might be worth it. Might be giving you the pressure that you so desperately need. It's also a testament again to Croco, whose presence on the map has been very, very much felt. You see Dudu's up positioning really aggressively here, really wanting and then also taking the turret shot, which allows Croco to just go in. Yep. and take him down. Not a lot of answers available there. And slowly DRX getting a little bit further ahead. Do have the Herald spawning in a couple of seconds. Might see a full contest here.
Could potentially, as we do see the plate count goes in favor of Kwangdong Freaks here. We tick towards 15 minutes. Not really affecting the gold too much, as you can see. Not much in it. Only a slight lead every now and again for Kwangdong Freaks to the tune of about 300, whereas DRX have been settling around 1,000, but mainly the 600 mark. No real leads for either team just yet, outside of just individual lanes and the jungle, right? Croco is ahead of YoungJay, but Dudu has been outlaning Rascal in this game, with the bottom lane going extraordinarily even and Bulldog a slight lead in mid. Beryl going to get bitten by the winter a little.
Might have a full-on fight for the Herald here. Dudu will have a teleport available.
Well, Croco going to dive in towards YoungJay, finds himself another cube, but doesn't want to utilize that one. Does safeguard away from Bulldog, who's kind of zapping people with his static shiv, but he's not really going to be doing massive damage until that Night Harvester does come through. As Croco just dancing around the battlefield. Beryl trying to keep these flanks clean. And Puddock's at 50% health. Could be a little bit dangerous, but does have both Summoner Spells and his Featherstorm available. There's a crash down from Beryl. The flash from Fate. And there goes Taeyun. He's just dead. Not a lot of options here, as Shirley is going to lose interest in the whole fight, but doesn't fully reset. And DRX, they know they're going to be able to win this one without the AD carry. Kwangdong Freaks on the map. Beryl dancing towards Andil here. Wants to protect his control ward. He paid good money for that one. Kwangdong Freaks just going to get a bit of a shove in mid and not too much more.
And that is such a disaster, because that kill happens after Dudu TP'd, or as he TP'd. If Dudu doesn't TP and, you know, maybe shoves in the side wave, you're able to peel off, you're able to shove in mid, you can maybe get some damage down on the inner, you can deny a wave or two, then still not going to be worth, but you're not going to be feeling as bad about it, but you invest your summoner. Taeyun also uses his cleanse, but isn't able to actually make it through, and just way too far up, right? Gets found by Beryl, and Zeri in particular, you can't die at the beginning of a fight. Did actually have flash and cleanse available there. Does cleanse, does not use the flash.
Yeah, kind of a bit of an unforgivable one there. Walking into darkness without your teammates as Zeri in a fight like that. It's not what you want, especially when the game is so even. You don't need to be throwing Hail Marys in a game state like this. Still, you can imagine Kwangdong Freaks, it's a difficult game to play out, right? They were just eliminated from playoff contention. That happened in the last game. You can imagine that spirits aren't exactly high. DRX, they're on a high themselves. They can see playoffs in their eyes. A 2-0, the best shot that they have at getting there. And now Kwangdong Freaks moving up this mid lane. Teleport towards the top lane here for Rascal. Doesn't want to give that one up, as Croco is going to be found by the Dusante. YoungJay moves in as well. The Drake is going to be secured by the Lee Sin, and there is the interruption of the teleport. No LeBlanc going to be moving down towards that mid lane potential fight. And that means Kwangdong Freaks just going to have to call this one off.
And close call there for DRX, because they cancel the teleport. Croco gets the dragon. If those two plays go differently, Croco maybe gets taken out. They lose the dragon. Bulldog is able to teleport in. Really nice flash there from Rascal as well to ensure that that doesn't happen. Things could go all right, but not the case. Instead, DRX are sitting with a 2 Drake lead with a mountain. And if you look at a large part of what would make this composition work for Kwangdong is Bulldog's mid to late game threat with the Night Harvester and Shiv poke onto Fate and Puddock, right? Very short range, pretty squishy, can get taken down once some damage is amassed. But moments like this are going to make it a lot harder, and once those Mountain Drakes start getting stacked, if that shield ever comes through, if DRX ever get the soul, it's not good, Atlas. It's on the contrary, I'd say.
Yeah, I would say it's the opposite of good, possibly bad. They would want to avoid that if possible.
I wouldn't want to go as far to say bad.
Just not good?
Just not good.
All right, so somewhere in
glass
between.
half full, remember.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know whether I am if you're staring down the barrel of a mountain soul. So just don't let that happen. As we're going to hear from Croco here. As going to safeguard away. That That was a rude word.
I'm
Still,
just,
he was expressing his frustration.
Yeah, there's
and he was a bit scared.
If it was like, hey, I thought this was a free trade. Because Rascal also teleported away from that play because they thought that Kwangdong weren't going to contest. So some corners were cut there by DRX.
Yeah.
But they don't end up getting punished.
Yeah. I like it. Croco feeling himself. I actually saw him and Fate backstage after game 1, and we're sharing some giggles. Feeling pretty good about how game number 1 went. So good to see that their spirits are up as Andil going to get engaged on here by Croco. The door, not really going to stop you, and that is going to be the Magnet Storm. Andil, oh, they just calculated it, I guess. And they're just going to let him walk over that wall. The burn still coming on through there. Fate's the one that picks that one up, but Feral's Ignite was going to be there as well. So now a push towards this mid lane. Puddock going to avoid the Extendo Beam. And taking this outer turret going to be big as Rascal will turn up, loses half of his health bar, but he buys a lot of space as Feral's dove once in again. Dove in once again. Yoda, Atlas, who are you? But DRX, they managed to take down the outer turret.
And unlucky they are, Kwangdong Freaks, because the teleport from Dudu doesn't actually end up coming through. Second teleport that we've seen in a short time not work out for Kwangdong Freaks. Fate did miss his ultimate. Oh, Barrel saved again.
Finds another stab, finds another cleanse. It's not a bad trade when it comes to cooldowns. Rascal now towards this bottom side. The 1-3-1, Annie Renekton side lane power. It's not something that I was expecting to talk about. That's what they're executing on at this moment. As we're going to check out this replay, Andil, just unfortunately, not enough value in this door.
Croco sets it up, gets the ward up, gets the kick, and an Airy and Scorch kill.
Was that
there.
actually a Scorch kill?
It might have been Airy, I'm not sure, but he doesn't have Ignite.
Let's say that it was Scorch.
Sure.
I think that feels good.
Picking up now slightly bigger gold lead for DRX. Now, my main issue, Atlas, is that I don't think Kwangdong is in an unwinnable position here at all. But if you look at this composition, how do you actually kill someone?
As Kwangdong?
Yes, because with DRX, obviously, like you press either Fate Flash ults, or Barrel goes in, or Rascal maybe finds a flank, right?
The way I see it, what you do is you try to convince DRX to engage onto either Dudu and Andil and use a few of their cooldowns.
Yeah.
And then Bulldog and Taeun kills everyone and Youngjae gets all of the resets and everything's fun. That's how I assume this.
I didn't love it last time, and I didn't love the Braum here either.
Yeah, the Braum does not feel like it's getting
It does
much
not spark
value.
joy. If it's a Nautilus, I feel a lot better about Kwangdong in this position, because I feel like their main issue is just they don't really know, right, how to pull triggers, how to take people down. And also, like, with this comp, I think it's hard.
Yeah.
You're looking at, like, Dudu isolating a target, maybe with an ultimate. Maybe Youngjae can hit a stun, but that's pretty conditional.
Ooh, Puddock in a bit of an owie situation here. As
Andil
gets a ward over. Barrel will be spotted on that flank angle. Kwangdong Freaks understanding now that they have a bit of a 4v3 for the moment. As, all right, they've decided that Youngjae is going to die. However, he's able to Heartbreaker his way out still. That is a big cooldown now used up. And we are K-ramming just a little here. The Crocodile going to turn up as well. An agreement. No side lanes to exist at this point in time.
They're not real, Atlas.
They are not. And Youngjae standing on top of a ward does sweep that one out as now he's looking to try and get out of here. That is going to be a lot of damage onto Croco. In a bit of trouble, but does make his way to safety still. It means that this first Mountain Drake should be in control of Kwangdong Freaks.
Actually, the poke this time around landing from Kwangdong. Bulldog does have his Night Harvester done. The Zeri doing a lot of work as well. Bulldog is out of mana though, and Rascal does cancel the back. Might give the time that they need. Croco able to sustain back up of the jungle camps.
Yeah, his Gore Drinker helping him out there.
There's no Puddock though, so...
Yeah, he got poked on. That means the Kwangdong Freaks will be able to take their first Drake of the game against the flow of how this one has been working. Bulldog moving towards this top side, and if they do get to play for side lanes with this LeBlanc, this composition will get more and more scary. As now looking towards his Baron Pit, Rascal does need to be a little careful as he gets put on a leash. Now he's going to Dominus, and the rest of them just pop out front of the brush. Bulldog gonna try and distort his way through as Puddock gets a really nice Blade Caller. Dudu in trouble. He's dashing forward though, goes all out, and the Blade Caller is gonna be there. That's gonna take him down. Bulldog still running away from Croco as there's the flash Q and he picks it up. Oh man, Croco, we missed you. Great to see you on the Lee Sin here as now they're looking for a Baron.
And that was a great bait. I love the observers there as well, not letting us know where everyone on DRX was. It felt like Kwangdong, they were presented with Crocodile. They were like, yeah, we'll take that snack, but he bites back. The rest of his team is there. And with that Baron, that might have been the end of it. As
they are so
ready.
They even wait for the Dominus timing before they engage to make sure that everyone can go in at exactly the same time. Really, really cool, actually.
And then, yeah, Dudu, like, what do you do? Have to try and go for the kill. Croco, this is either, like, that. If that doesn't work, you look like...
Oh, yeah.
Complete... well, a blind
Yeah,
man,
you look like a blind man. And thankfully, he can just say it was cosplay. If that does come through.
I didn't consider that angle. So there was no risk?
No risk at all. He's just, no, I'm just very committed to playing Lee Sin correctly, everyone. So am I. That's actually how I play Lee Sin as well. Basically blind.
I play with you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I personally just really appreciate your commitment to the bit. No outer side turrets have actually been taken yet in this game by DRX, because side lanes aren't real. Does mean there's a lot of standing gold that they are about to pick up here.
Yeah, this Baron starting to do some work. A couple of siege minions already set up. And Dudu does find a Q onto Croco. He's capable of ignoring that for now. There it is, War of Attrition going to be won by DRX. Still, I don't think it's inhibitor turrets at this point, as Beryl could have overextended, but looks like the rest of his team are going to be here. Does get the speed up. So Bulldog versus Rascal here in a side lane. Rascal just with his Baron buff should make it quite difficult for LeBlanc to get too much value. So the inner turret not really on the cards. He's actually going to find a bit of an engage here onto Bulldog, who will get autoed a few times. Conqueror helping out as Andil going to get tagged by the Q. A big bear comes down. There's the Magnus Storm, and the Zeri is just going to explode, and that is going to mean massive damage to the base of Kwangdong Freaks. DRX, they're just pulling triggers and finding their marks, Chronicler.
And now mid lane turret is going to fall. And DRX, they might not have their faith in their own hands. They're relying on KT to win, to actually make it.
I would contest that, because DRX always have fate in their hands, as long as they reach towards the mid lane.
Yeah, they have fate. I walked into that one. I can't believe it.
Actually, like, I feel bad for saying
you
it.
Should.
I kind of had to, right?
No, you didn't.
Oh, absolutely.
No, you didn't. You let it go.
It's so face up. You know, there would have been someone in chat or, you know, someone watching at home. They're like, oh, there was a fate pun opportunity there. Can't believe you didn't take it. And so, thankfully, for that person, I took it. And
you did.
DRX also took the inner turret towards the bottom side of the map as Puddock's going to get stunned up. Young Jay does need to be careful. I mean, this actually does really, really hurt, as Beryl's going to get slowed down. But DRX, I think they're just waiting for their opportunity to turn.
Look at mid.
Yeah, there are some super minions there. And DRX will just back away. They have stacks of money, I could imagine, in their back pockets, wanting to spend those.
Yeah, because
those dollary dudes.
In one continuous play, they got top outer, top inner. As again, Fate has been really on point. I don't know who's gonna. It's actually kind of a hard PUG, but because Fate's engages have been great, Croco has been all over the map.
Yep.
Barrel actually has had a really good game, as they try to set up a Death Brush, but it doesn't look like it is actually going to work. But so top outer, top inner, mid nexus, mid inhib, and then bot inner as well.
Yeah, it was
in
quite
one play.
It was quite a Baron power play.
They're still waiting. They get spotted. Well, Youngjae does, but you should not walk into this unwarded territory, Croco. Oh.
Wait.
We're not seeing any pings go down. The trap. Is it being sprung? Fate's like, no, no. And now they get spotted. Yeah, there's a question mark pings.
But now, like, who wins? We got a big teleport to come in from Rascal. Does he have a stopwatch? Does he need a stopwatch? I don't actually think so. He doesn't even lose any health as he wanders away, and the rest of DRX, they're here. We're on wrong sides of the map. as this battle is being set up. They had the battle lines drawn. Let's see who's going to be able to take that first step as it's Croco. Oh! The sickest kick flash onto Taeyu and the Magnet Storm to follow up. And DRX are just having a great time now. Dudu, he's going to get wiped out by the feathers of Podok. A teleport to try and get the LeBlanc back to base. But there are more teleports as Fate turns up to the mid lane, brings along Tibbers as well. And I think this game is done and dusted, and I think your vote has now been confirmed.
Oh yeah, don't worry, it's right there. I put it up.
Oh, Croco, that was sick.
It's been a tough year for the Croco fan club, Atlas. We didn't have the best
we
of
eating well
times,
tonight.
but we're eating well tonight. Finally, feast has been served as DRX are going to take the 2-0 here.
Yeah, Rascal gonna dive forward. Croco as well, he does get exhausted. He deserves that exhaust as well. He's been doing so much work this game. As Ondil, he'll be taken down. DRX just trying to celebrate with a few kills at the end. It's a triple for the Xayah, and the Nexus dies before he can get any more. DRX, dominant performance against Kwangdong Freaks, and unfortunately, we now have to confirm that the Kwangdong Freaks are going to join that list of teams in a winless round robin. DRX, though, looking the best they possibly can, moving towards potential playoffs. They'll be relying on KT to get them there. KT needs to take down Liv Sandbox in the next match for that one to happen. But KT currently first place and not going to be moving from first place, and Liv Sandbox fighting for their lives.
I can't believe that even with this amazing victory, very dominant showing, and yes, it's Kwangdong that they play against, but it's the life in DRX that we haven't seen for most of this year. Outside of the last few weeks of summer, that I think is the biggest difference maker. Obviously, the opposition that you're facing against will make a big influence as how consistent you look, but it's just, you can see it on the players' faces, right? You can see it in the play. They are definitely revitalized, but there would have been a lot of times where putting your faith in KT would not have felt very good.
I mean, this is a KT with actually zero to play for. Like, yesterday, like, bro taking down Genji. Genji had everything to play for, right? They wanted to get to first place.
Okay, but now I ask you, does that make it better or worse?
with zero pressure, I have no idea what that means. I have no idea. It might be worse.
We can't possibly know.
No, I don't know. I don't know. We just had to, like, witness DRX slaughter Kwangdong Freaks and look really good while they did it. Two very different compositions. Croco bringing out the Zac in game number 1. It looked great. Beryl continuing to look just fine, better. Podok also having great performances. I mean, yes, he's been playing mainly just Xayah, and Xayah has been winning a lot, but still, I'm not taking anything away from this team.
Exactly. Rascal also, great job. Fate really feels like he's been able to find the consistency that for so long has kind of been eluding this player. Croco, definitely a bit of a showman, and obviously going to be feeling good here. And if you gave me a nickel for every time that a team with Juhan on the bench had a jungler that looked wildly inconsistent, but then after Juhan plays for them a bit, they come back and they look way better, I would have, like, in 2 years...
That's 2 nickels!
That's 2 nickels, which isn't that much, but it's weird.
I mean, it depends what kind of nickels. Maybe these are vintage nickels or something like that, and collectors would really, really like them. You never know the value of these nickels.
We can't possibly know. But DRX... Now all they can do, after showcasing that they are in fact a team that has progressed a lot over this split, is await with bated breath the next series. And the fate of who makes it to the regional qualifier, who makes it to playoff, hangs on the final game of the split. That's just... And that's something else.
The DRX repeat 6th place storyline, I mean... That's on the cards, guys. That's on the cards.
No.
I don't believe in the possibility of it, right? I don't think that it's going to happen.
We're making jokes.
We're making jokes, but it's possible. And with the way DRX have been playing over the last week, it looks like they kind of want that. And, are you ready for Beryl, 3-time world champion?
Not even as a joke, Atlas.
얘네 너무 약해.
You know how many people just opened Twitter and tagged you with that one statement? They're like, no, don't wish it into existence.
I'm not wishing it into
Atlas,
existence.
don't do it.
I'm up here giving you the possibilities. We could also have Teddy.
The probability. There you go. Yes, of course.
Yeah, I'm just. And
Where
it's
you
not
getting
about
these stats?
And I'm not saying that it's probable or it's likely or anything like
But
that. I'm just saying that it's possible.
It could happen.
It's there. It's got to be on your bingo card, unfortunately. And yeah, DRX are pretty comfortable 2-0 here. And thus, Kwangdong Freaks, there are no tiebreakers for them to have a possibility to get towards playoffs.
And for DRX, this is a doesn't guarantee anything, but it's looking good, right? It's a hopeful ending to the split. And for Kwangdong, unfortunately, marks kind of a heartbreaking scenario where this team was at the forefront of making it.
Yeah.
To playoffs. Like
They just needed to win.
Really large margin.
They needed to win one or like
one or two games
One or
in
two
a
games.
split.
based on how this
That
goes.
was like coming into round 2. That was all they needed.
But round 2, 0 wins, and so therefore they do not make it to the playoffs. We are going to have a full team interview with DRX, followed by a full team interview with the Kwangdong Freaks as well. But first, it's time to head over to the space with Valdez, Orcs, and Huni to break down that game number 2.
Thank you, casters, for that awesome breakdown. A quick 2-0 from DRX means that now they just need Live Sandbox to lose, and they will get into the playoffs. So they've done their part. We'll see what happens next. But yeah, definitely a good showing from DRX. Looks like they're kind of moving into that Worlds format. Well, what do you guys think about Game 2?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this one was just like the early game. Took a bit of time to get going, but once they hit momentum, they completely took over the game, and it really felt like Kwangdong Freaks just didn't offer much competition.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like more so Kwangdong Freaks actually just stop operating, like playing as a team, and just like not actually be able to focus on like in the game. But I still think, as you said, I think DRX is find their form, not the peak form. You know, it's not, of course, it's like the winning against Kwangdong Freaks as a 2-0 doesn't mean that they're gonna doing well in the Worlds or like in the qualifier rather or playoff. So we'll probably have to see. They'll probably have to play a lot better to upper team.
There is a long road ahead of them if they want to have a chance. Let's take a look at the draft, because once again we kind of saw the Braum, and this time, you know, if we could highlight it in red, we would, because we're not happy.
I mean, you know, Braum is so fantastic as a counter pick. Great matchups into Leona, Nautilus, pretty good in Alistair. Not a Rel. Like, you can't stop Rel's engage, and every time we saw Rel jump in, Braum is just awkwardly there getting hit by AoE, and the people getting hit by the engage are still dying. Braum's not really doing much. There's Q-Max Braum again, and that's not even the point. I think even
Second
if
wind.
Second win, yo. Second win against what? Against what?
Xayah Q.
Oh, yeah. But, like, regardless, it's like you're getting counterpick for your support 2 games in a row, and you're not really doing anything with it. Like, I get it, Alistair was banned, but I'm like, how is this the pick that you end up going for? If you can't handle Rel, then just ban it, right? If you can't handle it, then ban it. But, like, Braum is not a good answer. And we saw in the fights, it just wasn't working out. Like, I don't know why they've put such an emphasis on trying to pick Braum in this series, because it's just not been working.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, like, or Lulu, like, that's why people started picking, like, more enchanted support, like, against Rel, like, when there's these many supports banned. Like, as you said, like, even Janna, even Lulu, like, there's so many picks that you can actually counter pick, even elite support lane. And also, like, I still don't like the Zeri pick, especially if you're gonna go with the Braum. Like, what's the point? Like, imagine you play with the Braum, just go Kog, like, what OK Brion did.
Yeah. Or pick Xayah with Annie, Renekton, and Rel on the enemy team. I don't know. It seems like some, you know,
see, but they banned Rakan themselves, so they couldn't go Zyra. Oh, yeah, what a shame.
yeah.
I don't know.
Definitely some comfort issues, I think, for Kwangdong Freaks in the drafting, and that's kind of been plaguing them for all of round 2. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, which was this Drake fight we had 11 minutes in. Kind of a messy one, but ended up going the way of DRX.
Yeah, I mean, like, it was like a little overextended for Kwangdong Freaks. Like, the Viego was definitely like was a good move. Like, the flow was pretty good. Like, but it was like being ends up just one-on-one traded. But the thing is, like, just eyes on Xayah, and it's like the Zeri is like absolutely just isolated after, especially after this. Like, Zeri Braum was doing okay in lane, but it's like as soon as the Xayah pick up the Zeri kill right here, it's you don't want to know. You don't want to know after right here.
And I love the confidence from Paddock coming in on a flank angle there. Obviously, being Zai, one of these champions that can be a bit isolated, you're very independent, but also outplaying really Taeyun there, dodging a couple of Qs on the Zeri, because you can see Taeyun was like, I can take this fight, I got my ult up. You sidestep a couple of Qs, and suddenly it's like, oh, never mind, I need to get out, but obviously wasn't able to get away there. So just loving the confidence from Paddock, you know, even though it is obviously a high-pressure series for them.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need him come Worlds time. Let's go into highlight number 2, which was this fight in the mid lane 24 minutes in. This one, just a great bait mate. We rated it 8 out of 8 here on the desk.
Yeah, I mean, it's like pretty good. Like in a brush, like it looked like Rascal was getting collapsed on, and it's like he actually just completely fine. I mean, there were so many moments that like Rascal was actually getting started in the fight, but like there was just so many times that he wasn't be able to finish from the Guangdong Freaks, and they're being able to find out the timer that they can just get a free Baron, free object, free fight, free kills, free Nexus.
Yeah, and honestly, I love the setup.
What was that?
It's that simple. I love the setup that we saw often from DRX in this series, and I think Croco was just fantastic in being the one who's starting these plays, chasing down targets there, and this seemed like a much more clean, much more cohesive team than we've seen in previous weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think DRX had a pretty easy time of it today here in this series. But guys, we do have the POG ready. Let's see who does pick it up. I believe it should be the Croco again. And yes, it will be, as he does pick it up for the second time today.
Yeah, I mean, unless there's a Crocodile vote again, you know, for Croco. Never mind. No, Croco. I mean, he well deserves. Like, it's the same thing again. Like, you play like perfect. Like, it could be tough. Like playing Lee as like there's not many setup, and the enemy champion is also like super mobile. Like Kusante against LeBlanc, like Viego, Zeri, like even Brown. Like, it's not good. Like, it's not actually just situation. It's not perfectly fitted for him, but still, like as an individual skills, he covered it all. Yeah,
and I love the confidence. You know, we've seen so many tank junglers in this meta, and seeing the Lee Sin come out and putting on such a stellar performance, back-to-back POG, when your team needs it most, just really great to see from Croco, especially since there's always been a bit of deliberation about which jungler should DRX be fielding. Definitely made the right choice today.
Yeah, and this time a little bit less obvious, I think, on the POG, but still some votes going elsewhere.
I think the Barrel votes are pretty good. He had a good game.
Yeah, I mean, I said it like before with Dan, like if Barrel has no death, that means he's carrying the game. Like, I'm not even kidding. He probably deserved the POG no matter what if he has no death. Confirmed.
Valid. Yeah, very true. I mean, it's a fight for Worlds qualification, which is when Barrel comes online.
Yeah, he's getting better and better, that's for sure, as I believe we do have a yeah, he's scaling a POG scenario, so maybe going to take a look at that here in a little bit as, it's the playoff advancement scenarios, and as you guys can see, DRX, they did their part, and now it's just up to Live Sandbox to decide if they can make it.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to KT. Like, I'm pretty sure DRX will just chant for KT do well, obviously. And I mean, I'll say, like, a lot of people will think about it's gonna be the handed on the Live Sandbox, but for me, I think it's gonna be about the KT roster actually make the happy gaming, or just, you know, it's about their hands.
Yeah, and I feel like Live Sandbox are going to look back at the previous, like the rest of the season and be like, man, I wish we'd won like that much there instead of leaving it down to the final one against KT. Not the opponent you'd ideally have to take down, but, you know, we saw Bro do Bro things against Gen G. It's not impossible, just very, very difficult.
Yeah, it's the odds are stacked against you, we can say, and you know, as has been highlighted, we have to see how KT will play as well. But guys, we do have the interview ready with both teams, starting off, I believe, with DRX as they did win. So let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the post-match interview translation. We are here joined by the full member on the side of DRX, including all the players that has performed in the summer season. So many players are up in the stage. Please give it up for the DRX players one more time. You're here joined by Rascal, Kuroko, Juhan, Fate, Yehu, Paddock, and Burrow. 7 players in total. Rascal, to kick off this interview. Today was the most important match for DRX of summer season. With this win, you guys are able to keep your playoffs hope alive. How do you look back at the summer season? Well, at the end of round 1, we were able to improve a lot. So I think we were pretty confident about round 2, but in fact our round 2 was not as good as we expected. It was a big bummer that we were not able to play up to our potential, but as time went by, we were able to also show a lot of improvements, and we are now ending the season with a win, so it feels amazing. And as you wished, Keria beat Leap Sandbox together with the T1 players, and he did an interview after the match. Did you watch that? I didn't really watch it, but I got a message from Keria. He was like, give me the money now. Yeah, exactly like you said. He said he will be waiting for your gift. So, did you actually send him something? I did give him a gift. You know, I cannot really tell you what that was, but I did give him something. A bit of a present, I should say. Very curious to find out what that is. And today, now, if KT beats Leap Sandbox in the following series, DRX will make playoffs, and it lays on your on the shoulder of your former team. Anything you want to say to the KT players? I mean, everyone on the side of KT, they're very professional. I know they're very talented. They're really nice people. I know they're going to do their best. I believe in them. And I have such a great memory in KT, and I hope that memory continues. The KT will do their best, right? Well, I mean, we were not doing well this summer, you know? It is our responsibility. Now we cannot really decide our fate. So, you know, I don't think I can watch the KT series, you know? It's gonna be too intense. I don't think I can handle that. We'll be able to find out the result just after the second match of the day. And Kuroko, incredible performance, and Zach and Lee Sin, your performance absolutely deserved the double POG. How do you feel about today's series? So that was our last match of the season, and it feels amazing that I won a double POG. Well, I think we were able to give it our all. Now we are on the verge of making it into playoffs, but we have to pray for KT victory. So please, KT, I believe in you. So that Zac in game number 1 was your first ever Zac in your entire career. Was that a secret weapon you prepared for this very decisive moment? Well, I'm not gonna lie here. I only played 1 game of Zac last night. And then today I came here, I told him I might want to play Zac, and during the pick and ban, our coaching staff were like, yeah, you have to, this is the moment where you have to play it, and we decided to give it a go. Kuroko, what can we expect from you from now on? So we cannot decide our own playoffs destiny, but if we can make playoffs, we will be also able to make it to the qualifiers, and I really wish to make it to Worlds this year. And Juhan, once again this year too, you were always there as a finishing pitcher of DRX. How do you look back on this season as a whole? Thanks to my great teammates, I had a blast this year. We still have hopes for the playoffs, so I will keep working hard. You and Kuroko share the jungle position on the side of DRX this season. And depending on the next series result, DRX might make playoffs. What is your last message before we go? I'm pretty sure KT will win, you know? I wish the best of luck for KT roster.
선수 만나보겠습니다. 페이트 선수.
And now let's hear from Fate. We witnessed your progress all over the course of the season. What is your biggest takeaway of the summer season? I think not only me, but also the entire DRX were able to grow so much and make a lot of improvements, but it kind of started off too late. So it's a big bummer that we were able to perform at a better level at the very later stage of the season. And Fate, another thing to celebrate today, you had your 300th LCK game. How do you feel about that? What does that mean to you? Well, I was not aware of that, but it feels nice, to find out I played 300 games already. Today was such a decisive day for DRX. What was the one final message from the coaching staff and the players before going on to the stage? On the way to Lowell Park or in the green room, we had so much discussion about the gameplay, and we were pretty confident that we will be able to grab the win. And we even, started talking about playoff scenarios and our strategies and plans. Now let's hear from Yehu. So you had your debut in the LCK this summer. What have you learned throughout this experience? So our coaching staff taught me so much about skirmishes or fights, and also how to get vision. And also I got a lot of coaching about my mid lane performance. Yehu, what is your goal as a professional player? I hope I can keep working hard in order to step up, and I want to be a player that everyone remembers. Now let's hear from Padok. You also had your debut this season, and you were able to showcase a great performance as a rookie player. What was your goal as you made your debut in the LCK, and do you think you accomplished it? Well, this summer, to be honest, I left so much to be desired. I wanted to become one of the good AD carries in the LCK, but I don't think I accomplished that. But I promise next season I will become a stronger and better AD carry and perform better. Then any last message before we go to all the DRX fans or any fans that's looking forward to Padok in the future of the LCK? I want to have all the strengths that an AD carry player can have. I want to become a perfect AD carry player. We'll be looking forward to seeing you reaching that perfection of a bot laner. And Beryl, DRX managed to get a better result and outcome compared to the spring season. Do you also feel the same way? Well, before summer season started, we were pretty confident that our teamwork has become a lot better. Now we have to wait until we have the final result of the second series. What is your upcoming goal and resolution? Just like Kuroko mentioned, we cannot really decide our own fate, but if KT wins, we will make playoffs, but if not, we have to work for next year. Now lastly, Rascal. We have so many DRX fans out here at Lowell Park, and one of the fans even were doing her homework and assignment at Lowell Park, still watching and supporting DRX. So before we go, is there anything you want to say all the DRX fans out there as a captain of the team? Thank you for supporting DRX with your hearts out. I really appreciate it. And as a professional player, the biggest motivation is, being able to perform longer as a professional player. For example, last year, we got eliminated early and I had such a hard time, It was a rough off-season for me, but this year, I promise, we will make sure to play more games, play more matches, and showcase a lot of better performance of DRX, and I sincerely appreciate the support from the DRX fans. I thank you so much. Once again, thank you so much for this interview and congratulations on the win.
DRX 선수 7분과
That was DRX. 7 members of DRX with their post-season interview. Now let's hear from the Kwangdong Freaks players.
먼저 보내드리고 광동 프릭스 선수분들 맞이해 보겠습니다.
We will be joined by Kwangdong players shortly after the DRX players leave the stage.
자, 이번에는 이번 서머 끝까지 최선을 다해준
We will be joined by the Kwangdong Freaks players who played their hearts out throughout this summer season. Please welcome Dudu, Youngjae, Budok, Taeyun, Andil, and Jun. Thank you so much for joining us.
정말 고생 많이 하신 선수분들입니다.
You guys fought so hard throughout the summer. Dudu, how was the summer season? How do you look back at it? We started off pretty well, you know. We had a very strong start. I was pretty excited to, you know, showcase what we got, but we actually entered a bit of a slump in the end, so I'm a little bit embarrassed about what we displayed in the end. But Dudu, everyone kind of witnessed Dudu making a big progress this summer. What match or what game do you remember the most? I think the first match, you know, I think we were able to leave a huge impact this year. That was up against DRX too, you know. And that matchup against DRX in the first round robin stands out the most. Do you want to say something to all the Kwangdong Freaks players who fought so hard together as a team? We never gave up, you know. We all fought so hard for the playoffs. We always kept our hopes alive. So I really appreciate all the hard work from my teammates. Now, Youngjae, you are the reliable jungler for the Kwangdong Freaks laners. How do you look back at the summer season? Well, I feel so sorry for my teammates and I'm not really happy with my performance. But still, Kwangdong Freaks fans supported you guys throughout the season. Any message over to them? Thank you so much for coming every single time, but I think we played under your expectations, you know. I feel really sorry about that, and if I get a chance next time, I promise I will perform better.
더 멋진 모습을 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 이어서 불독 선수.
Now, Bulldog.
네, 응원을 크게 보내주고 계신데요. 불독 선수 이야기 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 정규 시즌
You just had your last match of the regular season. How do you feel? Well, I just feel so sorry to all my fans and to all my teammates, you know. That's all I feel. It's a big bummer and that's all that is on my mind right now. But still, Bulldog, you just started your professional career and you have a very promising future. What do you want to work on the most? Well, League starts from the laning phase, you know. It all comes down to the laning phase, all the fundamentals. So I really wish I can work on those basic fundamentals, you know, laning phase and stuff like that, and I will come back stronger. Now let's hear from Taeyun. What is your biggest takeaway from the summer season? Well, I actually gave a lot of thought about that question, but I learned so much. So it's really hard to go through all of the stuff that I learned this summer. And I kind of learned that I can be worse than I expected, you know, and life is really hard.
아쉬운 마음이 많이 남으시는 것 같은데요. 이런 배운 점들을 밑거름 삼아서 역시나 또
It is really heartbreaking to, have a very rough run at the end of the season, but a lot of people are looking forward to seeing you in the upcoming years as well. What is your goal as a professional player? Just like Young just said, if I can get a chance, well, I just want to become a player that everyone can recognize by just hearing my in-game name,
알겠습니다. 각오대로 앞으로 정말 더 인지도 높고 유명한 태윤 선수
And we all wish the best of luck in the future, Taeyeon.
안딜 선수 이제 서머 도중에 투입이 되셨는데요.
And Andil,
LCK 무대 밟아보니까
You joined the Kwangdong Freak roster at midsummer season. How was your experience as a rookie player? At first, I was really nervous. I got really anxious, and I had a lot of fun. And also, my opponents were really strong, as you can tell. And it was really difficult to me, but at the same time, I had a lot of fun and I enjoyed the time in the LCK. Then Andil, as a rookie player, what kind of support do you want to become? I have to go back to, square one. I have to work on my laning phase and also macro play. So I just want to have a very solid fundamentals as a professional player. Now lastly, June. How do you look back at the summer season? Looking back at the summer season, I realized, I really feel grateful for my teammates and my coaching staff. Yeah.
잘 들리고 있습니다. 네, 팀원들과 또 감독님, 코치님들께 감사한 마음이 든다고 해주셨는데 팬분들께는 어떠신가요?
Then, what about the fans? Is there anything you want to say to the Kwangdong fans?
이번 여름 진짜 되게 더운 걸로 알고 있는데
I heard this summer in Korea it's really, really hot, but you guys always manage to come to Lowell Park and support us, so I really appreciate the support and I thank you so much. I cannot thank you enough.
팬분들의 취업불처럼 정말 기죽지 말고 앞으로 더 나아가는
And
모습을
we wish the best of luck for the Kwangdong Freaks players. And once again, thank you so much for joining us for this interview to wrap up the summer season. Now, this is the end of the team interview from Kwangdong Freaks, and I'm going to pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for that awesome translation. Very long one, very difficult, and very hard to hear from the Kwangdong Freaks players as well after a rough split. But now let's take a look at the standings here after this match. And as has been mentioned before, DRX, they're currently in 6th, but Liv Sandbox are playing next, and as long as they win with any score, they will take that 6th place spot.
Yeah, big ask ultimately, but it means their fate is still in their hands, which I guess that's all you can really ask for at this point of the season. DRX just has to wait and see. And it's a shame for Kwangdong Freaks. They started this season so well. I think had, some potential and have just really fallen off since that 4-4 scoreline. But hopefully, a lot of young players in that roster, they don't let themselves get too disheartened and come back strong next year.
Yeah, I mean, become stronger. There's nothing you can do as a professional player, you just have to play good, you just have to play better next time, but do not lose yourself, And next match, Leap Sandbox, it's all up to KT.
Yeah, as has been mentioned many times, KT Rolster definitely have the responsibility on their hands to play their best, and that would mean that Liv Sandbox would not make it into playoffs. And of course, during the break, we will have Lane Mates, the support episode 2. Make sure you guys are checking that out during the break. But for now, we will take that break, and we'll see you for the last match of the regular split.
이번에는 서포터 편으로 돌아오게 됐습니다.
음미하면서 이제 뭐 다른 게임도 하고 먹고 유튜브도 보고
4등은 이달까지지 않나.
저는 그렇게 생각합니다.
모임장님이 결론을
우리는 그렇게 생각합니다.
저는 왜 좀 반론이.
그러면 이제 두 번째 고민 바로 읽어보도록 하겠습니다. 에포트 선수가 좀 읽어주실까요?
서포터는 도구라는 인식이 싫어요님의 고민입니다. 제 생각엔 바텀 라인전은 솔직히 서포터가 다 하는 것 같거든요. 힐도 줘, 시야도 따줘, 실드도 줘, 메이킹 해줘, 할 거 다 하는데 서포터로는 아무리 게임을 잘해도 게임이 불리할 때 판을 뒤집을 만큼 할 수 있는 게 없어서인지 티어도 잘 안 오르는 것 같고 서포터는 도구라는 인식 때문에 너무 무시를 당합니다. 서포터로 계속 게임하고 싶은데 티어를 올릴 수 있는 방법 없을까요? 서포터는 도구라는 말, 프로 서포터 선수들은 어떻게 생각하시나요?
이렇게 다 사연이 하나같이 가슴이 아파요.
그러니까요. 여기 유유가 너무 많아요. 자, 그렇다면 서포터는 도구라는 말 어떻게 생각하시는지 한번 의견 들어볼게요.
근데 캐리어 선수가 사연 들으시면서 계속 좀 웃으시더라고요.
서포터는 도구라는 말, 프로 서포터 선수들은 어떻게 생각하시나요?
저는 뭐 티어가 안 오르는 건 포지션이 문제가 아니라.
그 얘기를 꺼내면 안 돼.
그리고 무시당하는 것도 이제 서포터라서가 아니라 실력이.
이거 사실 이
이거 수빈이 사연인가요?
이 사연 사실 제가 제일 많이 하는 말이거든요, 평소에.
그러면 아니 그런 거 있어요. 아니 그러면 캐리할 수 있는 챔피언을 좀 추천해 주신다면요, 캐리아 선수. 내가 조금 그래도 티어를 올리고 싶은데. 할리스타요? 애쉬 서포트.
원딜을 걸었어. 참을 수 없는데 이거.
또 챔피언 추천 있을까요? 롤도사님 어떻게?
저는 낮은 티어는 그냥 이상한 거 다 나오거든요. 그래서
그냥 이상한 거라뇨, 죄송해요.
우리 나 서울 생각.
근데 제가 어제 잠깐 봤거든요.
잠깐 보셨어요?
근데 막 뭐 티모 이런 거 좀 봤었거든요. 네,
나 해본 적 있어.
귀여워서 해봤어요.
그러니까 근데 저는 좀 킬 먹어도 좀 합법적인 뭐 파이크 이런 게 그래도 그리고 좀 잘 컸을 때 솔직히 낮은 티어면 뭐 와드 박아도 잘 모르니까 차라리 와드 아이템 팔고 거기 그냥 딜템 올려도 또 아무 말 안 하지 않을까라고 저는 생각해요.
제라스 어때요, 제라스?
아니 저기요. 그럼 마지막 고민 이제 베릴 선수가 한번 읽어주실까요?
어버키온 원딜러 배신님의 사연입니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 1600판 동안 실버에 머물고 있는 서포터 유저입니다. 어버 키웠더니 던지는 원딜러들 때문에 골치가 아픈데요. 최근 1화로
불치로 땡겨. 노틸로 땡겨. 땡겨. 노틸로 땡겨. 그렇게 하면 나 어떡해. 끈끈이 붙이고 넘기고 죽여. 꺼져라. 잠깐만 다시 해. 아니잖아. 뭐야.
엄격하시다.
막내야. 바로 열고 룰루 가서 닦건데. 룰루 성대모사. 꺼져라.
원딜에게 킬을 떠먹여주니 따봉을 띄우며 분위기도 좋았는데요. 한타 상황에서 적진으로 냅다 돌진해 죽고 무지성으로 혼자 타워를 밀다가 1대5를 하더니 죽더라고요. 자신의 무게를 모르고 제멋에 취해 던지는 원딜러들 정신 차리게 할 방법 없을까요?
이번 사연자님은 원딜한테 좀 크게 데이신 것 같은데요. 큐진생님 어떻게 생각하세요?
참 뭐 미안요. 이렇게 던지면 뭐 미안요 이래야지 뭐 원딜은.
아니 실제로 선수분들도 솔랭할 때 이렇게 던지는 원딜을 만나보신 적 있는지 궁금해요.
지우 선수가 제 옆자리인데 옆에서 많이 보거든요. 와 진짜 옆에서 봐도 이야.
에포트 선수는요?
저는 이제 점수를 한번 전적 검색해서 점수를 한번 싹 봐요. 보통 저보다 낮거든요. 그러면 이제 떨어지면 너가 손해지 내가 손해냐 이 마인드로 같이 자요.
정신승리.
그러면은 이제 모임장님께서 또 제멋에 취해서 던지는 원딜 어떻게 대처해야 될까요?
제멋에 취해 던지는 원딜 대처 방법. 대처를 못하죠. 그래서 대처를 하지 마세요. 대처하려고. 여러분은 타인이 아니니까 바꿀 수 있는 건 저밖에 없잖아요. 그죠? 그럴 수 있다는 것만 생각하면서 다음 판에 저처럼 애쉬 서폿을 하면 조금 나아져요. 대신에 티어는 못 올라갑니다. 자, 그래서 그렇습니다.
네, 이번 코너는 LCK 랭킹 쇼입니다. LCK 선수분들의 설문조사를 토대로 만들어진 랭킹을 저희가 준비를 해봤는데요.
필수로 갖춰야 할 덕목은
라이프.
정답입니다. 하나, 둘, 셋.
라인전 몇 등?
정답 라인전 1위.
몇 위?
첫 번째 주제는요?
내가 서포터일 때 가장 짜릿한 순간은입니다.
정답 하면서 맞춰주시면 되겠습니다.
정답!
오! 캐리어 선수!
이니시 열어서 한타 이겼을 때.
아, 내가 알려줄게.
가 1등.
오, 정답입니다.
아니, 이니시 성공이라고 적으신 분 있으세요, 여기?
저
피터
적었던
선수.
네.
5인 이니시 성공했을 때 어떤 느낌이에요?
아, 상대가 못했구나. 아, 5명이나 맞았네? 아, 5명이나 맞았네.
5명 다 맞으면 이제 두 번째, 세 번째 맞춰야
준비,
돼.
하나, 둘, 셋!
정답.
네.
따봉 티모 받았을 때?
나이스! 아!
땡! 아닙니다.
이거 아니라고?
정답.
안딜 선수.
원딜을 내가 살렸을 때.
좋지. 원딜을 살렸을 때? 정답입니다. 2위였어요. 우리 팀을 지킬 때.
야, 서포터의 마음이죠.
네.
카리 선수. 이런 경우에는 어떤 생각이 드세요?
그냥 숟가락 살리기 힘들다. 그러니까 숟가락들 너무 힘들다.
아, 얌전히 좀 있지.
어휴, 이 상황이 오게 하지 말지.
그리고 아직 3위가 맞춰지지 않았는데요. 3위는 아까 전에 저희가 서포터의 종류에 대해서 좀 말씀을 드렸잖아요.
정답.
네, 피터 선수.
유틸 포스로 라인전 이길 때.
유틸폿!
네, 아닙니다.
정답.
네.
유미할 때?
왜 피지컬 챔피라니까요. 그러니까 왜 챔피라니까.
엠버트 선수.
탱커로 솔킬 날 때.
아니, 탱커 땡!
알리스타로 바른스틸 할 때.
아닙니다.
와, 괜찮았는데. 아,
서포터가 할 수 있는 이제 챔피언 종류가 딜, 탱 말고 하나 더 있잖아요.
유틸.
딜탱, 유틸
딜
말고
말고
하나
하나 더 있잖아요.
아, 정답.
어!
하이머딩고로 포탑 치고 뭐야? 뭐가 있어?
아니, 내가 밴 한다고 했잖아. 제가 밴 하는 거.
정답. 그랩 성공했을 때?
어떤 그랩?
블리치 그랩.
아니. 아니야. 아니 근데 이거 맞는 거 아니에요?
맞죠, 정답이에요.
이거 정답이에요.
네.
그랩인데
그랩을 성공했을 때.
예측 그랩 성공했을 때.
그램요.
아하.
그랩
정답입니다.
성공했을 때.
땡기야! 노틸로 땡기야!
이렇게 해서 첫 번째 랭킹을 맞춰주신 분은 안딜 선수, 캐리아 선수, 베릴 선수거든요. 나머지 선수분들 분발해서 두 번째, 세 번째 문제 맞춰주셔야 됩니다.
자 그럼 이어서 다음 주제 공개하겠습니다.
서포터로 포변했을 때 가장 잘 어울릴 것 같은 선수는 이 질문이었고요. 포지션 상관없이 아무나 이제 다 정답을 낼 수 있습니다. 일단 피터 선수가 가장 빨랐어요.
영재 선수.
이유는요?
그냥 서포터로 많이 돌리시고 실제로도 잘 하셔가지고
영재 선수 몇 위?
1등이요.
1등.
정답입니다. 어떻게 알았지? 네, 영재 선수가 13표를 받았는데요. 실제로 서폿으로 1100점을 달성하셨다고 해요.
자 그러면 또 다른 거 맞춰주실까요? 잠시만.
정답.
하나, 둘, 셋.
정답.
둘, 셋.
정답. 와, 지렸다.
열심히 하십니다. 피지컬. 네.
피넛 선수?
피넛 선수.
안 돼.
이유는요?
이거 들을 필요도 없는데?
그러니까 좀 전체적으로 그 게임을 좀 잘 보니까 그런 능력치 때문에 서폿으로 가도 잘하실 것 같아서.
리엔 선수 왜 안 된다고 하셨어요?
될 것 같아.
실제로 공동 3위에 있었습니다.
와 정답입니다.
선수, 정답입니다.
초비 선수.
페이커 선수.
캐니언 선수.
캐년 선수.
자, 이제 하나 남았어요?
정답. 제우스 선수. 맞췄다.
싫어.
자 마지막.
힌트 주세요.
힌트.
정답자 맞추지 말고.
여기에 지금 이 팀에 있는
정답. 쇼메이커 선수.
쇼메이커 선수?
이유예요?
쇼메이커 선수 그냥 템포 폭 자체가 말이 안 돼서.
챔프 폭이 넓어서. 맞습니다. 쇼메이커 선수가 공동 3위였습니다.
자 이렇게 해서 안딜 선수가 2명이나 맞춰주셨어요. 자 그럼 지금까지 정답자 한번 확인해 볼까요?
리엔즈 선수, 라이프 선수
야하.
두 분이서 아직 못 맞추셨습니다.
박빙입니다. 자, 그럼 다음 주제도 한번 공개해 보겠습니다. 다음 주제 보여주세요.
와, 근데 제가 봤는데 이거 맞추고 싶은 사람 너무 많을 것 같아요.
다들 준비하세요. 일단 손들 준비.
보면 바로 손들 준비하세요.
바로 준비.
하나, 둘, 셋.
정답! 아이, 걔네, 아이, 정답! 정답! 아이, 정답으로 써야겠다 했어요.
정답. 서포터니까.
정답 서포터니까.
제가 썼어요.
아니, 이게 무슨 뜻이에요? 서포터니까 왜 듣기 싫어요?
서열이 이제 뭐 보통 다 5등이 서포시잖아요. 그래도 이제 무슨 일만 일어나면 서포터니까 약간 이런 느낌.
그래서 베릴 선수를 비롯해서 라스칼 선수, 칸나 선수, 쇼메이커 선수, 두두 선수가 투표를 해주셔서 5표로 2등이 됐고요.
정답! 이거 진짜 안 시켜주지, 나 안 해!
시켜줄 거예요. 자, 시켜.
예.
기다려봐요.
네.
자, 하나, 둘, 셋.
정답!
리엔즈 선수.
그만하라고. 서포 차이.
서포 차이.
그건 기분 좋은 말 아닐까요?
아니, 이거 그러니까 서포 차이 때문에 졌다. 정도.
딜라이트 선수.
포타골드 먹지 마.
여기 좀 빡치긴 한다. 안 먹을 생각인데.
디테일한데요, 되게?
정답입니다.
원딜이 백핑을 찍으며.
아니, 이 말 듣기 싫으세요?
전 먹습니다.
저기 적은 사람들 다 원딜러인가요? 그거 좀 궁금해요.
바이퍼 캐니언 초비 오너 선수가 써주셨습니다.
아니, 그러면 이런 말 우리 팀에서 잘하는 선수 있다.
또 피에스타 선수가 아까 이제 저도 이제 딜라이트 선수 야 이거 빨리 밀어야 돼 같이 먹자 하는데 아 이거 같이 왜 먹는 거야 그러고 근데 같이 안 먹으면은 당연한 거 아니야? 약간 이런 느낌.
영상 편지 한번 쓰시죠.
현서야 너가 포타골드 2칸 혼자 먹는다고 게임 안 달라져.
와, 찢었다. 자, 이제 2개 남았습니다.
맞춰야 될 것 같아, 지금.
그러니까요.
네.
하나, 둘, 셋.
정답!
에포트 선수가 진짜 빨랐어. 에포트 선수. 에포트. 자,
킬 먹지 마라.
킬 먹지 마.
아닙니다.
와드 막 다치지 마.
뼈두.
왜 이러세요? 잠깐만, 다 뭔지 다 이렇게. 이거는 5등이, 3등이에요. 진짜 3등. 안 바꿔.
진짜 안
네,
바꿔요?
안 바꿔요.
캐리어 선수.
핑크 막타 치지 마라 5등?
정답입니다. 이야. 어떻게 하셨어요?
너무 어려웠는데. 형 그냥 같이 성대모사 할까요?
그러면은 이번에는 이거를 맞출 기회를 두 분께 먼저 드리도록 할게요.
좋습니다.
힌트 주실 수 있나요, 혹시?
서포터가 해야 할 일 중에 중요한 게 있잖아요.
정답.
아예 앉아 있어봐. 우리 좀 하게.
아니 두 분이서 같이 하신다고 하시길래 제가 맞추려고요.
정답.
네.
이니시에라.
땡!
정답.
정답. 씨앗 못 먹는다.
잠깐만, 뭐 해라?
정답.
베릴 선수?
와드 좀 박아라.
정답입니다.
저거 하려고 했는데.
정답을 못 맞추신 두 분, 리엔즈 선수, 라이프 선수입니다.
저희가 보기가 있어요. 따라 해주셔야 하는 챔피언의 보기가 있는데요.
아니면 그냥 자의로 선택해도 되나요?
저희가
오히려 좋아요.
오히려 좋아.
좋아요.
근데 저 혹시 튜브가 있는 게 튜브 끼고 하는 건가요? 두 분?
수영장 파티 스킨!
너무 좋다.
수영장 파티 스킨 끼고.
가시죠.
제가 성대모사 챔피언은 진을 하고 싶고요.
오,
진 한번 해보겠습니다.
네.
네. 학살 현장에서 난 피어오른다. 학살 현장에서 난 피어오른다.
야, 멋있다!
아니, 투표하기도 전에 땡이라는 이야기가 나왔는데
가오를 너무 잡았어요. 안 돼.
리엔즈 선수 눈 감아주세요. 자, 리엔즈 선수를 통과시키면 O 아니면 X 해주세요. 하나, 둘, 셋.
제발로!
만장일치가 나왔어요, 리엔즈 선수.
저 억울합니다.
아이 서포터들 왜 이래 힘든데.
자, 혹시 하나 더 준비해 주시고요.
라이프 선수
해보겠습니다.
나와주시죠.
아 제가 근데 혹시 저 투표할 때 눈 봐도 되나요? 누가
안 돼요.
할게요.
인권을 지켜드려야 돼서.
걸어가서 성명할게요.
자, 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋.
No! 하는 냄새 나! No! 하는 냄새 나!
자, 투표해보겠습니다. 눌러주세요. 하나, 둘, 셋.
야, 이건 인정해줬어야 돼.
라이프 선수 통과입니다. 이제 리엔즈 선수가 해주시면은 자 되겠습니다.
저 마지막으로 그냥 하고 마무리. 쉔 목소리로 하겠습니다. 쉔.
얼굴 가리면 또 엑스할 것 같아.
목소리를.
또 거울 잡으려고 하네.
카메라. 할게요. 네. 훌륭한 판단의 표본이라고. 넌 이미 죽어있다. 훌륭한 판단의 표본이라고. 넌 이미 죽어있다. 훌륭한 판단의 표본이라고. 넌 이미 죽어있다. 마지막하겠습니다.
아니 그러면 우리 막내부터 한번 소감 들어볼까요?
다 모여가지고 이런 자리 처음이라서
서포터분들이랑 얘기해보고 싶었는데 기회가 없어서 이런 기회가 있어서 재밌었고
좋은 경험하고 즐기다 갑니다. 네.
다들 성격도 좋고 마인드도 좋으셔서 잘 배워갑니다.
잘하시는 분들 많이 마인드 배워가고요.
이제 나도 가가지고 실제로 팀원들한테 적용을 한번 해봐야겠다. 현서야 보고 있지?
재밌는 자리 만들어주신 이제 LCK 분들 정말 감사하고
같은 팀원끼리 이런 컨텐츠를 해도 같은 라인끼리는 해본 적이 없거든요. 그래서 오늘 되게 좋은 경험했었던 것 같아요.
앞으로도 이제 밝은 시야 많이 들어오시길 바랍니다. 네, 감사합니다.
자, 이렇게 해서 LCK 단합대회 3번째 타자로 서포분들과 함께 했는데요. 앞으로 남은 포지션이 이제 미드 원딜이 남았습니다. 다음 단합대회 때는 어떤 포지션의 선수분들과 함께 할지 많은 기대 부탁드리면서 저희는 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 마지막으로 저희가 구호를 하나 외치고 끝내는데요.
혹시 또 서포 우리 단합대회에서 구호를 하나 만들어 볼까요?
팀 차이.
정글 차이가 제일 적당해요.
정글 차이.
우리는 누구다?
우리는 누구다? 오히려
힙합.
오 어떻게 리엔즈 모인장님 뭐가 좋을까요?
우린 누구다?
자 그럼 그걸로 한번 다 같이 외쳐볼까요?
하나, 둘, 셋. 우린 누구다? 감사합니다. 와, 따마 이거 체급 봐라, 체급 봐.
체급 생명.
근데 혹시 그리즐리 형이 그 체급이 말이 안 되긴 한다. 자꾸 시선이 가는데. 나 그리즐리 형 못 쳐다보겠어. 너무 치면 맞을 것 같아. 광희 형.
왜?
라이프가 들어오면서 형 겁나 째려봤는데요?
뭐?
라이프가 들어오면서 형 겁나 째려봤어요.
뭘 야리는 거지? 뭘 야리야? 뭘 야리야?
저는 핫팩을 쓰지 않습니다. 저는 따뜻한 남자이기 때문에 핫팩을 쓰지 않아.
너 얼마나 따뜻한데?
나? 나 그 따끈따끈데 그 태양의 손이야.
이걸로 해야지. 승훈이 아이콘이 왜 맨날 바뀌냐? 고음 없어? 고음 그러니까 고음 없냐? 고음은 있어. 어디로 곰 있어? 어디로 곰? 야 어디로 곰 빨리.
여기에 굳은 살이 생겨야 된대. 피트쌤이.
어디?
여기에.
나 생겼어.
나 여기 굳은 살 있지.
여기에 힘을 이렇게 잘 걸어야 된다는데. 난 여기밖에 없.
나 생겼는데 어디 갔냐?
게임 얘기 맞지? 이거 풀업 얘기하는 거
아니 생각보다 관심이 많이 쏠려가지고.
아이 당연히 게임 얘기죠. 마우스 잡을 때 굳은 살.
먹으러 끌어. 아니 오늘 배 가지고 한번 말했는데.
인 엄마 얘기는 사왔어?
또 시작이네.
기인이 형 내 밤빵은?
뭐라냐?
빵빵빵 방방빵빵빵빵빵 경찰 창살 경찰 창살
경찰 창철 잘.
왕방방 왕밤빵 왕밤빵빵빵빵 왕밤빵 왕밤빵
아 시끄러. 자꾸
왕밤빵
안빡빡거려.
왕밤빵 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 빵빵빵.
아 시끄럽다고.
왜 이래 오늘?
완빵빵.
야 바텀 2대1 하자.
너네 저
아니 벌써 너네 팀이야 둘이?
나 아펠 하고 싶은데 아펠 구도하자.
아펠이랑 서포 해야 돼.
나 애쉬 할게 그럼.
아 애쉬 알바지 진짜. 왜 저래?
아니
아왜 저래?
이기고 싶어가지고.
사영이 형 정글 하던가.
대룰로 가자 대룰.
대룰이 뭐야?
대회를.
대룰이지. 와 이런 식으로. 아 잘하긴 한다.
사영이 형 갱을 안 와 이거.
너초안 찍었다 실수.
캐리했다. 아펠 잘하지.
너 잘하네.
구면시 느낌 나지.
아니 정화 안 들었네?
카이사는 정화 필요 없어. 챔피언 자체가.
감정적인. 계절에.
아니 계절하네. 카이사가 정화가 필요 없다니까. 한타는 정화가 별로.
3이랑 그냥 한타 때 그냥
한타는 정화가 별로 필요 없어.
줘버리겠구만. 이크퍼 박아버리면 이거 어떻게 살 건데 카이사 그러면?
300 깨고 뒤에 막을 건데.
우리가 싼자를 해줄게. 너희 너무 못해.
됐어 안 해.
사영이 형 풀었어? 또?
어.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, be our day again. Losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like a comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22 to 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Sorta with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I wanted more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final match of the regular season of LCK Summer 2023. I am once again Atlas, and I am once again joined by Chronicler as we have DRX taking on Live Sandbox. DRX have elected to send in their second. That team's name is KT Rolster, and we'll see whether or not it is going to work out.
This is the epitome of, so you've come and put your faith in me. You must truly be out of... Because it's KT. You're putting your faith in KT.
Isn't it the best?
And there is so much to that. Because KT right now, for all accounts, are an incredible team. They're the best team in the LCK. Undisputed number one. Had really dunked on their direct opposition in Genji not 2 weeks ago. And still, there's a part of everyone that will just hear the words, put your faith in KT, and go, no!
And also,
I don't wanna!
They can ride the record books as well with the 16 victories in a row. Of course, not being able to get towards the 18 wins in a row that T1 had in their undefeated split in 2022 spring. But still, an absolutely historic event for the organization. KT have not been a team based on consistency. You know, that is just not really their thing. If they win here, then they can definitely try and silence the doubters in a big way. But it's the last match of the regular season, and the main storyline is Live Sandbox. If they can win here in any way, shape, or form, they make playoffs. They are fighting for absolutely everything, and KT are fighting for, 16 wins in a row, which is pretty cool.
It stands for Keen Team, thank you very much, as we're going to take a look here at the roller coaster. As mentioned, with the loss yesterday of Genji to Brion in a 2-0, there is an opportunity here for KT to break the records. They're not fighting for first, that's already locked in. They can break and join an illustrious group of teams, which even when they did win in 2018, they did not get.
No, they definitely did not. This is undefeated rounds. Starting off with the GE Tigers, there are some historic names and a lot of teams that have also been able to win a lot of other tournaments immediately afterwards as well. The BDD Classic, 2,000 kills. He is getting extraordinarily close. And 5th all-time already, of course. Teddy's still here, Deft and Faker still here. Ruler over in the LPL at the moment. Congratulations to him for managing to win the LPL playoffs. We haven't even had ours. They've already finished theirs. It's nutty.
Ruler has won more in 1 year of LPL than he has in like...
I mean, they're on the golden road.
Yeah. Then like, what, 7 years in the LCK?
Yeah.
And I want to highlight as well...
I mean, he also won 2 domestics before going over there. You know? Like...
Only one.
Oh, sorry, only one. Only one.
Yeah, that's the funny part.
Yeah.
And KT, they are fighting for records. They are fighting for form. They are fighting as Lahens is like...
I wanted him to put up an X. That's what I wanted. I wanted like the DRX sign to come up.
That would have been great. Because
that would have been very Lahens.
It would have been. Lahens is a known jokester, and I can only imagine that the DMs of every KT player are filled with DRX players like, hey guys.
No, it's like Rascal. Rascal's like just like
yo, hey,
come on, like Supreme, like hey, chuck me one, you know?
BDD, we were 1 game away.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you and me.
Yeah.
You and me, but come on, it's aiming. We played together last year.
Yeah, right?
It was us. You got my back, right?
I mean, everyone on this team has played with Rascal for multiple years, I swear. It's actually kind of silly. It's only Lahens that hasn't really had as much of an opportunity. But they're facing off against this team here. Live Sandbox, their fate is in their hands. No longer on the team, but in their hands to get to playoffs. And it would be absolutely historic if they can do it by taking down the sole first place team.
And it would mean so much because this roster hasn't really looked good, like DRX, until the last couple of weeks.
Yep.
Clear has come in, the roster finally started clicking. Willer and Gael have synced up after a year where it looks like they were on their own page. And if it was any other team, you'd be like, Sandbox, you know, there you can see it. But another reminder, if they lose this, they also lose their opportunity to fight in the Gauntlet.
Yep.
Because
Playoffs and Gauntlet mean the same thing.
They're the same.
You have to get into the playoffs if you are one of these teams in contention to get a chance to go to the Gauntlet. Otherwise, it is just going to be full of teams that are already in playoffs or made it to playoffs, I guess, last season and were unceremoniously removed from it quite early on. Aiming and Teddy is going to be our key player matchup. And as you can see, Aiming's stats have been pretty amazing so far this season. Damage per gold, not necessarily up there, but he's got BDD and Keen doing all the damage. It's very hard when, you know, you're kind of relied upon to last hit the enemies. Their health bars aren't very there.
And Teddy's going to have to come up huge today. Not a player that is necessarily known for being the pure dominance in laning still. Great laner, but it's more about his team fighting presence. But if Sandbox lose today, they don't make playoffs. They have 10 points that carry over from spring, but DRX will have 10 points regardless of how far they go in playoffs. And the points in summer break the tie. So for Liv Sandbox, the stakes could not be higher, and this is happening in match 90. The very final match of the split. It's incredible.
No, it is just ridiculous. I'm very interested to see what the KT form is going to look like and what they're going to be picking here, right? Because there are a couple of things you can think about moving into a game like this, which is not really for anything for you. It means a lot to DRX. Make sure that you check out Twitter at DRX Global. Their most recent tweet, absolutely fantastic. Don't get confused by the fact that they look like KT at the moment. The BDD Classic 2000, he only needs 8 more. We're going to go over some of the champions that he's got the most kills on, his highest win rates as well.
2 times as much kills on his Azir as on the next champion.
Yeah, the guy's he plays a fair bit of Azir. He definitely does. We can see as well some of his highest win rate champions, and he's only lost 1 game on. It's actually kind of crazy, but of course only started playing it very, very recently. You can see Lehen's looking pretty chill as they wait for the draft to happen. But to go back to the point, I have a feeling that KT, they might experiment a little bit. They might pick some wacky things. They may potentially hide some strategies. As you can see, I can see the grin on Supreme's face behind that mask because they can just absolutely relax going into this one. And there is a bit of darkness in front of Ryu there, who knows that it all comes down to this moment. Winning this series means you get to play twice more, at least. Here for 2023. It's kind of crazy. Otherwise, you give Beryl his chance to be a 3-time world champion.
No, Atlas. We will not speak of such things.
I will meme it until it's not possible. And that is my promise to everyone.
Well, you know, I wasn't really necessarily rooting for Sandbox, but maybe that's what pulls me over the edge. As we do see very, very clear setup. Like, are they going to ban Yone or Kali here as well for KT? This is set up for an Azir at B1. That's what we're doing. Just to be very obvious. I think Tristana is another pick that definitely should be at the forefront of everyone's minds, but it's KT. Azir is a good champion. You have BDD.
I like the Poppy ban. I think Kai'Sa was something that they were considering as well, but there is Tristana, there is Azir, there is Kai'Sa. There are a lot of things left up and available, and the Tristana is going to be the one that KT will lock in.
No Azir.
And no Jax either, that has been banned away pretty consistently. And yeah, the double purple lock in here, Jax and Kai'Sa. Still a lot of other purple champions available as well. You could lock in Syndra next. There's plenty of choices. Ooh, purple cow here for Cuz. That's what he's considering. Ooh, Tristana Alistar, actually one of my favorite lanes.
I was about to say, we haven't seen it recently, but we have seen the Tristana actually played into the Kai'Sa and work out nicely. Alistar is both a great pick. Lehens is very comfortable on it. Has picked up, like, what, 2 OP GG Player of the Weeks?
Yeah.
With, them mostly featuring just his highlights.
BDD's highlights.
On Alistar. Yeah. I'm with you. Preaching to the choir here.
Yep.
But I do think that he's definitely shown an incredible amount of mastery on the pick. Also devalues the rel, which priority has been very high.
Yeah, it makes it difficult to pick it, even in jungle, because of course when you get into the teamfight phase, Alistar can make it difficult, as that's just a gangplank. Yeah, Keen's just going to be a pirate. He just wants to be a pirate. And you know, Buccaneer Tristana is also like kind of a vibe as well. It's got a big blunderbuss, you know? So there is a pirate theme going on. I don't know whether they necessarily have cows, but, you know, pirates got to eat. So I guess that kind of fits in the theme as well.
That's dark, man. So Rel locked in here for Sandbox, who do have a couple of great pieces already here. Now, Jungle Pool has not been pinched that much. Mostly the Poppy, the Sedge, and the Maokai, but I expect that to really kind of go crazy. Or Sandbox in particular can just lock jungler here on R4 and try to limit what Cuz can play. But I feel like trying to pinch jungle is so hard. I'm seeing a Karthus angle here. I'm just putting it out there.
I mean, it's a Zac angle, 100%. Like, Cuz was our OG Zac guy. Like, he saw Croco and he was like, man, you played it first? That's not fair.
He was also the prime Rek'Sai guy, and I know how that worked when Rek'Sai was broken and has been nerfed like 3 patches in a row.
Yeah, but Umpty played the Rek'Sai and lost. Croco played the Zac and got PG. So
that's a very good point.
Xayah going to be banned away here has been finding a lot more wins towards this end of the season, and so will be taken off the board. Not going to be that into the Kai'Sa option.
I do wonder how the KT comp is going to come together, because you do have a lot of damage, but...
Zac Yone. It's Zac Yone. Huh?
It's Zac Yone?
Yeah.
But I think Sandbox are going to pick a mid laner here.
Yeah, and then Yone's going to counter the mid laner.
Okay.
That's how it's going to go.
Okay, but they banned the Seer.
Yeah, they did.
So they're not going to...
There's Nocturne.
And Sandbox Nocturne has been pretty good. They've been able to utilize the power of this pick. Nocturne in general has been a pick that I think has been steadily rising in priority.
Yeah, and that means that the Ahri last pick is pretty likely for Live Sandbox as well. Neela?
Neela? Alistair.
Dances around in a Cannon Barrage pretty comfortably, as that is going to be Viego first.
Viego Tristana. It's all right. It's not the best mid-jungle 2v2. Viego does have a lot of power. Cuz is also supremely strong on the champion.
I like a Lissandra.
I would love that. I would love a Lissandra here. But it is blind.
I mean, they know that they're going to pick
Ahri. Viego's good.
They were going to pick Ahri, so it's either pick it away or pick something that can play well into it.
Sandbox can go for Lissandra here if Closer wants to pick it up. It is Closer, so we'll see what he actually ends up going. Anything that can dive the backline here would be good. Anything with high impact, backline threat.
Well,
I do know myself Closer very well. That would be perfectly in line with what he wants to do. And looking at the amount of CC that's available, you don't have a Nautilus or something, right? Like, I don't think you have a pick that is really consistent at locking down this Akali. Now, don't get me wrong, the Sandbox comp, 100% execution. Because you're looking at backline dive, right? You're looking at syncing up flanks from multiple angles, utilizing the fear that is provided by the vision denial rather that's provided by the Nocturne to let your backline threats go in and find these big carry angles. You're playing into an AD carry with a lot of self-peel, but the KT comp to me feels a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, although I kind of like the circles vibe.
There are a lot of circles.
The fact that you can put down the big cannon circle, and then you can keep them in there with your cow, and you can then, layer on the CC over the top, and the Tristana can have a pretty good time. Perhaps some Goomba stomping could actually come through. But like you say, I feel like the cohesiveness is in Live Sandbox's court for this one. I think the Akali is a big question mark for me. We know that, I don't blame Closer for picking it, because if he's going to have a good performance, it's not going to be on an Azir. It's not going to be on one of these casters. It's going to be on something that he can kind of showboat on just a little bit, because we know that Closer either pops off or doesn't exist. And we'll see whether it's going to be the pop-off performance here, as BDD on his Ahri is going to be tasked with dealing with this Akali player. Live Sandbox have the Nocturne once again, though. They have the Jax that's been pretty coveted, and they have Teddy and Kyle on the Kai'Sa and the Rel. Looking pretty good here for Live Sandbox. Let's jump into game number 1. Live Sandbox fans are pretty loud here today. Aiming, putting out fires as well. You love to see it. Teddy, KDA, Kaiser here. 3 representatives of KDA in the one game. That's almost like arcane levels of being cool with the drafts. Am I right?
Where is Evelyn? And I guess
she's invisible.
If you count, if you count second iteration, we actually did have Seraphine.
Yeah, Seraphine was
there.
brought in, right?
She was, yeah. It's like a whole storyline. She was discovered and then brought in, and there was a bunch of comics and everything.
I remember that one video. That's all I remember.
No, I read the comics. You know me. I'm a lore kind of guy.
You are the chronicler. That is true. If there is a chronicle to be read, you will read it.
I would highly recommend the Zed comics. They're actually really cool.
Nice.
About Zed as he goes about his business.
DJing.
Chin's involved as well. Akali. It's cool.
All right. It's like the making of the world song. Underrated, to be honest.
It's about their actual lore. The actual stories behind these iconic champions, Atlas.
I mean, he's a DJ, not a champion, though.
That's Zed with 2 Ds. It's not the same guy.
But you didn't say the spelling while you were telling the story.
Well, contextually, I figured you would know what I'm talking about because we're talking about League of Legends.
You could have just meant one letter, and then that would have been none of them.
No, I know, I get it. Letter Z, but some people say Z.
No. People who speak English say Z. That's how that one works. If you speak American, you don't say Z.
I mean, you've always told me that Australian isn't English.
Yeah, we say Z.
Yeah, but that's not English. That's Australian.
Oh, no, we take that part from English.
Ah, okay.
And then we ruin the rest of it.
That actually,
that's how that one works.
That tracks. So, I really am wondering what Sandbox is going to be able to do to get the side lanes ahead in this one. Because looking at, if you get anyone on Sandbox ahead, stopping them in a side lane is going to be nigh impossible. Because with the global pressure you have with Nocturne and Kai'Sa, like specifically that 1-2, I rate really highly.
Pretty clean there from Clear, but still a lot of minions.
Yeah. A lot of minions, and also the trial by fire really going to sting him there towards the end. But if you can get him ahead, wonderful. Looks amazing. Going to be feeling great. Getting them ahead, though, I think is quite tough. Because if you look at the 2v2, I don't think it's super favorable for Willer and Closer until they get access to their ultimates and someone is out of position, right? Top side is kind of the same. It can be hard to lock down a Gangplank. Clear is lucky that there is no setup for a dive here, because definitely would have been a very, very easy angle, and a huge disaster had that happen, as Keen keeps denying the minions here.
Yep, Clear. Staying vigilant when it comes to just getting away from the damage, is Kyle going to come through with a little bit of a stab. And Willa in the area does make it to level 4, takes his Rift Scuttler. And you can see Cuz moving into his jungle, getting some vision down. Good charm connects onto Closer here. The return true damage coming through as well, as BDD with the last Foxfire very close to just picking up the kill. Closer is going to be able to go back and does have teleport. Eating through a potion as well, using that to potentially stay in the lane. As BDD wants to shove this as quickly as possible, doesn't find that minion with the shuriken backflip.
Yeah, between the passive on Doran's fleet as well as... Okay, now you gotta...
Yeah, now I think we've floated with enough death here, I think.
Yeah, we pushed it. It's okay, we can go back. I didn't get a look. I assume Closer also went for second wind, right? Just to try and really get the maximum leverage out of the sustain. As we do see, Willer got his first back in. And again, Nocturne pre-6, not going to be feeling super exciting. Could be an angle here towards this top side, but the wave is pushing into King, so it looks like Willer does not want to go for it. Yep. We'll get spotted on vision here, and Claire might be in trouble.
Yeah, Leap Strike was actually used, but it's a huge minion wave, and you can see the KT are actually going to respect it, allowing Clear to get himself out. Did still have flash, as Willer was on a ward.
Yeah,
they still decided to back away.
Yeah, given that the Nocturne was spotted, I kind of figured they would go for it nonetheless. What is important, though, is that this is Jax, right? So Jax is notorious, particularly into two auto attack-based champions, for being somewhat of a nuisance. Willer actually behind in EXP, even though he is up a creep, mostly due to the lane XP that was found by Cuz. We'll see if Willer can smite this away.
Yeah, Closer Kyle moving in here as Cuz is going to get a little bit frightened. Willa will be able to make his way out though as BDD looking for that charm angle. You can see Willa holding on to the spell shield, but it doesn't actually work out as it's Cuz that comes forward. They manage to get first blood as BDD picks that one up, then lands the charm. Flash out for Kyle, and it's a great start for KT.
And BDD with the aggression there on the Ahri. Willer trying to preemptively spell shield doesn't end up working out. I think it timed out there at the end.
Oh no, he just missed it onto Cuz, who went in for the stun instead. He was too busy focused on the charm. As Teddy may kill aiming. There's the flash, and he gets the last auto. There it is! Teddy with a solo kill.
Just walks up to him and murders him.
Sometimes it just be that way, I guess. I don't know.
I don't think it should be.
No, I know.
That's really big. Helps out a lot, Sandbox.
We need to stop talking about this Tristana doing so well into Kaiser thing. Obviously, you just get wrecked, man.
I don't think it's a matchup thing. Don't get me wrong on that one.
Glad we've got Orcs on the desk. He can tell us exactly how that one went. As Cuz slinks into the mist, Kyle in position. Nocturne continuing to farm. That is exactly what he wants to do. Cuz going to be able to take some shellfish. As the camp's coming up on the top side, Willett wants to be there. Clear those ones out.
And is going to hit 6 off of this red buff as we take another look here. So you get the initial fear, but crucial here is that they don't really want to commit because they don't have 6 on Closer, whereas BDD does have his available. And then, yeah, no, this is what I was saying.
Yeah.
He actually uses his spell shields and then still goes for the flash. If he has a spell shield, might be able to survive there when the orb returns. Not going to be the case. As we take another look at this, and this is really nicely done. Gets an isolated Q, starts it off with a W, right, and is able to get a double proc of the passive, uses the heal for the movement speed. It's really cleanly done there by Teddy.
Yeah, and that may have just saved this early game for Liv Sandbox if Teddy is a win condition in this game. Because aiming, you can see, is still very far ahead when it comes to farm. So getting that extra kill gold, finding that extra little advantage could really be big. Here towards the top side, it just feels really bad laning into Gangplank because he just makes money no matter what you do. So you look down at the CS and you're like, oh man, I'm within touching distance. But it's like you need to be ahead by a lot to make it actually feel all right. As BDD throws out a charm, and Willa had already vacated the area. Clear coming on over. Was just doing some fishing, I think, in the river. The Angler Jacks option. Don't see it all that often, but a nice skin.
Might see a move towards this Dragon here. Lahens making his way to the mid lane, has already been very active in this one. And yeah, aiming should be very respectful here. Does have his cleanse, his ult, and his W. And you can see as well, Sandbox is continuously looking for an angle with Willer, with this Nocturne ultimate. But outside of the Rel and the Jax, the setup isn't that amazing. Closer doesn't really have a way of locking down BDD and setting this up. They should be able to generate bot side prio. Can roam through from there. Okay, also going to hit 6. That's a big spike. See if that's enough here, because Closer catching a wave in mid.
Getting aggressive here as they just push Liv Sandbox out of the river. Closer does manage to deal with the minion wave, though. So he's freed up.
Oh, Keen uses his...
Nice charm, as Closer was actually mid-dash, so not going to be CC'd for too long. We'll still take the damage. Keen taking a little bit there as Clear gets rid of these barrels. I feel like Clear is laning all right, but the fact that Keen just has so much control as Gangplank still must feel pretty bad in this lane.
Yeah, not going to be feeling too good about that. And I think the Jax into Gangplank matchup is very much, I remember Hooney talking about whoever gets ahead, that's it.
Yep.
There is no coming back once you start falling behind. And particularly as the Jax, the matchup gets very unpleasant. I'm sure he will comment on it later as well, because with how the pace of the game is going, KT's just up 1.5k gold, and there hasn't been a whole lot of action.
No.
Just off of CS leads in bot, CS lead in mid, CS lead in top, plus, as you already pointed out, the Gangplank passive. And if Sandbox don't start making some plays, as that is 1,815 gold he's sitting on right now.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
just an Essence Reaver.
Okay, sometimes you just go back and you build an Essence Reaver.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Of damage. Clear has a Sheen.
Well, yeah, one of these things ain't like the other, I guess. Steady going to pick up an explosive charge. It's by no means like end of the world or anything like that. I think that Live Sandbox's composition can team fight back into the game, but it doesn't bode well for how this one's going, just based on the fact that KT are outskilling their opposition in every lane. Outside of bot, where they're like aiming's out last hitting.
Jungle is fine, okay?
That is true. That is true. As BDD has done the most damage here at 10 minutes. Pretty cool that we have that stat. As clears out the wave. Haha. And
ooh, Kyle roaming over as well. Lahens and aiming on their way. A little bit behind the curve, we'll see. It looks like initially Sandbox were thinking about contesting, but instead, going to be trading the Dragon.
Yeah, just grab themselves a Drake. As Closer, now that he's hit level 9, is going to be feeling much better as the Akali. It might be able to add a pressure point. You can see dead even, basically, in the mid lane. 4 CS doesn't really mean too much, especially when you are Akali that has now overcome that early game situation. He's also not building a Shiv. Like, everything's going great here so far.
Kyle.
Yeah, teleport to come in, and Kyle is on that flank angle. Teddy has the killer instinct available, and the charm is going to connect onto him. Actually does need to be a little bit careful here. Buster shot from aiming, but there it is. The perfect execution comes down. Still, the Nocturne is going to die as BDD is flashing. Teddy flashes into the wall, though, as Closer's going to have to be the one that clears this one out. Teddy will now find a supercharger forward, but Cuz gets the stab down. The Acadnian Rain comes in. Now it's Cuz's turn to be the Kai'Sa. Still, Kyle's going to be there. Closer, can you actually grab the kill, though? And there it is. He connects it, and it is now just a cow left roaming the rift. Aiming has respawned, however, he was dead. And I guess, you know, Keen and Clear still exist. They're in the top lane.
They're not this game doesn't involve them. It's fine. They're top laners. No
they
one
didn't even
cares.
have Cannon Barrage, and they still went for that play.
Yeah, that was definitely KT cutting it close. Will end up being a net gold gain for Sandbox because they were 1.5k gold behind, not only 1k gold behind. I was figure that they might have tempo, but not going to be the case. So they are still wanting to contest this. Kyle goes in, and they do have a lot of threat, but the synergy isn't quite there. The damage isn't quite there. It's a little bit disjointed, which buys a lot of space. Then if Teddy is able to flash over the wall and get the auto and kill BDD immediately, like this is very favorable towards Sandbox. But BDD plays out very well, able to stay out alive there till the end. And we do see Cuz, even with the flash, doesn't actually get the kill. Closer gets the Q auto before he manages to actually get it. And that is Closer getting some gold into him. And as mentioned, getting any side laner ahead is going to be big. Because I do think that even if Keen is going to do really well into Clear, if Closer gets fed, Keen is not safe. Trying to play Gangplank into Akali is not a good time. And with Kai'Sa and Nocturne, Sandbox do have an angle. But right now, KT still in a gold lead. They're making their way over. Look at the control that they have around this bot side river.
Yeah, it's looking a bit ridiculous. Teddy will be able to clear out the wave as some plates do go on over, but Shelly is going to get a bit of a headache, and that is some money and control of mid lane, as Clear will take down the Krugs, and the Gangplank can move on down. And we are definitely going to be fighting for this as Live Sandbox, you could imagine.
Don't know about Lahens.
Oh, Lahens, the cow angle is...
Wait, they know now.
They do know now. As Lahens Hex flashes over, looks for his opportunity because he kind of has to, but there is the knock-up. The paranoia comes in, and it's Live Sandbox who have the control. Still, Kyle's going to go down as now Closer is looking for aiming. Cuz gets into the pit. He's going to have to dive on out, though, as thankfully he possessed someone who can get over some walls. Perfect execution, not quite going to find any more damage, but that is a sacrifice of the top outer turret for the Hex Drake, and I don't know whether Live Sandbox are going to be... Oh, never mind. So he's not actually able to take that one down, didn't have a big enough wave, and the Jax is almost back up there. So actually just kind of a win for Live Sandbox.
It does work out. It was a little close because if they do give up the turret, that's 100% not worth. Now it is a relatively even trade. Sandbox do get a very strong dragon, still take a lot of damage on the top side, and this lead for Keen is going to get even bigger. But Teddy picks up another kill, which definitely should be helping out. Keen should not back there, and he, of course, will not. Oh, my. Oh, Kyle tried to sneak into the brush there. That would have been huge. Not going to be the case. Let's get the ward down. And maybe if Keen goes for a little bit of a deeper river ward, then you have an opportunity. But not going to be the case. As we take a look here, it is the Dragon giving Lance's position away, so Sandbox is very ready. They're able to go in, and then KL here, again, seems a little bit disjointed. I get wanting to buy space for the rest of his team, but he does go very, very deep, which means that even though Lahens goes down, so does the Rel, and then Sandbox don't really have a lot more in the tank. Locking down BDD is always going to be very, very difficult, and TP advantage does remain there for KT.
Yep. And they also still have around about that 2,000 now, sorry, gold advantage. A lot of that to do with Keen just printing money towards the top side of the map. Many doubloons have been consumed. Still, the side lanes, like you were talking about, it is going to be a big deal. As if Clear like gets a bunch of kills from a team fight or something like that, then it becomes difficult for Keen, right? Like it can turn around. But right now, Keen is in a great position. Still item parity between these two, as Clear's one is mythic, and so that also feels a little bit better. Divine Sunder feels great for the Jax.
Yeah, it's also, and this is the main thing, I think Keen in a 1v1 is going to be doing really well into Clear specifically, but I don't think he'll get a lot of 1v1s. And then it comes down to his positioning in the team fights, because again, you have Killer Instinct and Paranoia. Like, I can't overstate how hard these two make it to actually push your lead in the side lane against Sandbox. Because if you overstep even a little bit, Lance goes in.
There's a flash headbutt pole. Immediately the charm comes down, and Kyle is just dead. Not a lot of opportunity to react there, and even the celebratory cannon barrage, they really wanted to kill that Rel.
Want to make sure Kyle, unfortunately, I should say, gets the flash off.
Yeah.
Not going to be feeling too great about that one. And Keen picks up an assist for his troubles of having to pan to mid and press R. So Lahens showcases again that he is very happy to go for proactive plays on the Alistar, of course. Not as good as it once was after the nerfs that we have seen to the Cow, his ability to just infinitely, you know, stun lock and knock out people. Was a little silly, as are going to see the threat, but there should be still an opportunity for Sandbox to contest. They are 2.5k gold behind, but it does feel like KT, with how good their team fighting has been, it's not going to be feeling too worried in this one at all.
Nope. I think that there is certainly that angle of Live Sandbox that just don't have to team fight, right? Like you can just keep the Carly Jax in side lanes. Willa can play for whichever lane he would like to protect, utilizing the Paranoia and the Killer Instinct for Teddy as well. You know, you've got the Goon Squad that can be there in a moment's notice, and that can get you a lot of value. As Live Sandbox will start off this Rift Herald, because coming on over, wanted to see whether he can stop this one from happening. As BDD moves in, Kyle once again out of position. Gravity Field does come through, and yeah, she's just dead. The Paranoia comes down, but I don't know whether it's quite going to be enough here, as Cuz is going to steal away the Rift Herald. BDD trying to get out of there, but he's not going to be able to do so, as Lahens gets involved as well. Perfect execution. Closer just trying to escape, and Clear is just going to leap strike his way out. They managed to go 1-for-1, and BDD for Kyle, I guess you probably take, but it is KT that secure the eye.
Yeah, I think BDD was sitting on I think he was sitting on a shutdown. Not 100% sure. It might have been the case. But trading mid for support in isolation feels fine. It is still KT though that is the one that's setting up the plays. It's KT that's being proactive, and I'm mainly wondering what does it mean for this dragon? Because getting a second dragon for Sandbox I think is incredibly important.
Yeah, he's just dead.
He's just dead.
Yeah, Cannon Barrage does come down, as now Teddy's also looking to kill, aiming again. Buster Shot does a fair bit of work, and he also gets the explosive charge value onto Kyle, as BDD has already ulted. He is Spirit Rushing forward, looking for even more. The charm is going to miss, though. Everfrost gets a really nice stun, but Kyle's got one of them too. And Teddy able to clear out the way. Yeah, no, we are just killing. That is what's happening here. As Dustbringer comes down, the Voidseeker going to connect there, as well as Teddy's healed to make sure that they can run faster. The Heartbreaker comes down. They're trying to chase as Clear dives in. He's going to die, though. Still, that is going to be also Cuz falling down eventually, but that's not before BDD takes 2 kills. As Kyle and Teddy are just food for the Ahri. And in the end, it is KT that come out ahead. That was chaos.
It's continuous chaos. This is a roller coaster experience. This is what we're looking for as Sandbox fight for their lives here, trying to desperately clinch themselves a playoffs and a qualifier spot. So it starts with Lahens. Not looking too great as he just gets killed, you know, doesn't have his ultimate. Like that from Clear as well, making sure he doesn't actually walk up too closely until he can leap strike so that he doesn't give an opportunity to get headbutted. Then we have BDD here, who just makes a little bit of a move too far forward. Gets the charm, but still goes down very low. And then this is where KT kind of starts to, you know, try and play it very close. The resets from Cuz there. The fact that he gets to Counter-Strike into a full team with no Akali, and this gets BDD the resets that he needs as well. We see the power of this Viego and Ahri.
KT fans pretty happy about how it worked out.
Look, yeah, that's the face of a KT fan right there to the right.
Yep, that is just KT fandom, and it's in a nutshell. That is something worth clipping, just so that we can if anyone asks you what it feels like to be a KT fan, that is basically it. Well, that's what it has been in the past. This, like, we're talking about a KT that is staring down the barrel of their longest win streak in history.
So what you're saying is that they're definitely going to...
Oh, they are due. Yeah. They are well and truly due. That is very, very true.
Oh, so 4K gold deficit here for Sandbox. If they can pick up the second dragon, would be absolutely huge. Look at if they can get backline access here. Because these teamfights are going to be messy. Basically looking to kill someone immediately. I don't see any pings go down. I don't know if they saw Kael head over there.
Oh, BDD is still going to be able to walk in. Yeah, the charm is going to connect. Still, Kael is going to be able to make it out of there. Teddy looking for a killer instinct angle.
A lot of angles. Look at how defensive aiming is positioned here.
Oh, Kael is slinking back in. And BDD on that flank as well. Kael can crash down to try and get himself out of the way of the charm, and he does do so.
Has the movement speed.
Yeah. So BDD has won that flank battle. Still, once again, we've got the sneaky little horse legs lady getting the work done as aiming pushes another minion wave towards them. KT gonna grab control of this dragon. It looks like Liv Sandbox are gonna give it up.
Closer might TP back in. I don't know what item finish he's looking for. If Kael finishes his back, that's when we know the contest is truly over. As aiming is back, picked up quick blades, but this is not mid lane. He doesn't have... I don't know if they know though. Could be pulling the trigger here, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
Yeah, Keen standing on top of his barrel. Good leap strike there. Good reaction speed from
they know
players.
now.
Yeah, Kael understands that aiming is not in the area. Liv Sandbox could just try and burst this one down, but aiming can just rocket jump his way in. There's the headbutt pole on to clear, and it's going to be Cuz that secures it. This Magnet Storm angle is massive, but he's by himself. The paranoia comes down. Teddy dives into the back line, but BDD goes golden, and Teddy is now just by himself, and the possession procession will come through. Cuz just starts to lock everyone down. Clear, not a whole lot he can do apart from press his Counter-Strike button and pray. And KT, they lose their pirate, but they are not going to lose too much more.
And again, as Kael goes in, the rest of the team just isn't in a position to follow up on him. And KT, they give up Keen, but who cares? BDD and Cuz are alive and well. How fitting that they're both sitting on 6, 2, and 5, because it's this mid-jungle duo that has been the biggest difference maker. As we look, the angle from Kael here, if Closer is actually there to follow up immediately, this can win the game. But they're not, right? By the time that the Akali gets in, that Teddy goes in on top of BDD, BDD has a stopwatch. Beautiful timing there. The burst just isn't enough.
Shot.
Yeah, buster shot from aiming, working out very nicely as well. And
they should give second activation of Akali ultimate unstoppable, shouldn't they? It's really not very fair if you can just buster shot them out of it.
I think Akali's fine. I don't think she needs,
really?
She needs the help.
But Malphite gets unstoppable on his ultimate.
Not even going to entertain that line of reasoning.
It's basically the same ability. Oh, man.
So back to the game.
Yeah, yeah. What about it do you want to talk about?
Quick Blades don't forget, it's kind of, it's not looking hot for Sandbox in game number 1. Now they don't need to win game number 1. They just need to win the series, but KT, that mid-jungle duo,
they're looking pretty strong.
A little bit way too good.
There is also very close to a 4,000 gold lead for Cuz, just by himself.
Yeah.
The gold lead itself is like not even, most of the gold lead is Cuz.
Yeah, and KT are not always a try to go for like these really aggressive skirmishes team. But it's like Cho. Oh, it's hold up.
They're going to look for BDD yet again. He doesn't find the charm. His paranoia is just
Closer.
used. Yeah, Closer does find that flank angle. Goes into his shroud. As they have closed in pretty nicely. Trying to dive out is Closer, and he does manage to escape as now Clear gets on top of aiming and Keen. Buster Shot is now on cooldown as Closer's in, he's out, and the Jax is just dead. Oh, the dash cannon to pick up the kill onto BDD there, but that is a heartbreaker for Teddy. And Cuz is still a massive threat. Voidseeker going to connect there onto Closer as Cuz just getting himself over that wall. I have a feeling there may not be too much more in this game, Chronicler.
Oh, no.
As it's now a 9,000 gold lead, approaching 26 minutes.
You know you're desperate when you're trying to Nocturne engage on an Ahri reveal. That's just never going to happen. BDD also has Cosmic Drive and Zhonya's, and it's never going to happen. But they try to maybe create a scenario which initially doesn't look too bad with Closer going in on the flank. KT though, read the play decently well, or able to actually keep their core unit alive. And then look at this. The fact that Keen has a stopwatch there makes such a big difference, because if Clear gets the kill on Keen here, then gets to go on top of aiming, maybe it's salvageable. Instead, Teddy very quickly realizes that, oh no, I used my flash, I don't have anywhere to go, and then heals only to just get immediately blown up. And it's now 9k gold lead here for KT. It's the skirmishing diff. And there were early game a couple of trades that felt relatively close, but KT just kept winning like just a little bit.
Yeah.
And then those little bits snowballed into
a lot of it.
A lot of it. That doesn't sound quite right.
Yeah. I think
a lot.
I've gone with it before.
Have you?
A lot of it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Does
a
sound
little bit.
like
a lot of it.
Like an Atlas special.
I have a feeling I didn't come up with it. I think it might be a colloquialism for my home country. But I'm not sure. Any Aussies in chat, let us know. Anyway, Lehens is just getting over the wall. He wants to activate that Hex Flash as often as he possibly can. And this inhibitor turret is just going to go down. One last ditch effort, one last flanking teleport as BDD will find him. In goes Closer, dash cannon and forward. And there is the paranoia. Let's see whether this kind of craziness is going to work out for Liv Sandbox. They're cool kids, they never panic, but they may lose this team fight as Closer is just burning down Cuz. That's all he wants is to kill this Akali. And Kyle is going to get taken down. That headbutt pole onto Teddy was fantastic, but he Killer Instincts over the wall. Keen is looking for him. The trial by fire will be failed by the Kaisers. It's a double kill for the Pirate. That's going to be the ace, and that will be a pretty elementary first game here for our first place team in KT. Taking the game over Liv Sandbox. It's not all over for them just yet, but it's getting closer, and DRX, you can imagine, are looking on pretty happy as this Nexus goes down.
Feeling good about this one. There were a lot of close calls in the early to mid game, but the skirmishing of BDD and Cuz was absolutely dominating. Starting off all the way back to the beginning of the game, where BDD was able to chase, got the kill on Willa, and then from that point on, that Ahri Viego was, at times it felt like what kept KT in the game. They were definitely playing it fast and loose, but also felt like they didn't really, at any point, felt like they were losing control of what was happening in the game. And that's the key thing. And you know, with an Ahri and Viego comp, I don't mind if it gets messy.
No, I absolutely agree. And that's on top of the fact that I think that they recognized Liv Sandbox wanted to pick Ahri, right? You pick Nocturne, R4, it is likely that you're going to be looking for that in order to create a very similar composition to the ones that we've seen them utilize in the past. Not going to be the case, as aiming a bit of a passenger on this one, but look at that gold graph, man. Like, if you're a coach, you see a gold graph like that, you're like, boys, would you like a steak dinner tonight? You know, like, this is looking pretty clean. And maybe it is going to be a clean 2-0, nothing to see here for KT. Or maybe Liv Sandbox can find them in game number 2. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space will break down game number 1, and we'll be here for game number 2.
아칼리 써볼게 아칼리 천천히 야 봐줘 아칼리 안 보여 야 앞에부터 잡아 좋은데? 앞라인부터 나갈게 잡아줘 야 킬 주세요 킬 너플 카이사 나왔어 잭스
나이자 0킬 무엇?
하람이 킬을 하나도 안 줘.
야 하람이 5킬 안 됐냐? 야너
맞아? 오케이 예.
헤이즈
안 된대
너야 먹지 마라 하람아 니 솔킬 따인 순간부터 이미 너는 먹으면 안 되는 사람이야
아 근데
그래? 이렇게 해볼 거야
내가 못했다
그래 딱 끼냐 그거를 하람아
나 안 깝쳤어 언제
가자
딱 끼냐고
와 따마 이거 체급 봐라 체급 봐 체급 생명 근데 혹시 그리즐리 형이 그 체급이 말이 안 되긴 한다 자꾸 시선이 가는데 나 그리즐리 형 못 쳐다보겠어 너무 하시면 맞을 것 같아 광희 형 왜? 라이프가 들어오면서 형 겁나 째려봤는데요 뭐? 라이프가 들어오면서 형 겁나 째려봤어요 뭘 야리는 거지? 뭘 야리야
저는 핫팩을 쓰지 않습니다. 저는 따뜻한 남자이기 때문에 핫팩을 쓰지 않아요.
너 얼마나 따뜻한데?
나 그 따끈따끈데 그 태양의 손이야.
이걸로 해야지
승훈이 아이콘이 왜 맨날 바뀌냐?
고음 없어?
고음 없냐?
꼬꼬꼬문이
어디로 곰 있어 어디로 곰
야 어디로 곰 빨리
여기에 굳은 살이 생겨야 된대 PT쌤이
네?
여기에
나 생겼어 나 여기 굳은 살 있지
여기에 힘을 이렇게 잘 걸어야 된다는데 난 여기밖에 없
나 생겼는데 어디 갔냐?
게임 얘기 맞지? 이거 풀업 얘기하는 거
아니 생각보다 관심이 많이 쏠려가지고
아이 당연히 게임 얘기죠 마우스 잡을 때 굳은 살
어그로 끌어 아니 오늘 배 가지고 한번 말했는데
인 엄마는 게임 사왔어? 또 시작이네 빈이 형 내 밤빵은? 뭐라냐? 왕빵빵 경찰 재창살 왕방방 왕밤빵
아 시끄러워 자꾸 왕빵빵거려
왕밤빵
아 시끄럽다고
왜 이래 오늘?
왕빵빵
야 바텀 2대1 하자.
너네 줘
아니 벌써 너네 팀이야 둘이?
나 아펠 하고 싶은데 아펠 구도하자 아펠을
나 애쉬 할게 그럼
애쉬 내가지 진짜 왜 저래
아니
왜 저래 이기고 싶어가지고
사영이 형 정글 하던가
대룰로 가자 대룰
대룰이 뭐야?
대회를
대룰이지. 와 이런 식으로. 잘하긴 한다.
사영이 형 갱을 안 와 이거
나큐안 찍었다 실수
캐리했다? 앞에 잘하지? 너 잘하네 구매시 느낌 나지?
아니 정화 안 들었네?
카이사는 정화 필요 없어 챔피언 자체가
감정적인 계절에
아니 개 잘하네.
카이사가 정화가 필요 없다니까? 한타는 정화가 별로
3이랑 그냥 한타 때 그냥
한타인데 정화가 별로 필요 없어
줘버리겠구만. 케이크 박아버리면 어떻게 살 건데 카이사 그러면?
담배 깨고 뒤에 막을 건데
우리가 쌈장을 내줄게 왜 너무 못해
됐어 안해
사영이 형 풀었어? 손?
Hello and welcome to the space. We're here after game number 1 of KT versus Liv Sandbox, and KT was able to take that down in relatively swift fashion, although Liv Sandbox did put up a good fight. I'm still Valdez, with me is Aux and Hooney. And what do you guys think about this game number 1?
You know, I kind of like that Liv Sandbox went for this aggressive composition. A lot of the fights were super scrappy. They really went for it, and there were so many moments where you see the Akali, Nocturne diving in together. But ultimately, I think the big thing was this Viego Ahri really made it hard to win fights. Because even if you saw the initial kills work for Liv Sandbox, Cuz and BDD would survive, would get a reset, and just take over the fight from there.
Yeah, I mean, we highlight Akali because, like, it's just not possible to perform against the enemy team. Like, any team is Alistar, and even GP, Viego Ahri, Tristana, every champion's mobile, or it's so easy to kill, is like put the damage in the Shroud as well. At the same time, like a GP is like 1v1, incredibly strong. Like, you just don't win side lane as Akali, and you don't really have anything to do. And it's like, you surely like has the engaged comp with Egg, the Kai'Sa, Jax, like the Rel, the Nocturne, like with the R comp, but it's not good when enemy team is like this mobile.
You could tell that they wanted to go the Nocturne Ahri combo that we've seen so much. It does make me wonder, could they not have just taken the Ahri on 4? Because I feel like the Nocturne would be less likely to be denied, you know? Ahri doesn't always signify a Nocturne, but we have seen if the Nocturne's locked in, it was no surprise KT will also steal away. So just something to think about, but definitely I think maybe the Nocturne Ahri would have given them more chances in this game, but it still felt like the carry potential from KT was a bit too strong.
Yeah, absolutely. It was nice to see the GP coming out once again into the Jax, so Keen showing that he's going to play that pick regardless of if you like it or not. So let's take a look at the first highlight we have here. 19 minutes into the game, we did have a fight around the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, the KT always is one to actually be able to start, even though it's like just the Ahri. And it's like the Rel's kind of chunked, and the BDD is like little dip without ulti. But I mean, it just doesn't really matter because it's like, as I said, like they're like really mobile, and that they were not able to finish. Like, so it's actually like it's just overextended, and it's like cause taking down Jax can become a problem.
And you know, I don't even feel like the concept is too bad here from Liv Sandbox, right? They see BDD overextended. He should be punished, right? But the execution's not there. Cuz just completely outplays, gets the passive reset, and with that, suddenly it goes from, you know what, maybe could have been something into an absolute disaster.
Yeah, definitely Cuz getting a lot of POG focus after that play and many others like it. We can go into the second highlight as well, 22 minutes in. This one over the Drake. This was actually only the second Drake in the game, but they had fought over it many times.
Yeah, I mean, the game was like real chaotic. Like, they were just actually fighting all the time. But the thing is, like, you have to know this Rel is not like actually just going to get... It's not like you have to go like with the 5 champion, you know, once. Like, it's just like going one by one will not be just make you win the team fight. And also, you need to understand, like, the Liv Sandbox was already like behind on gold, like more than like 3,000, and it's just not possible. Like, and also the Keen GP is like just winning hard on top lane just by itself.
Yeah, and you saw immediately, like, we had aiming jumping out of the Rel engage. BDD did get caught, but still had his ult to get away. And the thing is, because it was Rel going in and then everyone else following up, it meant that the carries got space, got a position where they could retaliate. And then again, this reset composition with so many carries who just easily get momentum as soon as they get one kill. If you fumble and engage, you just lose.
Yeah, and, you know, we oftentimes call comps like this somewhat easy to play. You know, you press your R buttons all together, and it kind of works for itself, but you can see what happens if you're not pressing them all together. Let's take a look at the POG here on the side of KT Rolster for game number 1, as it will be Cuz, not a big surprise after what he was able to do to the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, as we chose our highlight 1, honestly, that was a super outplay, and it's like, if From is all on, like, he wants to say clean, like, overall, just had a clean game, and he's like, he knows how to play, like, basically every champion, and make sure it's, like, so impactful in a scrimmage and team fight. Like, you'll see, like, every single time, like, as we said it, these 1 HP play into turn to Jax, making sure he can actually use a Counter-Strike, just win.
Yeah, and I mean, this wasn't the cleanest game overall from KT, but I think what this displayed and what Cuz displayed is that he's just too strong, too good, really for Liv Sandbox to match up to, and he can just carry. in team fights, all he needs is a pick like Viego and he'll just take over. So even if it wasn't, you know, the super focused, high-level play we typically see from KT, still more than enough capability in this jungler's hands to take over the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And BDD also, I think this game, a lot of it was about the Ahri and Viego, and I think BDD had an excellent laning phase. He did well afterwards because was kind of like the really spicy, flashy guy in a lot of the later game fights, so he gets more of the votes. But we do have some news as well moving into game number 2. Might be a little bit controversial. KT's entire Challenger League squad is here, and they are going to be playing game number 2.
In fact, I don't think DRX basically will not be the great fan of it, you know?
Yeah, and this gives Liv Sandbox an opportunity. We don't know how the series is going to pan out. We don't know if KT will sub their main roster back in if their Challenger roster loses this one. DRX are definitely hoping so, but I feel like for Liv Sandbox, you've been given an opportunity. Even if they do sub their main roster in, this is a chance to equalize the series. That being said, they could still lose to KT's Challenger roster, and if that happens, then you definitely did not deserve playoffs. So they should be coming into this confident. They should be looking to take this match, and regardless of the sub situation with Game 3, use that momentum to ride forward. So Liv Sandbox, you've been given a Hail Mary here. Take it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I'm sure the guys on the desk will talk a lot about this Challenger League team. They were really strong in spring. In summer, they did fall off a little bit in the beginning, but they have come back into form. I believe they're getting better and better. And they're decent. I don't want to say strong. I like stop myself because they're quite good. But also that's in Challenger League, right? So Liv Sandbox as a professional LCK Tier 1 team, they should be the heavy favorites in this one, which is why we're expecting a Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully DRX is okay. Like, usually, the team doesn't really do it because, like, this actually match affect the other team go to the playoff or not. So, we'll see how it goes. It's pretty fun, but usually it's not happening frequently.
Yeah, that's why I think they had the main roster in Game 1 and they might sub them back in Game 3. But also, I don't know if anyone's seen, but on Twitter, DRX actually changed the logo to KT. And they were like, we're big fans of KT. Not sure they will be after this. We'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. There's also still a chance that KT's team also just wins, which would be maybe not so good on the side of Liv Sandbox. They're gonna be like, oh man, like we really needed to get into playoffs, and then we lost to the Challenger League team as well.
At least if that happens, because they got beaten by KT, would be like, oh, you know, maybe Liv Sandbox was better than DRX, and because they had to face KT, they don't make it. But because it's a Challengers team, if they lose this, they definitely did not deserve playoffs.
Absolutely. So a very interesting game number 2 on the way. Let's go back to the casters to bring us through it.
Thank you so much, Spacers. There is a lot to talk about. Who are these teams? Who are these players, Chronicler? Where is Pyoshik? We'll just have to find out together. Thankfully, we've been casting Challenger this whole year, and we know a fair bit about KT's Challenger roster. This is a roster that was doing fantastically well, as Valdez said, in spring. Feisty, I'm so glad they got this photo as well. That is the most intensity that I've ever seen in a player photo ever. This guy in the mid lane is what this team is kind of all about. He has been absolutely fantastic for quite some time. And Castle towards the top side of the map has a lot of... Perfect has a lot of experience against Clear.
I also want to let everyone know, in case this influences your decision who to root for, Feisty was previously in Brion.
Yep.
He was a bro player.
He was part of the... Do you want to say it?
Feisty Loopy Gaming.
That's because their AD carry's name was Garmin. So they were actually Feisty Loopy Gaming.
They were Feisty Loopy.
Without even having to add the gaming.
Is this normal in Challengers?
Yes.
Yeah, there is Frog. There is Sponge.
There is Plan B.
I knew you were
We don't have Plan A. We only have Plan B. And Plan B for KT was their whole Challenger roster. They are now going to be on the red side, and let's see whether Liv Sandbox can take them down.
Hear me out. Sandbox win this game, and then they also sub in their Challengers roster.
Oh,
they're gonna bring him in.
Yep, and then it's just like, oh, okay. And I wouldn't know what would happen. Actually, no, we've seen that one. KT have been a little bit better than Liv Sandbox in Challenger so far this season. Let's have a look, and let's see whether Liv Sandbox can, lean on the fact that Clear knows a lot about these players in order to find themselves a good draft.
So hear me out. I think there's two ways as well that this can play out for a player, because when it comes to the individual talents, Sandbox at large should be better. KL, winner of Challengers, right, in 2021 summer. Clear was one of the best top laners in Challengers for
he was
a large part.
He was the best.
He was, it was. Until Thanatos really started coming up in like summer of...
but even then, he won a player of the split over Thanatos. So like this is the level of performance of these players. Clear is going to lock away the Kai'Sa for Teddy once again.
Yeah, that we're expecting. But I also think that weirdly enough, this is actually worse for Sandbox. Because now are you not only fighting for an opportunity to get yourself to playoffs and to get yourself to Worlds, but you're also at the risk of losing to a Challengers team. Like a last-minute sub in the B team. And I love Challengers. This team is also going to play a playoffs best of 5 tomorrow. By the way, they're going to play a full best of 5. And I can only applaud this decision from KT. I think it's super cool. There are 0 stakes for them.
Yeah.
They have guaranteed themselves a first place spot in the season. And they can also always sub back in their main roster. But just giving these players the opportunity. We've seen so many examples of players from Challengers being called up, going back, and looking so much better. Because the level of play is just a lot higher.
And also, maybe the KT Challenger roster was struggling to find scrims this afternoon, and they really want to get their practice in. This is a good way to do it as well on the eve of your first playoff match. Jack's going to be locked in here. Sejuani is banned away, so that is not something that we're going to be looking for, but Clear back on a pretty powerful pick here towards the top side. Wouldn't be surprised to see Perfect go back towards his Rumble. He is actually a pretty good Rumble player that we have seen as Willa. Thinking about the Wukong, and Will lock that one in. A little bit of a smile on his face as well, as I wouldn't be smiling because I don't like Wukong very much.
It's 30% win rate. So, glass half full, you do force a Rakan then.
No, you don't.
I mean, they can pick it. Yeah, they can pick it here.
They don't have to pick it here. They can just ban it or pick it on 4. That is a Gragas. Okay. Feisty going back to some of his old ways. Hasn't played too much of it this season, but was playing it a fair bit in spring, but could also be perfect to pick into the Jax that we have seen quite a few times.
I think it's 100% for Perfect here. The AP Gragas was not really nerfed, even though we haven't really seen the answer yet, because I do think it's a matchup that is reliant on your mastery of specifically AP Gragas, which also plays very differently from tank Gragas, right? You're forced to be a lot more aggressive. You're forced to actually utilize the aggressive trading potential that you have, which not everyone is always willing to go for. Will end up working out. Already the backline threat that KT have available for themselves are looking good. Now Sandbox, this is a lot of comfort. Clear on Jax. Teddy gets Kai'Sa again. And Close, or Will or rather, will be able to pick up the Wukong, but like Wukong has just been so incredibly weak. And I'm very, very skeptical. We'll see what amount of teamfight impact he can have. The one upside is that obviously Wukong and Kai'Sa is a great combination, but if you don't get like a Leona, or again, ideally, you'd be able to lock in the Rakan here, I'm kind of having a hard time seeing how this one is going to work out, and I think an R4 Rakan for KT is going to feel amazing.
Yeah, I think, the R4 Rakan probably going to happen. It is, of course, Wei's most played champion alongside the Nautilus. Wei actually replaced Rebel. Looked really good when he first started getting subbed in, but then the team didn't really look as cohesive in the Summer Split. Getting back to it now, this, of course, no-brainer. Want to take that one away from Kyle into the good old Wukong and Rakan synergy, but instead it will be Feisty. This is the 17th time he's played Azir this season.
Oh, it's a Yone.
There's the Yone angle.
100%. Ooh, I don't know about that one, KT. Giving over the Rakan and giving Closer the opportunity to counter pick with a Yone. That is
that's dicey.
That is not Feisty. That's dicey.
Yeah, it certainly is. There is mitigation that they do have, right? You've got Headbutt and the Cask, right, for disengage
Good
options.
Disengage, for sure.
But I don't know whether that is going to be enough against... Like, this composition looks really, really nice from Live Sandbox after it all kind of comes together. There are some caveats, right? Wukong's still pretty weak. Gragas is a good matchup into the Jax. We have seen it work out all right. The Zeri could have some moments as this game goes on. Yone can work into the Azir very, very well, but can also struggle sometimes. It does depend on how things go. But, I mean, if you're going to ask me who do you think is going to win, Closer or Feisty, probably put the smart money on the Closer.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm not even gonna fake disagree for the sake of the bit. Closer is our second, maybe third best Yone player. You know, Chovy on a good day, but obviously Zeka's the one
Fourth.
Really.
I mean, Zeka,
well.
BDD, Chovy.
I like Closers more than BDD. I think
you
Closers.
need to watch some more BDD Yone.
I think Closers is really good.
It is very good. It is very good.
But regardless of that, I'm not feeling too hot for Feisty in this matchup. The early 6 or pre-6 though is where you maybe can exploit the Wukong. We'll see if this KT Challengers roster can find the early angles and if they're going to be able to knock out Sandbox out of World and Playoffs contention.
If KT's Challenger roster knocks Live Sandbox out of any sort of playoffs contention, I don't know, man. This is crazy. It's unprecedented. Let's get on to the Rift. Ooh, the fans really getting behind the young players here as KT take to the Rift. Feisty with base skin Azir. Very similar to a certain perfect. Yeah, I mean, you got to do it, man. In fact, it's interesting. It's his first game of Gragas. Castle was the Gragas player for KT so far this season. Does like to get a few more of those team fight picks in there, does Castle. We do have a few teams that like to switch around their top laners quite a lot. Gets a little bit confusing in Challenger, just because teams do like to experiment with which top laners are performing the best. Gen G comes to mind as a team that really does like to do that with their top laners Zest and Casting. Casting is a confusing top laner to cast. So thankfully Zest is their front runner at the moment.
And the early laning phase here, obviously expected to be favored for KT towards the top side. Perfect should have a lot of agency there. So Teddy and KL gonna secure themselves some vision, but not really gonna get more than that. This is the nerfed Vice Closer, getting some early Q stacking going off of the Raptor camp to try and put some additional pressure towards Feisty.
Yeah. I've thrown some burst fires towards Teddy and Kyle, who are just trying to bully them away from these first few minions. They aren't going to be able to get there, and Hype really was one of the bot laners last season that I was really interested in, right? Like, this guy was playing extraordinarily well, him and Lua, as well as, of course, you know, DRX were just really, really good. Pletter, of course, coming up to the LCK and getting POG, so he was pretty good, got MVP for a reason. But Hype and Lua of both KT and Humble Life Esports were both great. Hype this season has not been showing quite as much of that. So we'll see whether here in this game he's going to be able to step up. Because I'm so tempted to like open Twitch chat and go full challenger mode because half of this game is challenges. You know, why aren't we talking about weird stuff, Chronicler?
You can even go and argue that, you know, it's even more because Clear and KL,
yeah, right,
both were in the system. I mean, KL has been a little bit longer, was 2021. Clear was last year.
Yep.
As we do see the early laning phase, Teddy and KL expected to really bully early on because Wei isn't the champion. Level 1 is looking quite nicely. Perfect, though, definitely struggling against Claire here early on. I do think the Gragas post first back should be feeling a whole lot better when you actually start stacking some AP.
Yep, and you might be thinking to yourself, well, Clear is like basically a challenger top laner. He wasn't. This is actually probably, this and the mid lane going to be very one-sided. As Closer is going to unbind his soul and do a lot of damage here to Feisty. So Yone certainly having a good time so far. Sand Soldier's being put down. As Humbug in the area, but he's standing on a ward. And Clear is here as well. Willa will be taking this bot side scuttle. and might be able to move up and also collect the topside one as well, as Humbug taking his sweet time getting over here. Will be the Wukong just going for a back, as Closer might even be able to deter Humbug from making this one happen, but still going to be able to get in there, and even though no smite, he's still going to be able to take that one away.
And Perfect going to be looking for his first back sometime soon. Wheeler will get spotted here.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he spotted Humbug.
Doesn't look like he did.
Now going to find the Vault Breaker. Willer trying to utilize that Nimbus Strike, get that extra attack speed, but you can see Humbug pretty happy about trading with the Wukong at this stage of the game. Perfect now moving towards clear, knows that the jungler is no longer there. Kyle finds a great grand entrance onto Wei. He's going to trample his way out of here. The Sandbox just kind of taking some control. Of course, if you can talk about the lane matchups, the Zeri not exactly going to be doing the greatest things in the very early stages of the game, but we've seen her do better than this. Not necessarily with Alistair's, though, who does make it to level 3. There's still a difficult time. Feisty is already teleported back. Closer hasn't just yet as Humbug, level 4, looking for this as the flashes are exchanged between jungle and mid, and no flash for Closer means a lot less playmaking to worry about. Nicely done there by the KT jungler.
Well done by Humbug. Should be looking to clear his bot side and then probably go for a back. Forcing Closer's flash is going to give Feisty a lot more innate safety. Takes away a lot of the range that Closer can go for these high pressure engage from as well. Also, Willer not going to be too sad about this state of affairs because it does mean that he's just been able to farm up once they hit 6 as soon as humanly possible, because that's when the matchup becomes a little bit less rough. And right now, chapter done for Perfect. Again, this is where I think it's, life starts becoming a lot better. Clear buying Merc Treads is going to make Perfect a little better.
Oh, not quite going to get there. Thankfully, we get the zoom in from Jonas Strong to create the drama. That's absolutely fantastic. But gets the experience, and that's, you know, that's easy. I was about to say it's the main thing. It's not. It's still really sad, but still. Closer dashing forward does not quite find the Q. Feisty probably pretty happy to have this lane just continually shoved towards him. Currently down a couple of waves, but there is like a wave and a half sitting here, ready to be mowed down.
And you know what is really cool to me is we saw some challengers up last year, right, with COVID. Yeah. The emergency call-ups being a thing, and it was mostly unsuccessful. The circumstances weren't great. This split, though, and this year, it's been a lot of very successful call-ups. Right, Pace is obviously the
front runner.
That's the obvious one, but the G-Riz, another one. Jiwoo comes to mind as well, as Wei might be in some trouble here.
Ooh, the good old Shellfish Taxi. You like to see it as he flashes out of the way of the Flash Grand Entrance. He's just continuing to trot his way out, and Humbug doesn't even need to jump off his Sentinel. He's going to be able to take that one down. So, no Flash on Wei, but you could argue that he's even happier now because he has Hex Flash available. I'm into it. Kyle doesn't have that, so ultimately the trade of flashes in favor of KT. As Willer taking a bit of damage here from Humbug. Alright, Perfect in trouble. There's a cask for the disengage, and he does make his way out of there. Both of these top laners with the most experience playing against each other out of any other lane. Sandbox going to be starting off this Chemtech Drake. And moves out of the way the extended thing.
Yeah, for Sandbox, things are looking up, right? Because you're 500, 600 gold up in the early game here, which is expected to be one of your weaker spots. Post 6, this composition really starts to come alive with Rakan ultimate. Obviously, Closer already does have access to his ultimate. We saw him try and go aggressive previously, but didn't end up working out. With Willer, most notably, not really a champion 3-6. And any lead you can get before that, picking up an early dragon. You know, forcing some early summoners and maybe getting some movement up towards this Rift Herald. All going to be really big wins, because it's really the 5v5s where I think you have to be very worried.
Oh, there's the headbutt pole under 2. Teddy gonna have to flash as he is ignited. It's a good grand entrance, but Hype is still trying to make this one work. Still has the heal available. He's gonna use it, but he had ignite, and that is gonna be first blood going to Teddy. Another headbutt pole comes in as Teddy is getting relatively low, but Wei has nothing left in the tank. He's gonna have to try and get out, but he's not going to. Still will be a 2-for-1 as Kyle does go down, but still Pretty nice one there for Teddy. Humbug looking to make his way down. Cease and desist is going to be there.
He's dead.
And Teddy is very dead. So I guess 2 for 2 in the end. Decides that he is going to invest that one into the slam dunk. And no assist going over to anybody else. Still, it is going to be a big wave that is taken down, I guess, although it is going to be parked in front of the turret instead of actually crashing.
Really big here is the level up timer for Teddy. Initial burst comes through. Teddy gets taken low, but Kyle does a really good job of stalling. And then as soon as Hype goes very far forward here, but not actually able to hit, Kyle doing a lot of tanking. And Teddy with his killer instinct, the extended trade going the way of the Kai'Sa. Then Wei ends up going down here, but the extra turret shot just in range there is Kyle. And then I actually thought that Humbug was spotted because he did actually sweep a ward, but I don't even know if Teddy would have lived even if he went back to his turret with ultimate available. Feels like, and flash for Humbug feels like that one was a little cursed.
Yeah, a little bit.
Relatively even trade favoring Sandbox, and still sitting on about a 700 gold lead here.
Interested to see how team fights are going to go, because that is where an LCK team should theoretically be a lot better than a Challenger team. There is a lot of chaos in Challenger just in general. Macro is the problem. This laning phase and stuff like that, our Challenger players can be fantastic, as Clear is in turret range. All right, perfect, I see you. As Clear is going to be able to make his way out, but I think message kind of received here as the Rift Herald is going to get a charge. A few plates going over towards Willa there. And after that trade, you can imagine Perfect feeling kind of all right about this whole situation. AP Gragas working out.
A lot of vision here towards the top side of the map, so Clear does feel comfortable aggressively pushing in. And shouldn't be feeling too bad, as Teddy does get tagged there at the end. Perfect. This is where it starts feeling better and better, right? We're gonna see Perfect pick up the Lucidity Boots as well. So spell rotations come closer and closer, and there are less windows where you can go in and try to counter-strike. But yeah, it's the team fighting where I expect to see a big difference. We've seen this with, most notably, Nongshim, who even in like the last couple of weeks of summer, you still make a couple, or a lot, you know, depending on which series they were playing, of very elementary, like front-to-back setups, not checking the flanks, you know, these elementary things that if you just watch LCK, you're very used to seeing just be second nature in teams. At the same time, as we've seen with Nongshim as well, can't underestimate the Challenger teams, because they're definitely not as consistent, but the peaks definitely can surprise you at times.
The hands are pretty impressive just in general, as Wei is going to move forward. Kyle going to call off this particular attack. Thankfully, Unbound Soul means that Closer can kind of dash forward with impunity. Still, it's a 10 CS advantage now for Feisty, who's really taking control back in this lane. And this KT Challenger roster, yes, they're 1,000 gold behind, close to, but so far, no colossal mistakes, as Willa is standing on top of a ward. And the next Drake might be where a fight is going to start.
And that's when we're going to start seeing, because if Sandbox win the first fight, it's very reminiscent if you watch the earlier series today, which involved Zac. Very fun. We had a great time. With a Zac comp as well, like once you start getting ahead, the game gets very unplayable for your opponent. That's the case here as well. Like with Rakan, with Yone, with Wukong, if you get a lead on any of your carries, really, you can just perma-engage and keep going in. And even with the disengage that's available for KT, I have kind of a hard time seeing them stay alive beyond like the upfront burst of Closer going in, Kyle following up, and Teddy, you know, killer instincting and blowing someone up. So we'll see how KT gets to manage that. A lot of tools, but do they know how to actively use them, as Feisty and Closer really want to back, sitting on a lot of gold here, both TP available as well.
Yeah, Teddy grabbing some plate gold here towards the bottom side. 2 of them have been picked up. Feisty collects a Leandri's as he's back to the mid lane. We do have Liv Sandbox with control of this Dragon Pit, but KT are closing in. Let's see what they can actually do, as there is the cease and desist. Hype is going to ult as well, as Will is getting taken down exceptionally low. The Zeri picks up a kill now. Is it going to be a certification moment? Emperor's Divide, kind of massive. Teddy taken down. In the meantime, Perfect is looking for Clear. He's just like, get out of here, buddy. You ain't going to protect the rest of your team. You may have teleport, but I have a body slam, and that's a triple kill. Stamp it and certify it, Chronicler.
KT Challengers coming up huge. And this is what I was talking about for Sandbox. Imagine if you start falling behind in this game. You are... Well, they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
there's just some emotional damage being done at the same time, Chronicler. You're exactly right.
But you see that stutter stepping that Perfect was doing? Is like...
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, by the way, teleport. Go try and save your team.
I want to highlight again here. Kael goes in, but a lot of damage isn't actually here. Teddy has to go for a very early stopwatch that I don't know was needed. There wasn't that much threat on him.
Oh.
And then there's a multi-man ultimate from Feisty.
A multimate, if you will.
I absolutely will not. And the comp from Sandbox, again, stands or falls by how cohesive it is. You need to be synced up. If you're synced up, you can kill a backline in seconds. If you're not synced up, like Teddy stopwatching, Closer isn't there, Willer and Cal are going in, it doesn't work. And now you have a Fed Zeri.
I think I predicted Life Esports in the match against KT tomorrow. Kind of want to renege.
Atlas, it's you of all people after this year should know it's challenging.
Yeah, and actually, this ain't over. This ain't over.
Oh, no.
That is a very good point. But very proud of KT in this most recent team fight. And even if they do lose, they can hold their heads high. 2,000 gold is their lead. Live Sandbox have 2 Drakes. It is a Cloud Soul, baby. That's what we're talking about.
Good. That is good for Sandbox because Rakan, Kai'Sa, Yone, Jax.
Bit of movement speed could be good, yeah.
I think the movement speed post-ult is pretty good. A lot of value there. Obviously, Wukong and Rakan, the most obvious ones, but all of these picks are going to try and play very aggressive. But
Hype is really big, Chronicler.
Yeah, no, he's a Fed Zeri. And your tools of reliably locking him down are not that great.
And the disengage options that we illustrated earlier on, right, in the Gragas and the Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, they're really good.
And the peel potential of an Alistair that, you know, needs no introduction.
And there's no point in clicks. Like, there's a lot of the lockdown on Sandbox, but Zeri is notoriously slippery. I do think, though, Hype going for heal actually might end up being somewhat of a saving grace, because obviously a lot of the CC is knockups, right? But it does also mean that Cal, for example, can find a charm into knockup.
Yeah, true.
And there was no counterplay for Hype. I do think that Cleanse is just a lot more sustainable. It's clear.
Pass has to be flashed. I think Humbug was actually seen. Believe pings were going down there, so clear. Understanding that he does have to flash to get out of the way of that one.
And another thing that I think is understated, as mentioned, in a best of 1, I think a lot of the good Challengers teams actually have a shot. Not against KT, obviously, like not against Genji, not against our top teams. But I think it's important to note that best of 1s inherently are very volatile.
Yeah.
If best of 1, if LCK was a best of 1 format, as a Perfect in trouble.
Sidestep was kind of gorgeous, though, as Perfect going to tank up the turret quite a few times. He's got nowhere to go. That is going to be the kill onto the Gragas. Want to shout out Clear for that sidestep. Really looked nice. And Teddy getting a kill. Fantastic here for Live Sandbox, finding their way back into this game.
You need these kills to stay relatively even on gold to keep some parity, as this mid lane turret definitely going to go down.
Yeah, Teddy going to be able to grab first turret blood, though. That is huge. Just in the nick of time, as Feisty, he was killing minions with his turret towards his top side, is going to be able to take it down now. So 2 turrets to 1, going to be the advantage here for KT. First turret blood, going to even it out just a little as Teddy gets the full shove towards this inner turret. Gragas is going to be coming back up again. Clears out the Sun Disc.
Feisty is just sitting on like a casual 11 CS per minute.
He is, yeah.
In a counter matchup.
But he couldn't be more comfortable. Like, we can't, his second most played has 6 games, Chronicle, and he has 16 on this champion.
Hey, you're playing behind BDD or you're playing behind BDD, okay? You get 1 champion.
Exactly.
You get to play.
Do you remember, Karis did exactly the same thing?
I know.
What's his champion? It's just, everyone knows that you have to, every mid laner that has ever played behind BDD just has to constantly do Azir exams. It's just Azir exams over and over again. And Feisty, he generally gets pretty good marks.
He just, you know, you're at the KT facility, you're trying to take a nap, and then all of a sudden you get, oh, Wheeler, still will be big.
Yeah.
Not going to be the case. You get woken up by BDD in the middle of your nap.
How much mana do you need to do a full combo?
Tell me, what happens if the 7th wave crashes, Yone is pathing towards you, and the enemy jungler started blue? Do you go in or not? Do you go in or not? As the sidestep here from Claire. Really big. I don't think he was really in kill threat one way or another, but it does mean that they get the clean trade.
Yeah. And now Liv Sandbox going to try and get some deep vision. KT was able to pick up the dragon. That is definitely good. Avoiding Soul Point is a big deal. But the gold lead has not extended. It doesn't necessarily need to. We do need to sort of identify these compositions just a little bit. Liv Sandbox do have a lot of side lane pressure with this Jax, who is just going to get stronger and stronger insides as this game goes on. But KT's teamfight is kind of terrifying, especially with Hype having the early certification on this Zeri. 3, 1, and 2 now moving towards his Quick Blades pretty quickly. Bit on the nose, I know, but you know, you have to say it sometimes.
It actually is really weird casting a challenger team and not looking at chat the whole time.
I know.
It feels very disorienting. If you're wondering what we're talking about, challengers is very different. Challengers casts are, if you think this form of LCK is unfocused and easily distracted, boy, do I have news for you.
Yeah, we have, for example, imitated a microwave.
You guys did that, yeah.
Yeah, that happened.
We had Twitch chat cast a fight.
They casted a team fight, yes.
Did really well.
Yes. Absolutely fantastic. So everyone that was in chat on that day can say that they've casted a professional Korean League of Legends game. We've also had games where the chat has done like, for people that aren't actually listening with sound, you can just read chat and there's casting there.
Yeah, it's just people in their free time providing text-based casting.
Thank you so much, Zane, for that one. Absolutely fantastic.
It's a wonderful thing. Now, Sandbox are not out of this, and I want to reiterate, this is a type of composition where even if you're 10k gold behind, one clean combo, one good setup, one cohesive engage can be the difference maker. And we'll see if they can find that.
Oh, Hambach in trouble. He's trying to turn it, but the quickness does come down. Closer finds the ulti. Under 2 as they take down Hambach already. Feisty is here. Perfect is teleported in. And Hype does still have the ultimate. They are still very dangerous, but Hambach dying with cease and desist up and the flash available. This is scary, but it looks like KT are kind of feeling themselves. No unbreakable will. Liv Sandbox are also running out of buttons as well. Teddy does get the inside track on this inner turret, though. They might be able to take this one down. KT vying for position. They are going to be able to get there before this turret falls. 2 minutes on the Drake, so I don't know what we're really thinking about towards the bottom side. And Closer just clears out the top wave of minions. Could have been worse there for KT, but still, good little fight back for Liv Sandbox.
Could have been a surefire comeback if Sandbox had been able to turn this into more. Oh, they're starting a mash. I don't know if Sandbox is ready. They're gonna know.
Yeah,
but are they in time? Like Fed Zeri and a Nazir with Nashers and Leandries.
This is Leandries there, exactly. They could just burst this down. They've also got so much disengage, as we spoke about already. The Baron's just going to be taken, and it's clean from this team. 2-man pulverized. Special delivery. Feisty's going to wipe the floor with him. What is happening? Chronicler Challenger teams are too powerful. They cannot be stopped. Hype is going to pick up another one, and they're just going to march down the mid lane. I know I'm kind of losing my mind here, but like, there is so much going on in my brain. I'm so proud of these players, man.
Yeah, I'm out of words. I don't know. I am just baffled. Seeing KT sneak away that Baron, that's one thing.
It was a clean Baron.
It was clean, and then they turn it around as well. As we see here, Hambach tries to go for the re-engage, doesn't end up working out, doesn't find the Q, also isn't able to dodge, and then Weyes uses his ultimate. But again, there is no cohesion from
that
Sandbox.
Flash hold, man. From finding it onto Willer as well.
And then he gets Teddy, of all people. And Closer wasn't there. And this is, again, this is something that Sandbox hadn't really shown as much of, but that really categorized their early season. It's that they don't look like they're on the same page. And from this point on, we're gonna need some. If you think you've seen real challenge, we're gonna need to see some real challengers for Sandbox to win this one.
Yeah, and it's KT that are the challenger team. But it's Liv Sandbox that need to...
Oh, there we go!
All right, there we go. We managed to find Berry. She is very, very dead. Humbug trying to escape, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to. Willa finds the Cyclone onto him. Humbug able to Vault Breaker his way out. Feisty's also in trouble, and you were mentioning, let's find some challenger. I found it, Chronicler! As Feisty's also just dead. I think they may have got a little bit ahead of themselves.
That's challengers, baby!
Which way? Where is Waze Paddock? I am not entirely sure. He's walking angrily towards the enemy base. Yeah, there we go. Takes the little Scryer's Bloom, and Teddy's going to be able to grab himself the kill. Liv Sandbox, they will grab themselves Soul Point. And we are back towards a game state that is looking a little bit more okay for Liv Sandbox.
And it's these type of mistakes, you know, pathing that aggressively when not having any intel as to where the enemies are, that you can get away with in challengers. Not so much in the LCK. And I really want to give credit to Sandbox as well, right? Continuously looking, their lives are on the line, and being able to actually output all this pressure to find the one pick, the backline access that they so desperately need, ends up working out. Feisty also goes down. Clear gets a humongous shutdown. And I want to remind you again that they got Nash. They still somehow got a positive Baron power play, but it didn't really amount to a whole lot.
No, that it was a bit more positive until the end here. So about 2K, still 3,000 gold in the lead. But I think if you are a Liv Sandbox fan, you're breathing a little bit easier.
Oh, challengers.
It was looking so clean. Yeah, I was so proud of them. And then as soon as I finished my rant, there's inting everywhere, Chronicler. It became full challenger. Just turned on a dime.
They still have the 3K gold lead. I think the game state's still not looking too bad for KT. The saving grace here is that Sandbox was able to pick up a dragon as well. So they didn't lose any inhibs, so they're not seizing complete control, or ceding rather, complete map control. And then the fact that they are only a single Drake away from picking up a Cloud Soul, which is extremely valuable with the composition, even if you're one of those weird people that doesn't like Cloud Souls,
Wait, there's people who don't like Cloud Soul?
Yeah, Atlas, a lot of people.
What?
I
no,
know.
that's not true.
Well,
are you just saying that to make me upset?
No, because
Are you trying to make me sad?
No, I know that.
There are no people like that.
I think it's good.
There are no people like that. Those people do not exist, Chronicler. Everyone knows that Cloud Soul is the best.
Maybe it's because they moved on to a new target, which is Chemtech.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
they used to be weird people that seemed to think that it wasn't good, but no
just
more.
Because Chemtech is unpopular does not mean that Cloud Soul is suddenly popular, okay?
Yes, it does. Cloud Soul is the most popular Drake.
Just moved up a little bit.
You know what? I would like to ask our social media team to make a poll, okay?
You're gonna try to pollster me?
Yep. That's
KT pollster?
That's what I'm trying to do. As Hype takes a lot of damage there from the Void Seeker. Has 3 items for Teddy. He's pretty scary. Although 4-2 and 4 for Hype. He's also moving towards his 3rd item. See what it is going to be. Probably just going to be the Bloodthirster to come in next as Humbug running pretty quickly. We'll get a control ward down, clear out some vision where he can. The Baron going to be up in 1 minute's time. The Drake up in 2. And I don't know whether KT are going to get away with a Baron like they did last time. I think it's going to have to be an honest-to-goodness team fight. As -1 in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately for Hype, going to miss a cannon. To get a little bit of a zoom, but not a big one. Jonah Strong going easy on the challenger players.
Yeah, I don't know if KT have actually been able to break the game. They had the opportunity the moment that they got the Baron, weren't able to actually take full control, right? As long as the inhibs are up, as long as the inhibitor turrets are standing, it's really hard to actually get access to the entirety of the map, or at least be able to overlook one side, get full vision control, because a lot easier to shove out.
Are you impressed with Feisty's build, by the way? This is like...
Yeah, no, he's not afraid.
It's pretty aggressive, one could say. He's got a very, very cool hat to wear atop his mask and some shoes so he doesn't hurt his feet. Knows what time it is, and has a weapon just to defend himself. Or go on a bit of a spree here. He does manage to find the right team fight angle. KT getting control of this river. The Baron has just spawned. They do have control of it for
I think
now.
start it up. Because you want to try and
I mean,
force
it's even
Sandbox to make a
faster
mistake.
now.
Yeah, you want to try and force Sandbox to make an engage when they're not really ready for it. They do have a great flank ward here, though.
Yeah.
And they will get spotted.
Yeah, Closer is going to move in. There's a big ulti. Wei is once again ulted, and Closer is just dead. He goes for the engage, and the rest of Lift Sandbox are just not there to follow up. Humbug going to get Void Sought, but nothing else going to happen. Kyle getting caught on the flank here as well. Not going to be able to make his way in as there's the teleport for Clear. They know exactly what's going on, and KT are looking for the turn. Teddy dives in. Emperor's Divide once again, but the Azir is going to fall down. Kyle gets into the back line. He's running amok, but it's Hype that's getting the kills. And now Clear trying to escape. Teddy has to flash the wall, but that's going to leave the rest of the team kind of without anyone there as Clear goes golden. Perfect is just playing Bouncer, and Hype is going to pick up yet another one. I don't know whether it necessarily means the Baron right now, but Liv Sandbox, they definitely lose out on that fight.
Feisty made sure that Wheeler wasn't allowed to go for the steal. The Baron got down to 1k HP. And once we go back to the replay, Humbug's buffer there, absolutely huge. And again, it feels like Sandbox are not on the same page. Pay attention, Humbug actually is able to cancel the ultimate there and knock out Prozer, right? CC him. And even if he didn't, Clear isn't actually there. Then we see kind of a saving grace that they get Feisty down, and that's the only reason that this looks even a little bit close. Wei ends up going down as well. Obviously the chase potential of this Zeri Vi Gragas comp is a big problem. Player goes in, I think, just trying to salvage the situation and making sure that his teammates don't die. Because with Wheeler still alive, Baron isn't really on the cards. I'm surprised. I thought KT was at the very least going to pick up the Dragon here, but it doesn't look like they have done so just yet.
Yeah, Feisty can use the Sun Disc in order to get some mid-prio here pretty comfortably. And even though Feisty just popped at the very beginning, he hit so many people with an Emperor's Divide that was powered by Rabadons and the Leandries. Like, this is a max damage outside of, I guess,
and they go again.
The Nash's Tooth. And yeah, they are just going to start it up again. And this is a very quick Baron, as we already stated. Way off to the side, Hex Flash available. Willa, he's a stealer. He knows exactly what he wants to do. But that is going to be an ult used onto a clone. Not exactly optimal, as now Kyle trying to get out of there. Way tanking forever. Another ulti, but this one from Closer isn't as good. Emperor's Divide is massive. Delivery to Hype as well, as it's the Teddy pops into the back line. Hype goes golden, but can he keep himself alive? He flashes. He's not going to. Closer is still up, and he has to go back to the Unbound Soul. He's not even going to get a chance. And it's Teddy against the world. KT winning team fight after team fight after team fight, and Teddy's going to go down as well. Perfect takes a drink. That's an ace, and they'll take a Baron.
And KT!
I said 3-1. I said 3-1 for Humble Life Esports Tomorrow Chronicler. I'm an idiot.
Are on the verge of taking down Sandbox, sending DRX to playoffs, sending DRX into the Worlds qualifier and knocking Sandbox out. This is the end of their year that is imminent. Willer going for a very early stopwatch there, and you can just see that they don't know, right? They look all over the place, and then the re-engage. But the double stopwatch is so big there from Humbug, from Perfect. Feldes, I'm sure, has a lot to say about that one.
Feisty also avoiding the ult from Closer, absolutely
and then
massive.
Hitting his own.
And then he can command all of his Sand Soldiers to do so much work. This guy's Azir has always been fantastic, but he is having a day out on it today. Just so happens that the KT family is pretty good at Azir. You know, as we mentioned before.
And it's, as I was saying, this best of one, inherently volatile. And we have seen so many examples this year that a lot of challenger teams can scrap.
Oh, 100%.
Against the LCK. And
we remember Pleta getting called up and joining a team that he hadn't even really been scrimming with all that much, and still having a great performance. He got
POGs. He got Pace getting finals MVP. And if they can get this win, it would be huge now, Sandbox.
The future is looking bright here for the LCK. Let's just say that. These young players are very, very talented. And you can see KT, having played together for quite some time.
Oh, yeah.
They've even got the coordination. They can make the plays. I'm very proud of Humbug because he has been such a coin flip of a player He's found some angles, he's found others. Yeah, he altered a clone in the last team fight, but he sometimes just goes off on his own and does very silly things. This has not been that player in this game here today. And 7.5 thousand gold is the lead here for KT. There are still a fair few things that could go wrong for this squad. And as we like to say in Challenger, it's Challenger. Anything can happen. We're often like
possible.
Here in the LCK, we often say things like, "Oh man, well it's basically over. Let's talk about cheese." But it's not going to happen in this game.
So on one end, you have LCK where it's like, "Oh yeah, they got a 2 Drake lead and a 3K gold lead. It's over. There's no conceivable way that you come back." And in Challengers, the team's up 10K. We're like,
well, as it turns out, if Hype walks into 4 people by himself and Feisty's caught in the side lane, then perhaps we could find an avenue back in. This time around, the Baron was pretty clean from KT, though, as they're now looking for their final Dragon. That's going to be up in 2.5 minutes, approximately. They have already taken that top inhibitor, the perfect one is Kyle. Yeah, he is trying to get out of this one. Cease and desist is going to be there as Humbug doesn't really have very many friends. The 1v1 of the ages here. As, Kyle not going to be able to be flanking, but I don't know whether he necessarily dies because he has a lot more mobility. Still, without the engage of the Rakan, it's going to be difficult as there is the Cyclone into the backline. Emperor's Divide too good! And the explosion from the Zeri will take down the Wukong. Clear going to have to get out of there. And even in the 4v4, it is still definitely an advantage here for KT. When you've got Feisty and Hype standing on top of each other, it feels so hard to solo engage. They need to have Kyle coordinate to make this one work.
The disengage is so good. They still have Gragas' ult.
Yeah. And Teddy has to supercharge to get himself out of the way. He doesn't have that for another scuffle. If it does come in, perfect goes golden. The turret does fall down. Wei trying to keep himself alive. Hype sidesteps the ulti. He's looking for these burst fires, but it's not quite working out. Clear is going to get him down to the GA, and now Feisty is just looking to clean it up.
That's it!
It's a double kill, as now Hype is going to flash away. It's Clear against the world closer. Also here, but he's going to go down to his GA. Pops back to the Unbound Soul, and that is Liv Sandbox. Their chances at playoffs, their chances at Worlds will be crushed by 2 different KTs in the one day.
The roller coaster is only going up, Atlas!
It's ridiculous. It's overflowed into Challenger as well. This is nutty. Willa going to be taken down. It's a 10-3 and 12 Zeri in this game of all things. And KT, they will say goodnight to these Nexus turrets. You can see some scratching of heads for Liv Sandbox, but some ecstatic players here on the side of KT. And that is the 2-0 with 10 players in the one day. Buddock and Beryl giving them a good round of applause here. I can't believe KT actually stuck around here as well. It's actually really, really cool.
And a heartbreaker for Sandbox, but what a showing from this KT roster. Coming, they're playing their playoffs tomorrow. Humbug's like, hey,
guys,
perfect buddy, where are you?
Yeah, get over here. And he's going to take a bow. Actually adorable. The KT Challenger roster, they have been a bit up and down this season. I could imagine that's created a fair bit of momentum for them moving into tomorrow's best of 5 up against Humble Life Esports.
Oh, look at that.
Hirai giving them some pats on the shoulder, some hugs, and honestly, you'd be so proud of them.
It's mid-jungle gap into mid-jungle gap.
Yeah, 2 different mid-jungle gap.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Perfect's like, what the heck am I supposed to do? What? I'll just do this.
Oh, look at his hands!
Hey, he's almost got that one prepped. There we go.
Come on, Humbug, give us something. Oh, look at these guys.
He's looking very comfortable. Humbug is ready. I think he's LCK ready. Feisty, what you got for us?
KT Rollster.
Oh, man.
This oh my God!
We just need to chill. We need to chill a little bit. I mean,
you didn't have to do him like that.
Yeah, Liv Sandbox, you know, like, wait. Oh, okay, what are we doing? He's showing them the way. It's a W for Way.
Oh my.
Oh, I love that one. Look at the LCK camera guy also, as you can see, is just like ecstatic as well as these players. Very, very cute with their celebrations. How are we supposed to do the KT full team interview?
Everyone.
Is it 10 players
Everyone.
on stage?
You got to give them their interview. They've earned it.
Oh, absolutely. Maybe like the other KT just doesn't come back. Maybe they've gone home, actually. They may have just gone home.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, Lance is like, nah, they got this.
Look at Perfect running out. And it is a very fitting end in a way to the season that we see again. And I'm very happy that, I get to be on the cast for this, to see a Challengers team take the victory. And KT, I think, played incredibly well. But I also...
Is it Feisty POG? It's Feisty POG, right?
I think it was
or is it
Feisty and Hambach were my front runners. But on the flip side, I think we saw that it is and this is such a consistent till for Sandbox. No matter the lineup, in the last 3 years, under the pressure, this team doesn't look the same. Over the last couple of weeks, they were really looking up. It looked like everything was clicking, like the team was synergized, like they were actually able to go in all on the same page all the time. And in this game, we saw none of that.
No, we really didn't. And it does make me feel like the team that should be in playoffs is DRX.
I agree.
Because they played very well today. They actually surprised us with their performance. This was a surprise from Live Sandbox, but the other way around in game number 2. Wasn't a surprise in game number 1. I mean, KT are number 1 in the LCK. They're there for a reason. They broke their own records and many records before, just not being able to get up to T1 2022 Spring, right, as far as a consecutive kill lead, win lead. But here in this game, you'd think that if you're going to get into playoffs and do anything in the LCK, then you need to be able to take down, a middle-of-the-pack challenger team.
Because that's what they are.
Yeah.
And I do agree with you. This makes me really look forward to tomorrow's...
I actually very recently did my prediction of Hamalife Esports, who are second very clearly in Challenger at the moment. But after this, you'd imagine that's probably given a fair bit of confidence to KT.
And... look at the faces.
Perfect was actually clapping hands off keyboard, but he's Gragas, so it's totally fine.
Yeah, don't need hands on your keyboard, Gragas. Oh, Hambach.
Hype as well. Very, very happy about this one as Sandbox fans, unfortunately, pretty devastated here at Low Park.
Yeah. Understandably, and it is, of course, this was always the expected outcome. If the main KT roster would have played,
and there's also
wouldn't have changed. I think
it's hats off to the KT Challenger squad, but also we have to remember that you'd be pretty crushed knowing that this is a game number 2. You'd have to win again, and you probably have to win against the main roster immediately afterwards. So. They're not going to go quietly into the night just saying, Challengers team play it out for the end there. They do want to keep that win streak alive. So KT with a 2-0, that is going to mean that DRX have made it to playoffs. And you have to deal with me saying that Beryl is probably going to be a 3-time world champion for at least the next 2 weeks.
Please, I ask of you.
Because DRX are also going to be in the World's Gauntlet immediately afterwards. They are guaranteed 10 points. So Chronicler, even after the playoffs are done, I'm not. I will not be done. Oh, what a day.
What a day.
Let's throw it over to the space and see what they made of game number 2.
Well, that was a game of League of Legends. Thank you, casters, for your wonderful work today. And KT Rollster's Challenger team came in and gave Live Sandbox something to remember for sure. Very good performance from the Challenger players, I have to say. Coming in, a lot of pressure on them. Definitely a controversial decision. This is going to spark a lot of discussion, at least, about the current state of things. What did you guys think about Game 2, though?
I thought it was a great opportunity to see what the Challengers team can do on the LCK stage, and they really showed up. I think in particular, Feisty in the mid lane was pretty excellent on the Azir, and it felt like the composition for Live Sandbox was one where, you know, you're trying to find backline access, you have things like the Yone coming in, but the cohesion, the coordination was not quite there.
Yeah, I mean, like, we did see a little bit of, like, all the game, the hiccup, like, from KT, because, like, obviously, they still need a time to actually to kind of get used to it, but as soon as they got used to, like, post, like, 10 minutes, like, their skirmishing level was, like, actually decently fine. Like, against the Leap Sandbox, they were actually having lead, and how they are actually making, like, proactive play. Like, those kind of things were actually respectable, for sure, for KT side.
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely a good look for the Challenger boys. And we can take a look at the draft as well and just talk about what did happen here. They were talking a lot about mid-jungle, the Azir and Vi, something you don't see all the time, but certainly able to get a lot done.
Yeah, and I think the way Teamfight's going to play out is that really Liv Sandbox need to be pinning down the Zeri and the Azir. A lot of peel tools for the side of KT Rolster, whereas there's a lot of dive tools for the side of Liv Sandbox. So we had like two different themes of how they want to approach fights, and we saw Teddy really have some pop-up moments on the Kai'Sa, who's been, I think, really coming into his own towards the end of the season, but it just wasn't quite enough when, as much as they did shut down the Zeri a decent amount in the fights, the Azir felt like he was just able to navigate things really well.
Yeah, I mean, against a lot of the dashing comms, like obviously the Gragas, the perfect Gragas was pretty good. It was like almost perfect, I would say. And like it's middle, like I think in the second phase that they actually drafted Azir and Alistar, I think those two picks were actually in the main key when they were skirmishing like all the time. Like, cause like the Azir was only the one that actually leading the team fight, and the way was actually like I think in the lane he was playing really aggressive. I think hype Zeri, like he was playing a little bit better. I think would have been like the dual kill as well. I think it was like they were actually at the pick, and then they were kind of edgy.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that Feisty got to play Azir. Definitely one of his most played champs, one that he's very confident on, so got to show his stuff. Let's take a look at the first highlight here. 13 minutes in, we did have a fight over this Drake.
Yeah, and I feel like in this situation, they don't really get that great backline access. A lot of the CC is burned onto the front line, and you see here the ult from the Yone comes in, but a great Emperor's Divide immediately forces him to dash back, and again, Zeri just untouched this entire fight.
I mean, I think I just really want to shout out to KT, the Challengers team. It's like the target selections are great. Like they know how to win the fight, and it's like the fight was like it was so one-sided. Because the reason why the team Cole, they were just clearly better than the Leap Sandbox today.
You know, and it's something that we've really praised the KT main roster for, is their team fighting. Even in games where it felt like they fell behind, their ability to play out these 5v5s was so good. So it does make me think that like there's been some bleed over from being in the same organization that's really helped the Challengers roster prep for team fights.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you get even a chance to scrim occasionally against the main roster, definitely going to learn a lot from the current best team in the LCK. We can take a look at highlight number 2 as well, which was the Baron fight, another showing of just how you can kill one carry, but the other one will carry the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game. Like as a team, like Teddy just get instantly like removed. Like I think before it's just like their decision making on the Baron side, like it's just like it's so good that they're just not. Like, as soon as, like, they didn't really carry the Baron, like, in 1 second, like, they were just making instantly, oh, and so we can actually just burn the Baron and just we can look for fight right after. Like, they were all playing. It seems like they're all playing. I mean, it's like, I didn't listen to them directly 100%, so I'm kind of assuming them they have all the plan even before they come to the Baron pit, and it's like what they knew exactly all the member that what they need to do, like, exactly well.
And I think the assumption can often be that, like, you know, a Challengers team playing on the LCK stage, nervous, maybe not too decisive would be the assumption, but like they were really decisive with their plays, and even with a composition like the one they had, it's very easy just to be like, okay, let's sit back, scale, play it safe, but they were definitely looking for the opportunities to win the game rather than just playing the scale. So yeah, just fantastic performance.
Yeah, I liked some of their peels off the Baron, like Hambach calling, okay, I'm going to go in, everybody turns off immediately. That's cleaner than some of the LCK teams we have, to be honest. But guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up here for game number 2 on the side of KT. And it will be Feisty, his first POG in the LCK.
Yeah, I mean, POG, 1 out of 1, 100% POG raid. the gold, the best player right now at the moment in LCK. Yeah, I mean, as I said, like he was one the actually leading all the team fight and making just like all the play, like even this play, like he was actually just pressing ultis right away, just delete the Teddy, started with the fight, just automatically just win the team fight.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Playing under BDD, you got to be good at Azir. It's kind of mandatory, but like some of his movement at the fight is sidestepping, and also the timing, the Emperor's Divide. There's definitely some times where it feels like it's just thrown out to try and make something happen, right? But I feel like he was always using it so well, so reactively in terms of what was being thrown at him, just to completely disrupt the engage coming out from the other side. And yeah, 7-11, I think it's pretty fair.
Yeah, Huni were even calling out Wei and how well he was playing. We also saw some great carry performances from Hype in some of those team fights, so his ability to pilot that Zeri also quite good, but to us, it seemed like Feisty was the obvious choice.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think all around, though, everyone looked pretty solid. I don't think there was anyone on the lineup who really had a bad game as such, so yeah, just solid performance.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree. It's well deserved and not robbed, and it was. It's still like again, like it's really surprised that like the challengers team, like the player actually just come up and without any single experience and just playing on the stage is not that easy, but they actually just proved themselves that they could actually do it. That's a crazy one.
Yeah, no, it's a great experience for them. And guys, we do have the interview ready now with both teams. We'll just have to see how many players there will be. But let's throw it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the interview translation. First, we are here joined by the 5 starting lineup players on the side of KT roster. So we are here joined by Keen, Cuz, BDD, Aiming, and Lihans. Congratulations on the win, also finishing the regular season on the first place. Keen, KT's momentum is unstoppable. I think ending the regular season on the first place means even more to you. How do you feel? It feels amazing, you know, to be the first place, but we still have a long way to go, you know, playoffs. So I'm just, you know, happy. Not too excited, but, you know, it feels amazing to end first place. I think KT roster this season kind of showcased the best teamwork possible, and you guys were in high spirit over the course of 2023. How was it? Well, spring, it started off a little bit, you know, rocky, but this summer we were starting off with a loss, so I was having the same feeling. What if we actually have another rough season? But in the end, we were able to overcome the first defeat, and we were able to have unstoppable, you know, winning streak. So it feels amazing. So yeah, we will be advancing straight to the round 2. So I don't care what happens on the lower bracket. You know, do your best, guys, and I will just be watching you guys, and you know, we'll get started in the round 2. We will do our best to prepare for the playoffs and showcase the best performance possible. Thank you so much, Kian. Now, moving on to Cuz. KT roster closing out the regular season with another win. How do you feel? Today was another clean victory, so it feels great. I think this summer you had an outstanding season, especially your Viego. It always shows the perfect and flawless jungle pathing. How do you see Viego right now? Whenever I get to play Viego, my mechanics gets like super perfect, you know, incredible. So I think Viego is my soulmate for sure. Then what is your resolution for playoffs? I hope we can survive until the very end. We will never give up until the end. And this time around, I wish we can finally win the LCK title. And BDD, this summer KT roster was having so much fun. Tell us about your teamwork. I think throughout the season, we were able to build even more trust and belief in each other. So I hope we can keep up the good work. And in the last game, KTCL players overtook the stage and had a phenomenal debut as well. What did you feel watching them perform? I was a little bit worried because they might get nervous because they didn't have enough time to prepare, but I was actually proud of them performing so well. And Rascal was watching in the audience, actually supporting you guys. Any message over to Rascal now that you made him advance to playoffs? He was actually messaging me last night. You know, he was like literally asking for my help, and I did it for you.
아니었나 봐요, 실제로는. 좋습니다. 그리고 BDD 선수의 플레이오프에 대한 각오.
And BDD, what is your mindset for this playoffs?
잘 맞아가는 것 같아서
I think we are reaching, really a high level of performance and teamwork. So this time around, we will make sure to win the LCK trophy.
선수 정규 시즌 1위로 마무리하셨습니다.
And
돌아보면
aiming,
이번 좀 만족스러우신가요?
KT Roaster finishing as first place. Are you happy with how the season went? Yeah, I'm so proud of myself because of the fact that this is my first ever first place finish of a regular season. Then who do you watch out for the most? I think KT Roaster right now is like popping off. I'm not afraid of anyone. Then, is there any message you want to send to all the potential KT Roaster opponents?
저희 팀 이제 딱 봐도 너무 잘하잖아요.
As you can see, we are so good.
이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
We will beat you guys.
좋습니다. 화끈한 선정 보고까지 해주셨고요. 마지막으로 리엔즈
Now
선수
let's hear from
마지막 경기까지
Lihan.
2대0 승리로 장식한 기분
Last match,
들어보겠습니다.
another win for KT. How do you feel?
저희가 17승 1패로 마무리했는데 제가
I think it's 17-1. And early in the season, we lost to Genji, and I said I want to have a 17-1 season in the end, and I'm happy that we were able to achieve that. And I'm also proud of our CL players. So spring season, the playoffs ended a little bit short for KT Roaster. Then what is your mindset heading into this playoffs? I mean, finishing as the first place in the regular season, means a lot, but at the same time, everything kind of resets heading into the playoffs. So we will be participating in the playoffs as a challenger. Before we go, any last message for all the KT Roaster fans? Thank you so much for your support. And in the spring season, we ended short. We were not able to make it to the finals, but this summer, I hope we can have a great ending together. Thank you so much for the interview, guys, and once again, congratulations on the win. Now, we will be joined by Leap Sandbox players as they just had their last match of the regular season. We will begin the interview shortly after the Leap Sandbox players joins the stage.
리브 샌드박스 선수분들 입장하고 계십니다. 리브 샌드박스 선수분들과
Please welcome
인터뷰를
the
나누도록
Leap Sandbox
하겠습니다.
players as they enter the stage.
네, 마지막까지 포기하지 않고 경기를 멋지게 펼쳐주신
Thank you one more time for joining us for this
클리어
interview,
선수,
and
버돌
we are
선수,
here joined
윌러
by
선수,
Clear,
클로저
Berto,
선수,
Willer,
테디 선수,
Closer,
카이
Teddy,
선수
and
모셨습니다.
Kyle.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Let's give it up for the Lip Sandbox players one more time.
네, 먼저 클리어 선수께 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다. 서머 도전에
Clear,
합류를
you
하셔서
joined
좋은
Lip
모습을
Sandbox main
보여주셨던
roster
클리어
mid-summer
선수였는데요.
season.
LCK 이번에 데뷔해보니까
How was your debut
어떠셨나요?
season? How did it go?
중간에 합류하면서 짧은 시간
I joined Lip Sandbox in the middle of the season. I didn't spend
많이
a very long time
배우고
together,
느꼈던
but
시즌인 것
throughout
같습니다.
that time, I was
많은
able
걸
to learn
배우고
so much.
느꼈다라고 말씀을 해주셨는데 앞으로 그 배우고 느낀 것을 가지고 더
What
좋은
kind of top
선수가
laner do
되실
you want to
것
become in the
같습니다.
future,
목표
and
각오를
what is your goal as a
들어보겠습니다.
pro player?
이번에 시즌 보내면서
Over the course of the summer season, I learned a lot about my issues and my problems, so I hope I can improve on those
보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
and come back stronger next year.
기대해보고 응원하도록 하겠습니다. 이어서 버돌 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Next
서머
up is
정규 시즌
Berto.
이렇게 마무리를 하게 됐습니다.
Now, this
버돌
is the
선수
end of the
이번
summer
여름
regular
빌어보는
season.
어떠셨나요?
How do you look back at the summer season?
어떻게 보면
Well,
스프링, 서머
I think
행복할
both
때도 있고 좀
spring and summer had
슬플
some
때도
good
있었는데,
moments and also some sad
서머
moments, you know.
유독 좀 제가 좀 많이
But this
무너져서
summer,
현민이 형도
I kind of fell apart, and
갑작스럽게 출전하고 좀
because
고생도
of me,
많았는데
Clear had
그래도
to
끝까지
be called up
잘
and,
해줘서
you know,
감독
participate
팀들까지
in the LCK, but he worked so hard until the very end together with the coaching staff, you know. It's a bummer that we were not able to accomplish what we wanted, but I think this year was also a meaningful time for me.
부분들을 좀 개선해 나가고 싶으신지도 들어보고 싶습니다.
Then what do you want to work on prepping for next year, maybe?
스프링 서머 했던 것 다시 한번 돌려보면서
I want to go over what
문제점들이나
were the
그런 것들을
plays
한번
that I
보고
made during spring and summer season and trying to find out what my biggest issues are. And my professional career does not end here. I will keep working hard, so I will look forward to your support.
앞으로 정말 많은 시간이 남아 있는 버돌 선수 더 멋진 모습으로 돌아오시기를 저희가
And we all wish you the best of luck in the future as well. And Willer,
이번 서머 립 샌드박스 라이너 분들의
Willer, you were supporting all the laners on the side of Lip Sandbox this season long. How do you look back at the summer season?
전체적으로 단독 주전 첫 해였는데
So this was my first year as a starting jungler, so it's a bummer that we were not able to end the season on a good note. But I want to say thank you to my teammates, and also I really appreciate your hard work. Plus, we had so many fans supporting us throughout the year, but you know, I really appreciate it, but so I feel so sorry for my fans. Indeed, we have so many Lip Sandbox fans still today staying for the very last interview. Any message over to them?
이렇게 1년 동안 계속 쭉 응원해 주셔서
You know, your support throughout the year really gave so much energy.
누군가 응원해 준다는 게 정말
Having someone supporting us was really meaningful stuff. You know, I never thought that it would mean so much to me, but throughout the year, I realized that fans really mean a lot to all the pro players. So I want to say thank you. And closer, what is your biggest takeaway this summer season? There were a lot of moments where I could have played better, so I feel so sorry for my teammates. Also sorry for my fans because I was not able to play up to the fans' expectations. So, you know, I left so much to be desired. But we will be still looking forward to seeing you next year as well. What is your resolution for next season? I hope I can come back as a stronger player in order to play up to the expectation that fans have around me. Now, Teddy, you made your return to the LCK after having a bit of a break time. And how was your first season back in the LCK? I spent a season in the LCK again with Lip Sandbox. I was supposed to carry my team, but I was not able to play that role perfectly, so I want to say sorry to my teammates. Is there anything you want to say to all the Lip Sandbox players? You guys fought so hard, you guys worked so hard this season, you know. I had so much fun with you guys, thank you. And let's hear from Kyle. Kyle, how do you look back at the summer season? There were a lot of games and matches where we were actually able to win, but my play was not up to par. I'm so sorry for my players. But we still have next year and also a lot more seasons to come. Kyle, you are one of the promising LCK supports as well. Every time we have a meta shift, I want to adapt to the meta really fast. I want to be a consistent player regardless of the meta. And lastly, Teddy asked the captain of Lip Sandbox any message for all the Lip Sandbox fans. Thank you so much for your support throughout the summer season. Well, we were not able to have the best outcome possible, but still you guys are always there to supporting us, and I want to say thank you to my teammates and also to our coaching staff. Now this will be the end of the interview from Lip Sandbox players, and I'm going to pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Ji-sun, for that awesome translation. We do have a lot of people here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings first off. We need to see what happened here at the very end of the regular season. The final standings, KT are on top. Kind of crazy.
Bro, finally, we found a 6 places who goes to playoff. Finally, at the last day of the regular season, man. Crazy.
Yeah, and I believe Lip Sandbox now have no chance of making the World Qualifier because DRX are guaranteed their spot at least, because even if they get knocked out first round, summer points are worth more than spring. So there's, you know, DRX are in the same position they were last year, interestingly enough. So, yeah, I guess we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about what could potentially happen in the World's qualifiers. But the god of predictions, the gods and goddess of predictions, me and Wolf and Lore all tied at 73.
Man, we are the worst.
We suck.
We suck. Like, we are bad.
Oh, man.
You guys took some risks trying to, catch up, right?
Yeah.
You know, what's the point of like being good? You know, like when I can be bad.
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
And 3 people got first. That's easier than getting last, where only 2 people got last. So
yeah. Definitely. Let's take a look at the playoff bracket that we do have prepared, because now that we have all 6 teams, we do know who's going to be in what spot. So Hamalife Esports, they still have to choose a team. We're almost definitely going to assume that they pick DRX, but they have the choice, right? So it'll be either Hamalife versus DRX or Hamalife versus T1, who got 5th, and then DK will get the other team that wasn't chosen, and then whoever wins those best of 5s will move on to round 2, which is where double elimination does begin.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree. Probably going to pick DRX, but Barrel or Faker, that's the choice, that's going to end up being.
Little bit favor to DRX get it chosen, Yeah. A little bit.
Yeah.
Just tiny bit.
It is going to come down to Hamalife Esports' decision. So you never know. Maybe they just say, hey, let's just knock out T1. Some revenge. Hamalife Esports, they have a good win rate against T1 over, the long time. So
match up to them before they have a chance to reform, right?
Yeah.
The regular season experience, the head-to-head. Don't forget in playoff.
Exactly. And guys, as the casters were talking about today, we do have our Challenger League playoffs. This is starting tomorrow. So there's no, there's no waiting here at the Korean League of Legends going on. Hamalife Esports will play against Gen.G. And then DRX will play up against KT.
I recently got to see the KTCL team play, and they looked pretty good.
They are decent.
Yeah.
They are like LCK level, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty good. They were able to take out Lift Sandbox, at least, in this second game. But we are done here on the space, and we are done for the regular season for summer. So that's the end of regular seasons for the entire year. So from all of us here, also over there, Huni, Chronicler, Ox, Wolf, myself, and Atlas, thank you so much for watching the LCK, and we will see you in playoffs starting in Challenger League tomorrow, and then, of course, LCK begins on Tuesday for playoffs. So don't miss it, and we'll see you there. Goodbye.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I built around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling to you. I'll keep falling. I'll keep standing on the edge of this big love. I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump.
제발! 나이스! 꺾이지 않는 DRX! 31일 만에 선발 출전 메이커가 돌아왔습니다. 아래서 관문 돌파. One more time, Kenya! This is all! 참 쉽죠? 마지막에 이기는 게 최후의 승자죠. 빅게임의 악마 모드 온! 펜타킬! 펜타킬 요즘 파티예요 아주. 우리의 전성기 지금입니다. KT 넘버원